Hello everyone, this is What If Fanfic and today I'll bring you What If Neglected Naruto went to DC Universe. The link to the story will be in the description. If you want to hear a fanfiction, please comment down below. Now onto the story.
7-year-old Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki was looking over one of his father's space-time scroll. It was the third time his parents had left him behind without even bothering to wake him just 2 weeks ago. Even if I was up already for the trip to begin, Naruto thought as he looked over his father's legendary Flying Thunder God Jutsu, they never even bothered to check on me or even thought of seeing if I was ready. The boy then looked at his hands and could feel the chakra swimming through his body, and that made him seethe in anger. Naruto can feel the chakra but he just cannot bring it out, unlike his brother, Arashi, the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox. Arashi can bring out his chakra so easily while Naruto can't even bring out a splinter's worth. I can still feel the force of that wind jutsu that father had taught him, the blonde bitterly thought as he remembered how Arashi used a wind-style jutsu to smash him against a tree. Kami, I think I can still feel the splinters in my back. He has tried to get his parents to spend time with him, but they were either too busy or too tired to get to him later. Naruto knew that his parents wouldn't train him in ninjutsu, but they could have at least trained him in taijutsu or kenjutsu, but no. They knew he had unlocked his chakra, but when they saw that he couldn't bring it out they just didn't bother training with him afterwards. They had left him behind and allowed Arashi to use his brother as target practice. There, said Naruto as he put the last touches on his experiment, now, let's begin. The blonde then tried to bring out his chakra and it took him quite a while before he saw a flicker of light. Yes, yes, yes. Naruto thought as the flicker was soon growing. Now. Naruto threw a knife with 3 points on it, his father's special kunai that had the Flying Thunder God seal. A flash of light shone before his mother, father, and brother were now standing in front of him. What the? Minato said as he saw Naruto standing in the middle of a sealing circle. Naruto, what are you doing? How are you using seals if you can't use chakra? Naruto chuckled as he said, you would have known if the two of you assholes had trained me? Kushina looked at her son and said, you watch your language, young man. You do not talk to your parents like that. Parents? Naruto asked with an insulted look, you think you have the right to call yourselves my parents after not at least training me in skills that do not require chakra like taijutsu or even kenjutsu, and from the looks of things, fuinjutsu. The red-headed Arashi then charged towards his brother before somehow bouncing off of a wall. Well, said Naruto with a small laugh, guess the hero isn't all that he's cracked up to be. Oh, before I forget. The blonde inside the seal pulled out a small glass of water as he looked at his former family with a smirk of victory. Just a little insurance so that you won't bother trying to find me, if you ever want to see a dead weight of a failure such as myself. Wouldn't want to waste your time now, do we? Naruto said before he smashed the glass on the seal before a bright light shone, blinding the family. Naruto, Kushina cried as her son had vanished into thin air, much to her horror. No. Minato stared at the seal, now ruined from the water, and all he could feel was regret. He failed as a father. Was Naruto here for the past 2 weeks? Minato thought as he crawled to where his son once stood and saw the ink running, like tears. Naruto, my son, forgive this foolish man. In another world, Slade Wilson had just returned from another mission along with an encounter with one of the members of the Justice League. Try as they might, said the assassin for hire, but not even Batman could surprise me. A bright flash of light shone, momentarily blinding Slade as he reached for one of his guns. As the light faded, the assassin pointed the gun to only find a small boy, about 7 or 8 if his guess was correct, with bright blonde hair wearing green shorts and a tan shirt with a spiral-shaped symbol on the back laying on the floor unconscious. Well, you're not Batman, said Slade as he holstered the gun away before he picked up the boy, but that was a surprise. Naruto slowly woke up to a bright light before his eyes adjusted as he recognized that he was in a hospital room, but it wasn't the hospital in the Hidden Leaf Village. I see that you're awake, said a cool and collected voice as the blonde looked to see a man with black hair that was slicked back and a small beard wearing an eye patch over his right eye and a suit. But do not worry, the doctors told me that you were just suffering from a heavy amount of exhaustion. Naruto couldn't understand what this man was saying before he asked, what did you say? The man coughed into his fist before he asked, can you understand me now? Naruto nodded as he then asked, who are you? Where am I? The man pulled one of the nearby chairs and sat down. My name is Wilson Slade and you're in a hospital in Gotham. Now, may I ask for your name? Naruto wasn't sure where Gotham might be and Wilson-san had this trusting aura that also hinted a bit of a killing edge to it. I'm Naruto and I once was part of the Uzumaki Namikaze clan, but seeing how they favor my brother more than they do me I decided to just drop those assholes. That's quite a mouth you have there, Naruto, said Slade as he was a bit surprised at how a child could act like that towards their family. Was there trouble between you and your family? Slade listened quietly as he let Naruto explain his history before things started to be a bit sour for the assassin. His parents focused more of their time on his brother, who has a powerful demon sealed inside of him. Slade thought to himself with slight disgust, I may be a killer, but even I wouldn't leave a child abandoned just because he looked weak. Even though he had no idea about some of the other things like hidden villages or jutsus Naruto had spoken about, but if not for seeing how the boy arrived, Slade would have thought the boy was creating a make-believe world. Even if the boy cannot access this chakra he speaks of, Slade thought as he contemplated an idea, I can see the potential he has. Say Naruto, Slade asked after the boy finished his story, how about you become my apprentice, as I can see that you possess quite the potential. How your former parents didn't see it, despite being a Hokage and a feared swordswoman. The blonde raised an eyebrow, signaling the man to continue. My line of work, Naruto, said Slade with smirk that lured the boy in, is actually quite similar to the ninja you speak of, but I cannot use chakra. This lack of chakra has never bothered me before, as my skills and abilities are all that I need to get the job done. I can let you decide, but this I accept, said Naruto without giving Slade a chance to finish. Wilson-sama. The boy is eager, Slade thought as he looked into the boy's ocean blue eyes and saw the will and determination in them along with anger and hate. Are you sure about this? Slade asked as he already knew the answer, you are still a child with so much ahead of you. Naruto shook his head as he said, I'm sure, Wilson-sama. I've always wanted my parents to train me, but seeing how they brush me off while that prick, Arashi, uses me as target practice shows that they never cared about me. Besides, I'm not afraid of a little blood on my hands. Slade couldn't believe it. He was able to get an apprentice to so willingly accept his offer without anything in return. He thought that Naruto would at first refused, but instead the boy accepted the offer without a fight. No fighting, no waiting, Slade was practically given an apprentice and he wasn't going to let this opportunity slip up. The television in the room was soon turned on to the news by Naruto's roommate, who had gotten tired of hearing nothing but gibberish. Stopped by Justice League member, Batman, said the woman on the television as it showed three hooded men being led away by a man dressed almost like a bat. We at Channel 5 News thanks not only Batman, but the other members of the Justice League as well, for their help in the community. Naruto looked at Slade and asked, what was that lady talking about? The man chuckled as he said, she was just talking about a group of heroes known as the Justice League, a league of those who fight villainy and ensure the peace of everyone in the world. Slade caught a scowl on Naruto's face when the word heroes was brought up. So there's a group of heroes? Naruto asked with a scowl still present on his face. Sounds like just a group of people who are allowed to beat the shit out of anyone and call them a criminal. A distrust towards the Justice League for being heroes? Slade thought as he was hiding the joy and amaze inside at the statement. This will work perfectly. After getting Naruto signed out of the hospital and into Slade's custody, the new father and son soon arrived at an old abandoned warehouse. This is where you live? Naruto asked before he saw the man press some buttons in a certain series as a door that was hidden in the wall opened up. This is just one of my many homes, Naruto, said Slade as he motioned the blonde to follow him. Of course, since you are my apprentice now, this is also yours as well. As the saying goes, my house is your house. So please, make yourself at home. The only thing I ask of you is that you show respect for me as I train you, and when I train you or decide to take you along with me on my jobs, you shall address me by my cover name, Deathstroke. Naruto got down onto a knee and bowed towards Slade, his mentor and hopefully, a father. Of course, the blonde said, his ocean blue eyes were now cold as frozen diamonds. Deathstroke-sama. 10 years had passed as Deathstroke was meeting with Ra's al Ghul at a hidden lair in Gotham. It's been some time, Deathstroke, said Ra's as he and his fellow assassin nodded to each other. You always seem to love to just disappear from time to time. Deathstroke chuckled behind his mask as he said, well, I had to take some time off so that my son could learn my skills. Ra's chuckled as he said, finally got back at that former wife of yours? Actually, said Deathstroke as his mask hid a smirk on his face, I'd like for you to meet my business partner, Reaper. At the sound of his name, a young boy wearing an outfit similar to the assassin with the exception of two skull bandanas fixed over his face to align the jaw and cranium with the unclothed section of his face painted black and white to finish the skull that made his face. It is bring your kid to work day, Deathstroke said as 17-year-old Talia appeared from the shadow. That it is, said Ra's as Hugo Strange soon appeared. Is everything prepared? Asked the man as Reaper kneeled. I have administered a slow-acting paralysis poison to Joker and was able to make it look like a serious drawback to the Titan serum he had taken, said Reaper with a voice changer hidden under the face mask under the lower bandana. If I may say, it was sort of easy for the clown prince of crime to believe that he is dying. I had even fixed the ballots for Quincy Sharp to be Gotham's next mayor. Hugo patted the young boy on the shoulders as he said, "Good job. Just like your mentor and adoptive father, Naruto Wilson." Reaper remained still as Deathstroke had mentioned of the professor's uncanny skills of the mind. "What do you wish to happen?" Reaper asked as he remained kneeled. "We need you and Talia to keep Batman busy," Hugo said as he gave a calculated look towards the femme fatale. "I take it you know most of Gotham's villains thanks to your mentor." Reaper smirked as his mask mimicked Penguin's voice and said, "I'm sure that Batman wouldn't even see a wild goose chase, even if it involved a real goose." Hugo actually chuckled at the skills the boy before him had presented to him. "All right," said Hugo as Reaper was now standing next to Deathstroke, "let us begin Project Arkham." A few days had passed and Reaper and Talia were running along the rooftops of the now open-aired prison that once was the slums of Gotham. "So what's first, Grim?" Talia asked as she had given her partner the nickname during the mission of throwing Mayor Quincy Sharp into the prison. "I left a small mixture of Titan and a potent venom for Mr. Freeze to find," said Reaper as he and his partner jumped onto the roof of another building, believing that Titan is indeed lethal and is trying to develop a cure for it. "But what about the thug that attacked Bane?" Talia asked as she and Reaper saw the man die from a heart attack. "He died after using Titan." A chuckle was heard from Reaper as he said, "That thug was given a combination of not just Titan, but a hallucinogenic that makes people see Batman that I borrowed from Scarecrow, and LSD. I even added a mixture of both rattlesnake venom and venom from a Black Widow spider for an extra kick. That thug would have died way before Titan's effects had worn off as it turned him into a mindless puppet sent to kill Batman until Titan had worn off." "Damn, this guy's brutal," Talia thought as she licked her lips a bit. "He doesn't take this job of messing with Bruce lightly." The duo then reached the Gotham City Police Department where Mr. Freeze was hiding. Talia looked in Reaper's eyes and saw the message to follow her partner's lead before the two of them kicked the door down. "All right boys," said Reaper with Penguin's voice, "take Freeze and let's get the hell out of here before he finishes that antidote." Talia and Reaper then put on the disguises they had stolen from two of Penguin's thugs and charged in to capture their target. After dropping off Mr. Freeze at Penguin's hideout, the two ran across the rooftops when they saw a group of Tiger police officers transporting a large container labeled Titan before Reaper stopped. "What are you doing?" Talia asked as she saw Reaper point towards the cops. "They're transporting a canister of Titan, what about it?" "I'll be back you guys," said one of the officers as he walked into the alley underneath the two assassins. "Gonna take a quick leak." While the guard was preoccupied, Reaper silently jumped down and gave the man a quick, non-lethal chop to the neck after the man had finished. Talia jumped down to see Reaper just fixing the officer's uniform correctly. "If I am correct," Reaper said as he picked up the helmet nearby, "Batman or Bane will come after this canister and I would like to demonstrate a part of my philosophy I have about heroes like Bat Team." "Hey," cried one of the other officers, "how long are you going to keep pissing? We can't have this exposed like this for Batman to steal." Reaper smirked under the helmet and said in a different voice, "All right, give me a minute, just putting the snake away." Talia climbed back up onto the rooftops as she watched the officer regroup with his colleagues. "What are you planning?" Talia thought as she kept an eye on her partner. Time had passed and the femme fatale was on the roof of a building carrying a Tiger officer who looked worse for wear. "What the hell were you thinking taking on not just Batman, but Bane too?" Talia scolded as she roughly dropped the officer. "I thought you would have known better than to hold back when dealing with Batman." The officer removed his damaged helmet to reveal Reaper breathing heavily as the injured assassin removed the top bandana to reveal his neon blonde hair. Talia then watched as her partner removed the bottom bandana to reveal a metal face mask until Reaper removed it to reveal his whole face as whisker marks were adorned on his cheeks while a trickle of blood crept down the corner of his mouth. Talia wasn't sure whether to think that Reaper was completely stupid or incredibly brave for going through a one-sided fight with both Batman and Bane at the same time. "This," said Reaper as his voice was now undisguised, "this proves my philosophy about the kind of hero Bat Team is." Reaper spit out some blood onto the brick before he continued, "Bat Team is just some angry bitch who is willing to beat the shit out of some criminals just so he could be a hero." Talia kneeled down as she pulled out a small medical kit that Reaper had her carry and began to tend to the injured teen. "True heroes," said Reaper as the femme fatale tore the Tiger-issued body armor and shirt while listening, "true heroes are willing to remove their personal beliefs and ignore the chains that bound them to behave like the hero the public paints them to be." Talia removed the black shirt Reaper had worn to reveal a huge bruise that was dead center on his chest. "I hope none of your bones are broken," Talia said as she carefully applied bandages on the wound until she could have the doctors back at her hideout examine the blonde. "Please continue." Reaper nodded as he said, "You know some of the criminals here in Gotham?" The injured blonde winced as Talia applied some pressure while wrapping his bare chest. "Two-Face, Joker, Reaper said as he drew a breath, and all of the other criminals who had their very lives changed, because of that bastard and others like him who dare call themselves heroes as they fight the never-ending war on crime. Talia helped Reaper put his shirt back on while she hid a small blush at how toned the boy was for his age. The real heroes, the injured assassin said as he winced in pain after fixing his shirt back, are willing to abandon their personal beliefs, be it religion or personal belief because of family blood, and do what must be done to bring justice that will only last for so long until one declares injustice for that man's injustice, starting the cycle again once more. What should we do now? Talia asked as she carefully helped Reaper to his feet while supporting him. Let's head back to your hideout, Reaper said as he had his face mask and top bandana on, hiding his real voice and hair. Money says Batman will soon come crawling to you with some bullshit reason to win your trust. Just play along for now, Talia, before pulling the wool over Bat Team's eyes. Talia smirked as she guided her partner towards the little hideout as she began to think about Reaper's philosophy and how the idea rang so true in her mind. I believe, Talia thought as she carried Reaper as he helped by keeping himself from falling, that this is the start of something worthwhile. Talia was laying on the floor of the Monarch Theater as Batman walked by the femme fatale. I'm sorry that I couldn't save you, Talia, said Batman as he carried the now dead Joker. I also wish that I didn't have to fool you into giving me the antidote under the guise of me finally accepting the mantle of being king of assassins, but I could never be a terrorist like your father was. Forgive me. A few minutes had passed as Reaper walked towards Talia's corpse with a limp in his step and a dart gun in his hand. Talia, my sweet, little ghost, Reaper said as he ran a hand on the side of Talia's neck, I wish that it didn't have to come to this. The assassin held his hand at the side of the girl's neck before pulling out two small darts that had gone completely unnoticed. Talia soon jolted awake before holding in a scream of pain as she rolled herself onto her back. Good thing I had you wear that bulletproof plate on your back, Reaper said with a small hint of joy in his voice. Why did you have to shoot those pressure points? Talia asked as she couldn't feel much movement. You know how much pain I'm in? Well, said Reaper as he soon sat on the floor next to Talia, you're the queen of assassins now that Hugo and your father are dead. The femme fatale knew that Reaper was right as she had taken the test before and passed, and now that Hugo was gone and Batman was no longer worthy in her eyes, it was up to her. What do you wish to do now, Haim? Reaper asked as he knew that Talia was already over the deaths of her father and Hugo, dinner and a movie back home. Talia glanced at her partner, no, her new boyfriend, and said, how about I have dinner and a movie while you cater to my every whim until I'm better, starting with getting me out of this dump before you fix me something good. Reaper chuckled as he picked up Talia, bridal style, and walked away towards one of the many lairs that he and Deathstroke have hidden away while wondering if Talia wouldn't mind going on a few dates once she recovers. Unbeknownst to the two, Deathstroke was hidden in the balcony and heard everything that his son and possible daughter-in-law had planned. Young love, said Deathstroke as he smirked under his mask with pride, kids grow up so fast. Hello everyone and welcome to Carson's Corner, said a brown-haired man wearing a navy blue suit and blood-red tie as he walked into the spotlight of the stage. I am Jacobs Carson and with me today is none other than the ever-so-talented Mr. Fox himself, Naruto Wilson. The lights slowly lit up to show a mahogany oak desk and two red leather chairs, and sitting in one of the chairs was a young man with spiky blonde hair wearing an ivory black suit. Jacobs sat in the chair behind the desk before turning towards the blonde-haired man. Mr. Naruto Wilson himself, folks, said Jacobs with a bright smile. He is one of the most youngest, if not the youngest, and most talented 19-year-old in America, former professional MMA fighter, award-winning actor, who performs his own stunts and much more, and master of the multilingual lingo. He is indeed the real fantastic Mr. Fox. Naruto gave a quick and professional wave to the crowd along with a smile. So, Mr. Wilson, Jacobs asked with enthusiasm, how is it that someone so young as yourself became such talented individual? Well, Carson-san, said Naruto as he kept his smile, my adopted father once told me that I just cannot stick to one talent. Flashback: young 13-year-old Naruto was deflecting sword blows from Deathstroke while shooting a small Uzi at a cutout of Batman. How the hell is this supposed to teach me about how to fight Bat Team? Naruto cried out as he tried to keep the Uzi's sight on the Batman cutout. You must not rely on blade and gun alone, you cannot stick to one talent. That will just lead you to your death. Flashback: and after that, I applied myself in my education, Naruto continued as he leaned back in his seat, which of course aided me in learning about the many cultures along with the languages. Aside from my native Japanese language, I then learned English from my father, Spanish, French, German, Russian, and even a touch of Arabic. The many language classes had helped me with my travels around the world. Flashback: a Russian millionaire was lounging in his library as he rang a small bell before a young teen with slicked back blonde hair bringing in a small box of cigars along a bottle of the finest wine and an empty glass. "Cigar or wine, Mr. Dokostaev?" asked the teen in Russian as Mr. Dokostaev pointed to the box. The teen prepared the cigar and handed it to the man before lighting it. "Wine for later, sir?" asked the teen before the man in the chair waved him off for him to leave. "Very well, sir." It wasn't until 4 days later that Russian oil tycoon, Ivan Dokostaev, was found dead in his library, and the body of a young blonde teen was found dead with a fatal head wound in a nearby alley. No one had paid attention to a man in multiple raggedy coats as he said, "Too easy." Flashback: and I have even spent some of my free time learning different forms of martial arts, Naruto continued as he brought a hand to his chin, and of course all that training had indeed strengthened my body, but some actors are saying that I'm own bodyguard. Naruto rubbed his face as he looked at the crowd as he then said, "Of course, sorry to say ladies, this beautiful face has taken quite the few hits." Flashback: 15-year-old Naruto laid on the floor, beaten and bruised, after a long training session of nothing but Deathstroke using so many different forms of martial arts. "Did you really have to beat the crap out of me?" Naruto asked through his swollen face and lips. Deathstroke crouched over the blonde and said, "Did you really think that I would try and kill my own apprentice? I'm hurt, son. Now get up and go through the stances I showed you." Naruto slowly got to his feet and began training as he mentally called his father/mentor a one-eyed sadist. Flashback: and so that sort of explains my many talents, Mr. Carson, Naruto finished as he turned his attention to the show's host. "Wow," said Jacobs as he looked at the audience, "when I was his age, I was just getting by my second year of college." The audience laughed at the cheap joke before Jacobs put his hands up to silence the audience. "So, Mr. Wilson," Jacobs asked with a small smile, "having met the amazing members of the Justice League yourself, do you have a few words for our audience on your ideas about these great superheroes?" The blonde was silent for a bit before he chuckled. "Well, Mr. Carson," Naruto began, hiding a coy smile, "all I can say about the Justice League is that I thank them for aiding not only our boys in blue, but our military as well in handling some of the more dangerous criminals, but I would also like to add that they should let some of our law enforcers and military men at least handle some of the weaker criminals." Naruto saw the small, uncomfortable look on Jacobs's face before he then said, "Now, I am in no way saying that the Justice League should just sit back and wait, but instead, let our hardworking police force and military handle the less serious problems. True that the proud members of the Justice League had handled the criminals that our hard-working men and women cannot handle, such as Poison Ivy, Giganta, and occasionally Bizarro, but I sometimes see them stopping common thugs and punks while our boys in blue are still after them." Jacobs chuckled nervously as he then asked, You really don't mean that, do you, Mr. Wilson?" Now, Mr. Carson," said Naruto with a hurt voice, "you are misunderstanding me. True that the Justice League are saving lives, but they themselves cannot deal with all crime, as that would put our hard-working officers out of a job with, at times, nowhere else to go." Naruto then leaned forward as he then said, "To me, some of those heroes take things just a tad bit too far. Batman, for example, beats all forms of criminals all shades of black and blue before hanging them upside down by their ankles. Now I'm no medical expert, but wouldn't hanging someone who had been beaten till they are black and blue upside down cause further injury to the brain?" "Well folks, it's time for a commercial break," said Jacobs as he quickly stood up from his seat. "Stay tuned and we'll talk more with Mr. Wilson right after the break, here at Carson's Corner." Diana Prince, Wonder Woman to the public, was in her room after grabbing a few snacks as she decided to watch Carson's Corner with Helena Bertinelli and Dinah Lance at the insistence of both women. "I can't believe what that Naruto guy is saying about us," Wonder Woman thought as she had even seen the boy up close. "Still, what is his problem with Bruce?" "Due to an unfortunate incident backstage, Carson's Corner will not continue as programmed," said the television, getting all three women's attention. "What?" cried Helena and Dinah in shock of their favorite show being interrupted. How could they not finish Carson's Corner? "Calm down you two," said Wonder Woman as she rolled her eyes, annoyed by the two heroines' attitude. "It's just a television show." Helena and Dinah looked at Wonder Woman with angered looks as Dinah said, "Just a show? Carson's Corner is not just a show, as Jacobs Carson had so many legends on stage with him. Morgan Freeman, Johnny Depp, even Sam Elliott of all legends. I hope there's a bad guy for us to catch soon," Wonder Woman thought as she listened to her two colleagues list off the many other pointless trivia of that stupid show. Probably best that Themyscira didn't have this kind of stuff. A week had passed as Deathstroke was looking at the newspaper as the door opened to reveal Naruto Wilson, who was sporting a few small bruises, entering his lair. Talk show host, Jacobs Carson, arrest for assault on a celebrity, And both drug possession and usage, said Deathstroke as his "I never left the paper, sounds like you're slacking off." Naruto sat in the chair in front of Deathstroke and poured himself some grape wine and said, "Oh please, Deathstroke-sama, those were self-inflicted wounds, as I wanted to send a message to our proud heroes of the Justice League and let them know of the truth of even trying to be a hero." Slade lowered the paper as he watched his adoptive son take a sip from the glass of wine. It has been 12 years since the boy was placed under his wing as a son and as an apprentice. The assassin was amazed at how fast the kid learns, as Naruto was a prodigy to even outwit expert chess and shogi players at the age of 10, and he took martial arts like a fish to water, even after a few one-sided beatings. Swordsmanship was even practical, as the blonde had even admitted that, thanks to the woman who sired him, sword fighting was in his blood. Slade soon found himself seeing the boy as a son much more than Batman's own apprentice, Robin, and Naruto just had that aura about him that told the assassin that this boy needed the kind and stern love that only a father could give him. Yes, in all his years, Slade Wilson could truly say that he was happy to have brought Naruto under his wing. "Aren't you too young to be drinking alcohol?" Deathstroke asked as he placed the newspaper on the table. "A year and a half later you'll be joining me," Naruto countered after taking another drink. "Then again, we already shared a drink after my first political assassination. That one was one of my best kills yet." A chuckle escaped the masked man's throat as he remembered that day, as Naruto was so nervous, even after performing such an amazing job as he killed an important political member in Biawea with such professional ease. "I only shared that drink with a 14-year-old because I was so damn proud of my son and apprentice," Deathstroke countered with a small smirk behind his mask. "And I was never more prouder since that day," Deathstroke mentally added as he sent that Deathstroke glare that Naruto calls it, "my son." "Might as well make that drink last," said Deathstroke as he then pulled out a box, "because it's time." Naruto nearly choked on the wine, but careful enough to not spill any of it, as he saw the box Deathstroke slid towards him. "Are really?" Naruto asked as he had a feeling of what was inside the box. "You really think I'm ready?" Deathstroke nodded before Naruto picked up the box and headed towards his room to open it, with his mentor knowing that the blonde was going to love the little graduation gift. The sounds of boots clicking on the floor was soon heard as Deathstroke had removed his mask to drink his own glass of grape wine. "Well, Deathstroke-sama," Naruto asked as he gave his mentor a stoic, yet menacing, stare, "what do you think?" "I think," Deathstroke said as he sent a smirk towards his apprentice, "you're ready for your first solo act, Reaper." Night had fallen and Metropolis and Justice League members, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, and Superman were fighting off Giganta and Livewire. "I thought we've taken care of the both of them the last time." Green Lantern, John Stewart, said as he tried to trap Livewire, but the electric woman kept jumping from one electrical device to another. "Hold still." Superman flew towards the giant woman and gave her a quick uppercut to the jaw, sending Giganta tumbling backwards. "Time we finish this," said Wonder Woman before a figure in a raggedy black cloak and face mask over a tannish skull mask stood in her way. "Get out of here, it's too dangerous." "I know," said the figure with a distorted voice as he pulled out a pistol and aimed at Wonder Woman's face. "Name's Reaper and I'm sort of new in town. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to kick Super Team's ass for hitting such a beautiful woman." Before Reaper could move, Wonder Woman quickly subdued him with his arms behind her back. "Ugh, geez," said Reaper as he grunted in pain. Never thought that Wonder Woman would be the dominatrix type. "Hope you like some pain yourself." Before she could question what the hooded figure had meant, Wonder Woman soon found her eyes burning from a hidden compartment that shot mace in her eyes. Using the heroine's pain to his advantage, Reaper quickly gave her a powerful headbutt before punching her hard in the gut. "Don't be mad at me," said Reaper as he held a small syringe. "I'm just helping two ladies in distress." Diana felt the needle jab into her arm before she began to feel dizzy. "This is only a slow-acting and harmless concoction I created should I ever be asked to make others suffer," said Reaper as he removed the bracers on the heroine's arms. "I'm not going to kill you right now like some amateur." "No, your insurance." Green Lantern had just encased the two women inside of a sphere as he and Superman flew up towards one of the buildings. "I wonder where Diana is," Superman asked before he and John saw a figure holding Wonder Woman with his arm around her neck as he pointed a gun at the heroine's head. "Wonder Woman," said Green Lantern as he was about to charge when a gunshot rang through the air. "I wouldn't move if I were the two of you," said the figure. He held the gun in the air before pressing the hot barrel near Wonder Woman's temple, getting a pained wince from the woman. "One wrong move and we'll be having our own biology class involving remnants of a human brain, or..." The two superheroes saw the figure move the gun to the side of Wonder Woman's waist. "Or she will never have children again," said the figure as he glared at the two heroes, challenging them. "What do you want?" Superman asked as he saw Wonder Woman acting weakened. "Simple," said the figure with his disguised voice as he motioned to the two captured villainesses in Green Lantern's sphere. You let me and those two ladies leave and I'll give you back your precious Heim here, alive. To prove that I'm not bluffing about hurting her. The figure quickly shot Wonder Woman in the foot as the heroine let out a cry of pain before feeling the gun against her head. I'm not going to ask again, said the figure with his glare still on Superman and Green Lantern. Let those two go with me, and I'll spare Diana's life. Why are you helping these two? John asked as he wanted to try and reason with this figure. They're criminals. Silence was heard as the two heroes felt a chill down their spines from the hardened glare on the figure's eyes. You call them criminals? The figure asked as he looked at the imprisoned women. Do you not understand that you are doing far more harm than good? Let me ask you this, what makes a hero? The one to protect innocent lives, both men answered at the same time before John added, and stopping criminals like these two. The figure looked at the two before he said, typical and predictable, but I asked you what makes a hero, not the reasons. You heroes always believe that by stopping a few criminals, crime will go down. That's a load of bullshit if you ask me. John held his free arm to motion Superman to not rush in as the figure then said, if you really want to stop evil, then blood must be shed by the hero's hands, as throwing the more dangerous criminals in jail will never stop them, just hold them back. I have always believed in the idea that one man's justice is another man's injustice, as that has always rang true in my heart and soul. You actually expect us to kill these criminals? Superman asked as Livewire had a frightened look on her face. We will never lower ourselves to their level. A sigh was heard as the figure said, again, a typical and predictable answer from a hero. Haven't you ever wondered how their lives were ruined by your actions? Leslie would believe me, as you could have prevented that accident that brought her to where she is now. John sneered as he then asked, what did you mean by one man's justice is another man's injustice? The figure kept his glare on both heroes as he then said, even if you stop one crime, two more will just happen without you knowing of it. You throw a bad guy in jail here while miles away from here, a woman is about to be raped and a kidnapped child is about to be sold to a powerful drug dealer. There will always be a constant battle against good and evil. Sometimes I wonder if a few of you just call thuggish looking people a criminal just to beat the living shit out of them, much like Bat Team. But enough chit chat, said the figure as he pressed the barrel into Wonder Woman. So what do you two say? You let me and those two pretty ladies leave and you get your Heim back. John growled as he thought over his options. Let two criminals escape or let Wonder Woman die or suffer. Come on, the figure egged on. My hand is starting to cramp up, including my trigger finger. Damn it. John cursed as he had no choice. We'll let them go. Superman looked at the Green Lantern member with absolute shock as he said, you can't be serious about this. I'm fast enough to bang. And Wonder Woman held her scream as the bullet was burning in her thigh. That is the second strike, Super Team, said the figure as he pressed the hot barrel into Wonder Woman's temple. One more strike like that and you'll be down one of your more attractive members. Superman stared at the individual as he was tempted to melt the guy's brain right there, but he couldn't, as whoever he is, he would come up missing and his blood would be on Superman's hands. John moved the sphere gently onto the ground before letting Livewire and the unconscious Giganta out. Now see how easy that was? The figure said as he looked at Livewire. You, go wake your friend. A small electrical shock should be enough. The electrical villainess complied as a small zap caused the other villainess to wake up. Where are we? The woman asked as she looked around before she saw the figure holding Wonder Woman. Who's he? You're way out of here, said the figure without looking at Giganta. Now since you're awake, wouldn't mind taking us out of here. The figure looked at the two heroes and said, I'm taking Wonder Woman here as a little insurance so that you don't try anything, but don't worry, I'm not going to kill her unless you tell us try anything. Oh, but that would go against your hero code. Nevertheless, we shall be making our escape. Giganta was already in her giant form as she set a hand down so that Livewire and the figure could get on. The giantess walked away with the two heroes following to ensure that this figure would honor about keeping Wonder Woman alive. So why aren't you killing her? Livewire asked as she felt safe with this guy. While I am an assassin, said the figure, I do have a code of honor and I cannot cross my client unless they cross me first. But still, I know that they wouldn't risk their Heim's life just to stop three powerful criminals, including Deathstroke's own personal apprentice, Reaper. The three women were surprised that the famed assassin had an apprentice after that whole fiasco with the Teen Titans. This is far enough, said Reaper as he faced the heroes, now to honor my end of the deal. Reaper had Livewire tie Wonder Woman's bracers to her uninjured thigh before kicking her off the giantess's hand. John and Superman flew down his face as they can before catching their colleague to save her from certain death. Superman looked around to find the criminals when John said, Don't, we need to tend to Wonder Woman's injuries. Letting out a sigh, the Man of Steel brought a hand to his communicator and said, Watchtower. This is Superman. We need medical attention and a pickup. Ew, said Livewire as she, Giganta, and Reaper were traveling through the sewer. Why are we traveling through shit street? Reaper continued ahead as he said, it is a much better way of travel as we are not as open, and with their colleague injured, we have a head start. Should the need arise, we can make a city block collapse just to make our escape. Giganta looked at the filthy sewer water as she said, not the cleanest escape, but I'll buy. So, Reaper was it? Livewire asked with an uncomfortable feeling, were you really going to shoot her, there? Reaper gave the villainess a short look as he said, of course not, I may be an assassin, but I'm not that cruel. I do have a code of honor that forbids me from doing such harm. The two villainesses gave each other a quick look at their savior's attitude or wondered what Reaper's code of honor involved. Hopefully we can trust this guy, both women thought as they exited the sewer to find a small boat waiting nearby. Well, ladies, said Reaper as he looked at the two women, I'll take you to one of the many safe houses. I would also like to offer the two of you an opportunity to work with me. Reaper jumped into the boat and grabbed two different bundles of clothes and wetsuits before tossing them to the two. Change into these, said Reaper as he got a look from Livewire, I won't look and one of you can stay here and make sure that I don't take a peek. Once changed, jump in the boat and I'll take you to a safe house where we can lay low for a while. The two women reluctantly agreed to change into some new clothes and the wetsuits. They were a bit surprised that Reaper did keep his word and didn't even take his eyes off of the moon hovering over the water. Once everyone was on, Reaper sped the boat away towards the ocean. So why did you have us change our clothes? Giganta asked as she felt constricted in her wetsuit. You can never trust those who call themselves heroes, as Bat Team would have placed a tracking beacon some time ago to keep tabs on all criminals, Reaper said as he heard Livewire calling the Cape Crusader a pervert. Also, the two of you are going to be sticking out like sore thumbs, especially since Livewire-chan could pass for an albino and Giganta-chan would have been running around in a loincloth. Livewire carefully moved closer to Reaper and asked, so this offer of yours? Under his mask, Naruto gave a confident smirk as he knew just the job for Livewire and said, I believe that I know quite the job for a former radio star who can turn herself into electricity. Caribbean sunlight was shining inside the room and into Livewire's face as the villainess was stirred from her slumber. She got up from her bed to reveal the dark blue nightgown that she created by altering the electrons of her clothes before changing them back. She was wearing the clothes that Reaper had given her, which consisted of dark blue pants, an ocean blue top, a black vest with a lightning bolt design on the back, a long blue scarf, and leather boots. That was a good night's rest, said Livewire as she stretched the knots out of her back, much better than the beds back at that prison. I'm glad you had an enjoyable rest, said a voice as Livewire looked to see Naruto Wilson holding a silver tray that had a bowl of cereal, a plate of light golden toast, and a glass of orange juice. I spared no expense to ensure that all my guests are comfortable. Holy shit. The villainess said as she jolted fully awake, You're, Naruto Wilson. Naruto chuckled as he then said, and you, Livewire-chan, are a guest of my lovely abode. Livewire saw Naruto set the tray on the nearby desk as she said, I thought this place belonged to Reaper? Where is he, by the way? The blonde gave the villainess a smirk as he brought out a tannish skull mask from behind his back, the same mask as Reaper. Believe it or not, Leslie, said a familiar voice as Livewire looked to see Giganta wearing a leopard print two-piece bikini with a red towel with tropical designs on it around her waist like a skirt. Mr. Wilson here is indeed our savior, Reaper. I see you came back from your trip to my little part of the beach, Naruto said with a small smile on his face. Hope the locals didn't give you too much trouble, especially the paparazzi. Giganta chuckled and said, the locals here seem to like you, as even some of the children kept the paparazzi at bay. But I'm here to talk about that offer you gave us last night. Naruto hummed before he said, yes, but how about we wait until Ms. Willis has freshened up before we go into any further detail? No need, said Livewire with a small hidden scowl on her face, since I can transform into electricity, which is insanely hot in temperature by the way, my body's clean enough that you could eat right off of it since I'm constantly disinfected. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he also heard the villainous mention about never having a relaxing bath anymore before he said, anyway, I'm sure that you would like to have your breakfast in peace before we talk about my offer. I don't mind, said Livewire as she picked up a small piece of toast while handing another piece to Giganta. So what was that offer, as you never really explained that much last night? Naruto's face took on a stoic tone as he sat on the nearby chair and said, the offer I have for you two is actually quite simple. I am looking for a small alliance with those who are willing to combat the Justice League under my orders. So far it is just myself and my fiancée, so I am searching for those who would willingly join us and follow my orders. Naruto looked at Giganta as he said, Giganta, With your size manipulation you would mostly be part of the more combative team that will occasionally serve as a diversion so that the covert team can cause the real havoc. Of course, once I gather more members you will be placed on a 3-man team with others and the teams will be adjusted to cover any weaknesses of the members. Naruto then looked at Livewire as he then said, Livewire, your ability to not only manipulate electricity but to transform into electricity makes you perfect for the more covert missions as one of my spy masters. You could use your abilities to gather information and go from one place to another through wires to be the perfect spy. While you would mostly gather information, you will see some combat as you are a walking taser since you can incapacitate any foe into submission. So what is all this for? Giganta asked as she took a bite of her toast. Just a little project I have planned for the Justice League, said Naruto with a small smirk on his face. You don't have to take up the offer right away, just think about it for the next few days or so. The blonde then got up and said, I'll be around should you ever want to talk, but think about what I have told you. After Naruto exited the room, Giganta looked at Livewire and said, so what do you think? Should we join him? Liverwire brought a hand to her chin as she said, not sure. I mean, I would love to get back at Soup and his buddies, but would I be able to work for him as a spy? Giganta shrugged her shoulders as she said, well it wouldn't be much different than working with Luther or Grodd with me as I couldn't do any of that covert stuff. Livewire leaned back as she thought more about the offer before Giganta surprised her as she said, he is kind of cute though. Where did that come from? Livewire asked with a bit of a blush on her face. Well, he is a celebrity and is quite the charmer, said Giganta with a teasing smirk on her face, but I prefer the strong, alpha male type honestly. That's right, Livewire thought as she remembered something about the woman next to her, you're a genetically engineered ape. Well, said Livewire as her mind was still on the blonde, I think those whisker marks make him sexy and he is more hospitable than most celebrities are. Giganta chuckled as she thought, well you better remember about his fiancée, Leslie, as I am sure that she would also fight for his love. In the Watchtower's medical bay, Wonder Woman was lying in bed with her injured leg in a cast after having 2 bullets removed from it. This Reaper, Batman asked as he had never heard of Deathstroke having an apprentice, what did he look like? Wonder Woman looked at Batman and said, he was wearing a raggedy black cloak and a face mask over a skull-like mask. The suit he was wearing had to have hidden compartments under the wrists that allowed him to get me with pepper spray, and he knew a thing or two about poisons as he used something to make me feel weak. Batman nodded as he looked at Superman as the Man of Steel said, I couldn't get much of a look as he held Diana in front of himself and I. A small blush was seen on the Man of Steel's face as Batman and Wonder Woman had gotten the idea. So how are we going to deal with Reaper? Wonder Woman asked as she crossed her arms, I kind of want to get him back for that cheap shot. Batman looked at Wonder Woman and said, we will handle him, Diana, while you rest. The injured woman grumbled a bit about having to stay here as the 2 heroes left the medical bay. As they were walking through the halls, Superman looked at Batman and asked, what are we going to do about Reaper? He was taught by Deathstroke and he's a feared assassin. Going by what Reaper had said to me and John, I take it he has it in for us, especially you. Batman continued walking as he said, wouldn't be any different if he was taught by Joker or Poison Ivy. I've handled Deathstroke before, so his apprentice wouldn't be any different. I don't know, Superman thought as he remembered last night, he could just be better than what I saw. On Earth, Naruto was at his beach house on the Caribbean islands when the phone rang. Talented Mr. Fox speaking, Naruto answered with a small smile on his face. Yo, Foxy, said a voice on the phone, it's me, Sparky. The phone sparked a bit before a small bolt of electricity shot out to reveal Livewire wearing navy blue bodysuit and a matching vest with multiple pockets. Any information, Inazuma-chan? Naruto asked as his face became stern and professional. It has been a week since he saved Livewire and Giganta from the Justice League and offered them temporary sanctuary at his beach house. The celebrity-turned-assassin also offered them to work for him in fighting the Justice League, but the only one who took his offer was Livewire as she sort of wanted to help take Superman down a notch or two. Since then, Naruto had Livewire, whom he had dubbed Inazuma when she worked for him, use her ability to travel around the Caribbean islands using her powers and gather information. Aside from a lot of bullcrap on the internet, Livewire began as she sat in the chair next to Naruto. I did get some credit card digits and bank numbers. Naruto poured some grape wine in a cup before putting a lid and straw on it and handed it to his accomplice. Anything else? Livewire shook her head as she said, nothing too important as this place here is practically a resort. Just some petty thievery, Naruto thought as he took a sip of grape wine from his glass. I tell ya, I never would have thought about using my powers for all this spy junk, Livewire said as she took a sip of the soda. I could have really messed with Soup so many times. And now that you are working with me, Naruto said after taking another sip of the soda, we can mess with all of the Justice League. Thanks to you, Inazuma-chan. Too bad Gigantic couldn't take the offer and left when Luther-san arrived. Livewire chuckled as she used her powers to change her outfit into a dark blue two-piece bikini that hugged her curves and said, her loss. Naruto leaned back as he decided to relax a bit before going out to mess with the league some more as he got a nice view of the villainous tanning before him until the phone rang again. Talented Mr. Fox speaking, said Naruto as he kept his eyes Livewire as she tanned. Hello, son, said the voice, revealing itself to be Slade Wilson. I heard about how 3 of the Justice League members were ambushed by someone named Reaper and he escaped with 2 criminals in tow. The blonde chuckled as he said, wow, they must be getting sloppy considering how Wonder Woman was actually shot twice by the guy. I have also heard that one of the criminals have gone missing for about a week, but I'm pretty sure Livewire-chan is snooping around somewhere in the electrical system. A chuckle was heard from the other side as Slade then said, I better go before this piece of shit phone decides to cut me off. Before I hang up, could you bring me a blue Thunderbird? Naruto smiled as he said, sure thing, Dad. The line went dead before Naruto hung the phone up and said, I think we should pay my mentor a visit as he wants us to bring him a Thunderbird. Livewire chuckled as she thought, boys and their fast cars. Wonder Woman was hobbling through the halls on crutches towards the mess hall after a few days of bed rest when she saw Batman's protege, Robin, talking to his mentor. He sounds like Slade, the boy wonder said with a bit of anger. I wouldn't be surprised if he had gone for a third apprentice. In fact, before Reaper appeared, the person who stole my red X suit had vanished along with the suit. Batman hummed at the time his apprentice had gone undercover as Red X before someone had stolen the suit before disappearing some time ago. Greetings, said a bright and jovial voice as Wonder Woman looked to see one of the other members of the Teen Titans. Starfire, you must be Wonder Woman. I am Coriander, but everyone calls me Starfire. Wonder Woman chuckled at the girl's energy and said, it's nice to meet another member of the Teen Titans as all I have ever seen was Robin. Where are the others? Starfire floated next to Wonder Woman as she said, Cyborg had gone with John Jones to check the system of the Watchtower, Beast Boy had gone to the Hall of Mess, and Raven is with Dr. Fate and Jason Blood. Starfire saw Wonder Woman's leg and asked, may I ask what happened? Diana saw the girl looking at her cast before she said, my team had a bit of a run-in with a new villain calling himself Reaper. He's pretty manipulative as he held me hostage, even shot my leg twice before threatening to kill me or make me suffer. The alien girl sighed and said, this Reaper sounds similar to Slade as he had also manipulated Robin and a few others to do his bidding. I would not be surprised if we had met faux Reaper before. Starfire might have a point, Wonder Woman thought as she and the Tamranian journeyed towards the mess hall. Who knows how long Reaper's been around. In the village hidden in the leaves, Minato Namikaze was on his family's training ground as he worked on trying to perfect the Rasengan by adding his elemental nature to his invention. 12 years, Minato thought as he tried to catch his breath as his mind drifted to his lost son. It has been 12 long years since you left us, Naruto. The Namikaze had tried his damnedest to try and bring back his son as he tried different space-time formulas and even consulted with the Toads for advice on finding Naruto. The Toads were pretty pissed about how Minato didn't give his son any time or day because Naruto couldn't mold his chakra. Minato also remembered that he gave a special test for a ninja, Rock Lee, as the boy showed great promise even without the use of chakra. Lee passed with flying colors. After the attack during the Chunin exam and some problems caused by Arashi during the exams, Minato decided to step down and named Tsunade the 5th Hokage. It took so much tears, blood, and even begging from the former Hokage to convince the slug Sannin to return as Minato had even bowed and cried in front of others before Tsunade. Out of all of us, Minato thought as he let out a sigh, you loved Naruto more than we have, Tsunade. Inside the Namikaze Uzumaki mansion, Kushina was looking at old pictures of her family and only noticed how the pictures after the day Arashi came into contact with the nine-tailed fox that Naruto was slowly fading away into the background, like a ghost. Naruto, my little maelstrom, Kushina thought as tears formed in her eyes as she watched the smile fade into a stoic look on her son's face before seeing how Naruto's body was slowly melding into the background of each photo. She could name Arashi's flaws, favorites, and even the redhead's embarrassing secrets while with Naruto. She couldn't even remember the sound of the blonde's voice without crying as she would remember that day. Kushina's own students had disowned her for abandoning her own flesh and blood child. Anko, Kurenai, and Yugao had turned their backs on her with just cause as even Kushina would have done the same if the shoe was on the other foot. Wherever you are, my little maelstrom, Kushina thought as a tear fell on the last happy picture with her and an infant Naruto being held by Kushina's now former students. I hope you can forgive me for what I have done. On Training Ground 7, Chunin Arashi Namikaze Uzumaki was breathing hard after a long solo session of training to let off some steam. I'm 19 years old and I'm still a damn Chunin. The young red-haired man said as he looked at the scarred area, "This is all Naruto's fault. Ever since Naruto had to try to show their parents that he is worth something, things have gone downhill very fast. Arashi's father had passed a pathetic ninja who couldn't even mold his chakra, as Rock Lee showed great promise and determination during that special test. Then during the preliminaries of the Chunin exams, Arashi decided to use the nine-tailed fox's powers to show Lee that he would never amount to anything as a ninja that only uses taijutsu. The taijutsu expert would have died if Minato and the senseis didn't stop Arashi, but Lee's chakra and nervous systems were completely fried beyond recovery, ending the boy's career. Then Arashi was paired against a Hyuga girl that had a crush on his brother, and again, Minato and even the Anbu stepped in when Arashi once again used the fox's powers and gave her an awful one-sided beating before frying the girl's eyes out with demon chakra. The Hyuga clan was never more pissed than before. After the invasion from Sound and Sand, the council had deemed Arashi a danger and a threat and would have been executed for his actions were it not for Arashi being the son of a great war hero. The council had voted to strip Arashi of his rank and sealed his chakra for 3 years before going before the council once more after a psyche evaluation. He had barely made it as Inoiki noted Arashi's hatred towards his missing brother, but the council decided to unseal his chakra and give him back his rank with the added addition of not only having Anbu watch over him, but have an Anbu that had the Makuten ability to act as a leash should the red-haired ninja step out of line. "Arashi," said Yamato as he was keeping an eye on the red-haired man along with the other Anbu members hidden in the trees, "I believe that is enough training for today." Arashi stuffed his hands in his pockets and walked off as it would be best to comply before the Anbu had to cart him away, again. "Mark my words, brother," Arashi thought as he left the training grounds with the Anbu following him from the shadows, "I will make you pay for this." At one of Deathstroke's lairs, Naruto and a disguised Livewire entered where Deathstroke and a young woman, about 19 or 20 years old, wearing blackish-green pants and matching jacket that hugged her body with what could be a blood-red shirt under the jacket, were waiting. She also had blonde hair that reached down to the middle of her back and a very long sword was strapped onto her back. "Is that?" Livewire asked in shock, "Talia al Ghul? A member of one of the most feared assassin groups and one of the ones behind that Arkham City project?" "Hey Grim," said Talia with a strong and refined voice, "haven't seen you since your time on Carson's Corner. Can you believe that Jacobs Carson was doing drugs before the show?" Naruto chuckled as he said, "Shocking, isn't it, and he even had the gall to attack me. You just don't know people, do you Ure-heim?" Talia smirked as she knew what was hidden behind that faux disbelief as she knew what was really said, "I done it just to give those heroes a message about their ideals." "Who's the new girl?" Talia asked as Livewire removed her disguise. "Livewire? Why did you bring her here?" Naruto chuckled as he said, "She is working with me as my personal spy by using her unique ability of electrokinesis to travel any form of electrical system and gather information. I had even set up a little training schedule for her as she accepted the offer." Talia smiled and said, "It's nice to meet Grimm's new spy. As you have already know, I am Talia al Ghul and Naruto's fiancée. I can tell you have a thing for him, don't you?" Livewire said nervously as she tried to think of something before giving up, "I kind of do. Foxy has that charm about him and those whisker marks make him sexy." The femme fatale chuckled as she turned toward Naruto and asked, "Grim, is it all right if I show it to her and talk to her about something?" Naruto nodded as he said, "Of course, Ure-heim, but if a fight is about to break out, please do call me as I really don't want to miss a thing." A small giggle was heard from Talia as she escorted Livewire through the halls. As they traveled, the electrical villainess looked at her guide and asked, "I guess you're going to tell me that Naruto's off limits? I can take a hint." Talia gave Livewire a glance as she said, "We'll talk about that later as I'm going to show you his wall of victims." Sort of narcissistic, Livewire thought until she and her guide reached a small room. "This is Grimm's room," Talia said as Livewire was sort of shocked to see different kind of guns and bulletin boards hanging on the walls, at least here anyway. "Over here," Talia continued as she pointed to a specific bulletin board near a small desk, "is his wall of victims." Livewire examined the wall to find newspaper trimmings, but instead of people Naruto had killed or ruined, they were clippings of other villains, on the days their lives were forever changed by certain heroes, with Batman having far more than Superman's, as the Caped Crusader even had his own bulletin board. The electrical villainess scanned the newspaper clippings until she found 2 certain articles: the day she had the accident, which had read "Shock Jock Shocked, Superman at Fault," and the day she was captured, the night after Livewire was born, which read "Shocking New Villain Arrives." "Why?" Leslie asked in disbelief, "why does he keep newspaper clippings of those days when we became criminals?" Talia walked towards the woman and said, He keeps them as those trimmings remind him of why he dislikes the Justice League, as he once told me that most monsters are created by the very heroes that are praised and loved. Joker, Two-Face, you, Grimm even has a recording of Lex Luthor telling him about the day Superman had ruined his life. Leslie looked over some of the other trimmings from Batman's personal bulletin board that Naruto had set aside. The Caped Crusader had created more of his adversaries than even the very Man of Steel that sort of created Livewire. Naruto had told me of a philosophy about the many heroes that make up the Justice League, Talia said as she sat on the bed and motioned Livewire to sit next to her. After the electrical villainess took the offer, Talia continued, he told me that there is always a boundary line between good and evil that only the public sees, while that line doesn't even exist. He even said that there is no true hero that will not sacrifice personal beliefs and leave the chains of the public that bound them to bring real justice. In order to bring that justice, blood of the guilty must be shed, and even though that blood is shed, there will always be injustice in the world, as one man's justice is another man's injustice. Livewire looked at Talia as she remembered the very day that Livewire was born. Superman had pushed her away after she had verbally bashed him, and she became a freak and a criminal while he became a loved hero. He has even proved it as he had tried to attack Batman during Project Arkham, Talia said with slight anger in her voice. Grimm's bruises had bruises and a few broken bones when he was attacked by Batman and Bane. The femme fatale looked at the ceiling as she then said, I have never heard a philosophy ring so true in all of my life that I sort of fell for him. Seeing how Batman treated him, I couldn't even see what I saw in that bastard. Batman once trained alongside us, and this is how he uses our teachings like this? Disgraceful. Livewire also felt her electrical blood charging in anger towards the Caped Crusader at the sheer audacity. Which brings me to you, Leslie, Talia said as she looked gently at the villainess next to her. What do you think about Naruto? Livewire swallowed a lump in her throat as she said, well, at first I thought he was a cruel bastard who enjoys making people suffer, but over the week I had stayed with him, I learned that he's actually a pretty cool guy, as he helped me get better control of my powers while letting me stay with him. I swear we didn't do anything except for looking at each other with a few of those thoughts. We even had bedrooms that were separated by another floor. Talia chuckled as she said, I believe you, as Grimm has told me about you living with him since you became his spy now. Seeing how much you love him, we are willing to give you a try. Come again? Livewire asked in confusion, did you just ask me to have an affair with him? Talia shook her head and said, no, but mind that if you do, I will personally make you regret that decision. What I'm asking is if you would like to date Grimm while he's with me. Livewire blinked before she said, you mean as in polygamy? Isn't that illegal? Talia smiled a bit as she said, there are television shows that feature polygamy and extended families. What difference is there? We're criminals anyway, so why not? Talia wrapped an arm around Livewire's shoulder, feeling a slight charge from the electricity, and said, look, we are not going to force you into this. You can try this for however long before making your decision. How's that? Livewire thought about what she was offered. Yes, she did like Naruto to the point that she would even admit that it was full-blown love. But this, it would feel awkward and weird and even a little frightful, as she wouldn't be sure if Naruto loved her as much as she does and favor Talia or any other girl that might join. We are going to keep it at us two so that Naruto wouldn't worry too much about having to make time for other love interests, Talia added as she saw a bit of confusion on Livewire's face. The electrical villainess smirked a bit as she said, all right, I guess I could give this the old college try and see how things turn out. I'm glad you're willing to give this a try, said Naruto as he appeared in the room. I knew Ure-Heim would be best to talk about this. While we do have a few ground rules, I'm sure we can work this out. I do have to admit that you both have lovely bodies and I know I can trust you. Naruto looked at Livewire and said, while you are new and willing to give this a try, I will let you know that I have my complete trust in you. That means that if you want to talk about backing down, we'll be fine as long as you are completely honest. Livewire gently smiled as she said, so does that mean I can still call you Foxy? Only outside of the workplace, said Naruto as he gave the villainess a happy smirk. Habana-Heim, my spark princess. Livewire blushed a bit at the little nickname and said, I'll think of something, bonehead. The trio then spent the rest of the time going over memorable fights and even just idle small talk as they welcomed a new person in their lives. In the watchtower, Cyborg, John, and Ray Palmer were looking over a few Zeta tubes and other transporters as they continued some of their discussions. Sounds like Beast Boy and Flash would make great friends, said Ray Palmer as he looked over some minor details in his shrunken form. That would be horrifying, John added as he levitated some tools to Cyborg. Now that you think about it, the Teen Titans member said as he picked up a small welder, if Flash starts to eat tofu and loves it as much as BB, then that would be a real nightmare. The Zeta tube that the trio was working on it suddenly sparked to life as they back away. Whoa! What did you do? Ray asked in slight fear of an explosion. Nothing. I was just welding a few things together, Cyborg said as he stared at the Zeta tube. The transporter showed an image and a man similar to Naruto Wilson, save for the whisker marks, wearing a blue shirt with matching blue pants and a dark green vest. What the? Said the man in shock as he stared at the trio before the Zeta tube flickered dead, causing the image to vanish. Okay, Cyborg asked as he wasn't sure if he should be shocked or confused about what just happened. What the hell just happened? In the Namikaze Uzumaki mansion, Minato blinked in confusion at the image one of his space-time experiments brought up. A man in a red and blue jumpsuit, a young teen in weird-looking armor that almost looked like it was fused to his flesh, and a green-skinned man in blue underwear. I hope I didn't goof up again, said Minato as the last time he tried to recreate the seal, he ended up getting a beat down for accidentally peeping in the women's side of the hot springs, but I do have a feeling that I'm getting closer this time. In the watchtower, Batman was talking to Cyborg and John while Ray was looking over the Zeta tube that had somehow gone active briefly a few days ago. So that Zeta tube had suddenly turned on and you saw a man that almost looks like Naruto Wilson? Batman asked as John nodded. Yeah, Cyborg answered with a serious tone, just slap whisker marks on his face and you have the talented Mr. Fox. Batman looked over towards Ray as the scientist nodded before continuing to examine the machine. Alright, said Batman as he wanted to investigate this more for a moment, we will look into this while the Teen Titans go on patrol in Metropolis. Should you require backup, call the tower, but only for dire emergencies. Cyborg nodded as he headed out of the room to let the other Titans know. What do you think we should do? John asked as Batman looked at the machine. Grabbing a small welding torch, the Caped Crusader walked towards the Zeta tube and said, we should recreate the incident and go from there. At the Namikaze Uzumaki mansion, Minato had just finished telling Kushina and a reluctant Jiraiya about what had happened. Jiraiya didn't want to be here after what his student had done to Naruto, but then again he wasn't half of a godparent Tsunade was. He was glad he did listen as this could possibly lead to Naruto as the Toad Sage was just as guilty for what all has happened and Tsunade wasn't the same after the little blonde godson vanished 12 years ago. The Slug Princess was gambling and drinking her sorrows away before accepting the mantle of Hokage, but not even all that could make her forget is every day she sees her little Naru-chan when she sees Minato. So what do we do? Kushina asked as she recalled everything her husband had said. Minato leaned back in his seat as he was wondering that too until Jiraiya said, what if we took another look at the seal and go from there? If we do happen to find out more about space-time manipulation, we may be able to find Naruto providing that those we talk to are willing to help us. Minato looked at his mentor and said, but even so, it would be a very slim chance of the same thing happening again. Who knows what the next attempt will bring? Kushina rose from her seat with determination in her eyes and said, if it's a chance to find our little Naruto, then I'm willing to take that chance as Naruto needs to know that we're sorry for neglecting him for all those years and let him know that we do love him. I agree, said a new voice as everyone looked to see Tsunade in the open doorway after so many years away since learning of Naruto's disappearance. That is why I'm placing you two responsible for this investigation as Yamato will be in charge. Now get to it. Minato and Jiraiya stood up immediately as they both said, yes, Lord Hokage. Tsunade watched the two men charge up towards Minato's study before turning around as she prayed that wherever Naruto was that he was safe and okay. Cyborg was driving through Metropolis as he and the others had split up to cover more ground. Anything yet, Cyborg? Robin asked through the communicator from his location. Nothing so far, the cybernetic teen said, just some minor traffic violations that really doesn't require our attention. I'll call if anything comes up. Cyborg continued driving through the road until he saw shuriken jam themselves into the windshield, causing him to screech to a halt on the side of the road. Hey, Cyborg yelled as he got out of his car, who threw ninja stars at my car? A loud, metallic thud alerted the Teen Titan to turn around and see a figure wearing a raggedy black cloak and a face mask over a skull-like mask standing on the roof of the T-car. Guess this is a small world after all, said the figure with a disguised voice. Never thought I would have seen a member of the Teen Titans again. What do you think of him, Inazuma-chan? Cyborg turned again to see Livewire to his side as the villainess said, he doesn't look like he'll be much of fight once I hack into his system. Cyborg prepared his sonic cannon as he said, no one's going to be doing any hacking today. Livewire changed into her electrical form and jumped into a nearby electrical pole to dodge a shot from Cyborg before the hooded figure charged towards the teen. Cyborg blocked a punch and noted that this guy was stronger than he looked and thought, he's not as strong as Atlas, but he's no pushover either. Cyborg, coming in. The teen spoke in the communicator, I'm under attack by Livewire and a hooded figure. The communicator beeped as Robin said, we're on our way, just hold on. Cyborg nodded before he saw Livewire appear in the driver's seat of the T-car and revved it up. "Nice ride," said the villainess with a smirk, "but my boyfriend has better rides than this. Hope you don't mind us borrowing your car." Cyborg had to jump to the side to avoid getting run over by his own car with a growl escaping his throat. The T-car swerved around and headed towards Cyborg again until Robin sped in on his cycle with his quarterstaff ready for the fight. The sound of metal clicking behind him reminded Cyborg of the hooded figure and he couldn't react in time to stop a kick to his face. "Never take your eyes off of your opponents," said the figure as he rushed towards Cyborg until a green energy bolt hit the pavement before the figure. Starfire flew in towards the cloaked figure and threw a small barrage of starbolts, but the figure easily dodged each shot without much difficulty. "Same old tactics," said the figure as he saw Raven along with Beast Boy fly in with the changeling turning into a bull. "I would have thought that you would have at least tried something new." The figure jumped into a backflip as the T-car rushed through as the figure landed on the dented roof with the car still driving on through. "After them," Robin said as he, Starfire, and Raven rushed towards the direction of the car while Beast Boy changed into a T-Rex and allowed Cyborg to hop on his back before following. The chase continued onto an interstate as Robin had sped closer to the hijacked car until the figure pulled out an Uzi and began shooting at the Boy Wonder. Seeing the two flyers chasing him, the figure threw shuriken towards the two before throwing a knife that had a flashbang tied to it. "Azeroth Metrian Zenthus," Raven chanted as she saw the flashbang and encased it in a black sphere while Starfire destroyed the throwing stars. The flashbang had gone off without blinding the two as they continued their chase. The figure continued to shoot at Robin before the gun was magically ripped out of his hands by Raven before she later crushed it. This bought Robin enough time to put his cycle of autopilot and jump onto the T-car. "We have got to stop meeting like this," said the figure as Robin went into a fighting stance. "What are you talking about?" Robin asked as he began to fight the hooded figure while Livewire drove around to avoid Starfire's and Raven's attacks. "I'm hurt, Robin," said the figure as he blocked each attack, using the hidden spikes in his boots to hold onto the car. "You don't remember me from when I stole your other persona?" "Red X," Robin said as he knew that this person was the one who stole the suit. "Where's the suit?" The figure blocked an attack as he held Robin's fists in his hands and said, "I got tired of having to rely on a highly explosive material to run the suit, so I ditched it. The name's Reaper." Seeing Starfire charge towards him, Reaper threw Robin to the side of the road before the Tamarinian flew towards the hero to prevent heavy injury. "Punch it," Reaper yelled as the T-car picked up speed while swerving through traffic. Jumping into the car, Reaper pulled out a suitcase and opened it to reveal small parts held neatly in place by gray foam. With his hands flying around, Reaper jammed in the clip of his newly assembled AK-47 just in time to see Robin speeding towards them on his bike. "Looks like we're a regular Bonnie and Clyde," Livewire joked as Reaper leaned out and fired a short burst of bullets towards the Boy Wonder. "Got that right, dollface," Reaper said in a mock 1920s gangster voice as he jammed in a fresh clip. The assassin was about to lean out when he took a look at the side mirror to see Cyborg riding a green T-Rex. "They have a T-Rex," Reaper said as he looked to see a very large green T-Rex chasing after them. "Got any lawyers to feed it?" Livewire looked at the rearview mirror to see the T-Rex and said, "Sorry, but all my lawyers quit after my little incident, thanks to Soup." Reaper climbed back out onto the roof of the car before firing more short bursts towards the Titans. Like before, Raven used her magic to rip the gun out of the assassin's hands and destroyed it effortlessly until she saw a flashbang go off with the disorientation causing her to crash into a sign before falling onto the concrete road. "One down," Reaper said as a large roar alerted him to the charging dinosaur. "Now to deal with Ugly." The assassin pulled out 2 pineapple grenades and tossed them towards Beast Boy and Cyborg after pulling the pins. The half-robot teen was able to blast one of the grenades, but the other one had gone off next to Beast Boy. Even though his thick hide had protected him from the blast and the less serious shrapnel, the changeling still felt the powerful shockwave due to the explosion as his step faltered. Reaper then somehow had tossed a small batch of grenades that had the pins pulled with a few flashbangs alongside. "Shit." Cyborg cursed as the green T-Rex gently grabbed his arm and tossed him towards the T-car. The explosives had gone off as Starfire caught Cyborg and the smoke cleared to reveal an unconscious Beast Boy laying on the pavement. Reaper smirked under his mask as he pulled out a small pistol, but a flying bird-shaped disc knocked the gun away as Robin was getting closer. "Use the nitro to get a better lead," Reaper said as he saw the passing vehicles that traveled alongside the car. "I'll keep them off your back." Livewire looked to see Reaper just landing on a nearby car before she shouted, "Give them hell, Scully." The assassin nodded as the T-car was now blasting away ahead of the traffic before facing the remaining Titans. "Damn it," Robin cursed as Starfire and Cyborg caught up to him. "Be careful, we can't afford to harm innocent civilians." The two nodded before having to dodge shuriken as Reaper had just jumped onto another car. The assassin then saw a loaded tractor trailer and jumped onto its side before running up to the top before jumping on top. "Come on," the assassin goaded as he rolled his neck, "afraid to get your hands dirty? Maybe a robot and a space alien aren't enough to take down little old me? It will be you who will be taken down," Starfire said as she and Cyborg got close enough to land on the trailer before the two of them and Reaper got into their fighting stances. The two titans charged towards the assassin and threw simultaneous punches towards their target, but they both missed as Reaper slid beneath them and jumped to his feet before giving both of them a powerful kick to their backs. Inside the cab, the driver was hearing a series of dull thuds from the trailers and turned up his music to drown the sound out as he said, "Those dumbasses never get the supplies strapped in properly." Back on top of the trailer, Starfire charged towards Reaper with a haymaker ready, but Reaper had quickly avoided the punch before delivering a series of quick and powerful jabs to certain points on the girl's body. Starfire felt her body freeze up before getting kicked off the trailer and into a nearby truck with its bed filled with cacti. "Starfire," Cyborg shouted as the Tamarnian girl's painful cries were heard before he faced Reaper. "How did you do that?" The assassin chuckled and said, "I was actually taking a bit of a chance considering that Tamarnians have a similar physical structure to humans with the exception of having to hit a little extra harder. Didn't think it would actually work." Cyborg charged towards the assassin with a punch ready to throw, but Reaper had somehow got behind him and gave the cybernetic teen a powerful knockout chop to the neck. "And then there was one," Reaper said as Robin was still following, "just you and me, little sparrow." The assassin saw a series of tractor trailers and jumped towards one of them while throwing shuriken towards Robin. The boy wonder had to swerve to avoid getting hit as he still chased after Reaper, who was jumping from one wall of a tractor trailer to another while still throwing shuriken and knives at Robin. Seeing the T-car ahead of the two leading trucks, Reaper gave Robin a quick farewell salute before jumping off of one of the two trucks and hitting the windshield of both trucks with smoke bombs, causing the two trucks to crash into each other and setting off a chain reaction of collisions. Robin quickly pulled the brakes and twisted his bike to the side to slide into a stop with his foot as assistance. Unfortunately, the bike had hit a pothole in the road and had pole vaulted Robin into a trailer as the teen was smacked into the metal side, which created a Robin-shaped indent in the trailer. Gravity had peeled Robin off of the trailer and onto the pavement with the teen slowly sitting up. Taking off his helmet, Robin looked to see the massive pileup of tractor trailers and vehicles as he said, "Damn it, they got away." Pulling out his communicator, Robin contacted the watchtower and said, "Robin to watchtower. We need assistance, we ran into Livewire and Reaper. We couldn't stop them and now there's a massive pileup, thanks to Reaper. We also need medical attention." Robin held a hand to his aching head as Batman's voice was heard from the communicator. "I'm sending in a cleanup crew and a few medical teams to check on those involved in the collision as well as the other Titans." Robin weakly smiled before succumbing into unconsciousness from his aching body and concussion. Miles away, Livewire smirked as Reaper was now sitting in the passenger seat next to her. "Nice job with handling the brats," the villainess said as she continued to drive down the road. "That truck delivering the cactus was pretty convenient with your fight." Reaper was looking at some of the many gadgets of the car as Livewire then said, "Don't worry Scully, I fried all means of them tracking us, including the radio and MP3 player." A small growl from both Livewire's and Reaper's stomachs was heard as Reaper said, "How about we drop this off at a friend of mine's and grab ourselves some lunch, Leslie Chan? My treat." The villainess chuckled as she said, "Sure thing Foxy, but first." Livewire pulled to the side of the road before she seductively said, "How about a little brunch of some sweet little kisses? I can have some cream filling later." Reaper removed his masks to reveal his bare whiskered face before the two of them began kissing each other. In the abandoned streets of a dusty town, two cowboys were staring each other down with their hands ready to reach for their guns while the clock tower nearby loudly ticked away. "You must have balls of steels, Sheriff," said the cowboy wearing a black and gold poncho over his upper body, tan pants, snakeskin boots, and a tannish brown cowboy hat. "No sane dumbass would ever go toe-to-toe with Black Scorpion." The gruff sheriff moved the toothpick between his lips before spitting it out as he said, "Your days of terrorizing this here gulch are over, Scorpion." The two continued to stare each other down until the clock tower had finally struck high noon. Cut. The director cried out through his megaphone as a bell sounded through the studio, "Great job you two. Bring in the stunt doubles." The two cowboys walked off the stage as two other cowboys that looked exactly like them got on the stage. "Good job out there, Naruto," said the actor playing the sheriff as he removed his hat to reveal an auburn mullet. "You're really playing the villain role perfectly." Naruto removed his hat and began to fan himself as he said, "Thanks. I just wish that I didn't have to wear this damn thing, because I'm sweating buckets here." The other actor chuckled as he said, "Well, we're almost done shooting anyway and I can't wait either. These pants are cutting right into my loins. Maybe I can see if any of the bar dames need help with their costumes." Naruto chuckled a bit as he rolled his eyes at his co-star's antics. "Well," said Naruto as he was fighting the temptation of wiping the sweat of his brow, "unlike you, I actually have a girlfriend waiting for me to take her to dinner after we're done shooting for the day." The other actor smirked as he said, "So the rumors are true that you've got yourself girlfriend. So is she porn star hot or?" Naruto sent the actor a sharp look as he said, "How my girlfriend looks is none of your damn business, as we met in an alley. I was running from the more rabid members of my fan club while she was running from a guy who ruined her life. We hit in the same spot and began talking. Turns out that we had a few things in common." Cut. The director called out as he waved towards Naruto and the other actor, "You two are up now. Make this good so we could call it early." Naruto smirked as he placed the hat back onto his head and said, "Let's see Black Scorpion live to ride once more, shall we?" In the Namikaze Uzumaki mansion, Minato and Jiraiya had just finished recreating the seal from a few days ago and were ready to give the experiment a shot. "There," said Minato as he finished adding the last touch to the seal, "now all that's left is to set it off and pray to Kami that this works out as we hope." In the watchtower, Batman was standing before the Zeta tube as Ray was tightening the last bolt he remembers working on. "All that's left is to tighten this and pray that this works," said Ray as he mentally had his fingers crossed. "All right," said Batman as he prepared himself for whatever might happen. "On my mark. 1, said Jiraiya as Kushina, Yamato, and Arashi were nearby to watch what might happen. "This better be worth pulling me from my training," Arashi thought as he crossed his arms. 2, said Batman with a stoic expression on his face. "Hopefully we might get some aid for the Titans," the Caped Crusader mentally added as Reaper had beaten all 5 founding members of the Teen Titans without much effort. 3, said Jiraiya and Batman at the same time as Minato applied chakra to the seal while Ray tightened the bolt at the same time. The seal's markings glowed a bright gold while the Zeta tube began to spark as a golden ring opened up as a portal that connected the two places appeared. From Jiraiya's, Yamato's, and the Namikaze Uzumaki's perspectives, they saw what looked like a man wearing a dark cloak that was connected to a hood that had pointed tips at the top of the man's head to give the stranger the appearance of a bat. From Batman's perspective, he saw a man that looked like Naruto Wilson, a woman with long red hair similar to Starfire's hair, a boy about Naruto's age that had chin-length red hair similar to the woman and had the man's facial structure, a man with short brown hair, and the last was a man with snow-white hair and a long spiked ponytail wearing what looked like Japanese sage garments. John appeared next to Batman and read through the minds of the group before them. The Naruto lookalike was Minato Namikaze, the former 4th Hokage, and the feared Yellow Flash, which got a confused reaction from John as he also hoped that this man wasn't like their Flash. The woman was Kushina Uzumaki, also known as the Red Hot Habanero and former Jinchuriki of the QB. Power of human sacrifice, the Martian thought as he hid his disgust at a few images of this 9-tailed fox demon. Quite a disgusting and horrible idea. The brown-haired man was Yamato, captain of Anbu. John couldn't get any more information from Yamato as the captain seemed to have had some training in dealing with telepaths. The white-haired man was Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3 Sannin and author of the Icha Icha series. John quickly decided to leave Jiraiya's mind as many images and memories of nude women, either bathing or having intercourse, were filled inside the man's mind. The young boy was Arashi Namikaze Uzumaki, and that was all that John got before something vile and evil kicked him out. John sent the information to Batman through the mental link while mentioning to keep an eye on Arashi. "Do not be alarmed," said John as he spoke in Japanese, shocking the group. "We were checking a few problems with one of our many gateways. I am Martian Manhunter and the man next to me is Batman. Us and a few others have founded an organization of heroes known as the Justice League. If you do not mind, could you please help us?" Kushina interrupted with slight desperation in her voice. "We're looking for our little boy, Naruto, as he's been missing for 12 years. Please, do you have anything that could help us?" Batman turned towards John while keeping an eye on the group as the woman pointed to Minato. "He looks like my husband, only with my facial features," Kushina said as she took a few steps towards the portal. "Please, help us find our little Naruto." John looked at Batman before he faced Kushina and said, "My friend would like to see a picture of Naruto, as we do know of a Naruto and we may know someone who can help." The woman reached into a pocket and pulled out a small picture and was about to give Han the photo when she tripped through the portal. Kushina, Minato and Jiraiya called out, but saw that said woman was now on the other side of the portal as Batman picked up the photo with John helping Kushina onto her feet. "John," Batman said as he revealed the picture to the Martian, "this is a picture of Naruto Wilson." Naruto was sitting at a small table outside a diner in Metropolis with a young woman wearing dark blue skin-tight jeans, black leather boots, and a blue hooded sweatshirt with the hood up. "This has been a pretty sweet date, Foxy," said the girl as her light blue lips formed a smile. "I haven't had a time like this since." Naruto placed a gentle hand to comfort the woman and said, "You don't have to worry about him anymore, I'm here for you, baby." The woman looked at the blonde before her and said, "But what if he finds me? What would he do about us? Maybe this wasn't such a good idea." "Please listen to me," Naruto quietly said as he gave the woman's hand a loving squeeze. "Don't worry about what others will say about you, about us. I love you, Sparky, and that will never change. I will even fight all of the Justice League and all of the public so that we could be together, forever." The woman was quiet for a brief moment before she looked at Naruto with confidence and love in her eyes as she said, "Thanks, Foxy, you sure know how to make a girl feel special." The blonde chuckled as he said, "Well, my job does teach you a lot about reading expressions and emotions, Sparky. I love you no matter what comes across our paths." Naruto and the woman leaned into each other as they were lost in each other's eyes. They were about to kiss when "Sochi!" called out a voice, startling Naruto and his date nearly out of their wits before the blonde looked up as his eyes widened at the site where the voice originated from. "Naruto, I'm so glad that we finally found you," Kushina cried as she wrapped Naruto into a tight hug with Minato and Arashi slowly arriving from a limousine with Bruce Wayne standing nearby with a small smile on his face. "What the hell?" Naruto said in shock with his native tongue before switching back to English. "How the hell did you guys find me?" "We've been searching desperately for you since you ran away 12 years ago, Naruto," said Kushina as she was wearing light blue jeans, black wedge heels, and a forest green vest over a tan shirt. "Your father was able to get a hold of Wayne-san who had helped us with our search." Naruto looked to see Bruce give him a small wave and thought, "Fuck you, Bat Team." "Naruto," said Minato as he sat next to Naruto with the other patrons and civilians looking at the two blondes as if a full-grown man had just given birth to a clone of himself right before them. "We are so sorry that you felt neglected and abandoned. If you come back to us, we can become a family once more." "No deal," Naruto yelled as he stood up from his seat with his date right next to him. "You've had chances to make us into one big happy family and the three of you assholes just stomped all over it." Arashi, wearing black jeans, heavy steel-toed boots, and a leather jacket over a blood-red shirt with a biohazard symbol on his chest, took a few steps towards Naruto and said, "Stop being a bitch about me being better than you. I'll always be better than a freak like you. Bet that woman's nothing but an ugly whore. POW." Arashi didn't see Naruto's fist flash in his face before the force knocked him tumbling onto the table, knocking it over and spilling the contents of fries, ketchup, and mustard all over the redhead. "Arashi," said Kushina as she saw Naruto and the woman getting ready to run away when Minato quickly stepped in their path. "Naruto, please wait," said Minato as held his hands between himself and his son. "We're sorry about Arashi's attitude and behavior, we'll make him apologize." Naruto sent a dangerous sneer towards his former father as he said, "You and your wife should have fixed it years ago when he would beat the living shit out of me. Now get the fuck out of our way. Now you're going to fucking pay, you piece of shit," Arashi roared as he quickly got to his feet and charged towards Naruto. Using his martial arts skills, Naruto slammed his elbow into Arashi's face before giving him an open palm strike to the chin. The former MMA fighter then grabbed Arashi's wrist and threw the stunned redhead over his shoulder, knocking Minato down before grabbing his date's wrist and running away. Wayne-san mentioned that Naruto knew some of the taijutsu of this world called martial arts, Kushina thought as she tried to help her husband and red-haired son to their feet, "but I've never though he'd use his skills on us." "That's it," Arashi roared as his violet eyes were slowly beginning to glow red, "I'm going to fucking thrash him." "Arashi, that's enough," Minato roared as both he and Kushina held their wild son back. "Now you're going to stay here with Wayne-san while your mother and I go and talk to Naruto. We are going to talk about this later." Watching his parents rush in the direction Naruto and the woman had gone off to, Arashi let out a low growl before picking up a nearby chair and smashing it against the concrete in a small but threatening tantrum. Some of the patrons had fled as the manager angrily walking towards the teen, ignoring the threatening aura, until Bruce got in his path. "I'll pay for the damages," said Bruce as he tried to keep the man away from the raging Arashi as a table had smashed through the glass windows and sending more patrons running in fear of their lives, all of them. Naruto and his date was running through the street and dodging people left and right in hopes of losing their pursuers, but Minato and Kushina stayed on their tail and somehow catching up to them. "Naruto, please stop." Minato called through the crowd of people, still creating the same shocked looks as the patrons from the restaurant. "We just want to talk to you." Kushina quickly squeezed herself through a passing family as she said, "Look, we're really sorry about what Arashi had done back there. Just come back to us and we'll be a family once more." Naruto and the woman he was with quickly ran inside a heavily populated market with the couple following them. Time to see if Urei Haim's teachings paid off, Naruto thought with a hidden smirk as he saw the heavily populated registers. ENGH. Naruto grunted as he suddenly stopped and clutched his chest tightly. Naruto, what's wrong? The woman said as she had abruptly stopped near said blonde. Gasp, I don't know, Naruto said as he fell to his knees with sweat dripping from his brow while trying to catch his breath. Gasp, I can't. Gasp, breath and, gasp, my arm and chest hurts. It's like. Gasp, like someone's trying to rip. Gasp, rip my heart out. Minato and Kushina finally caught up when they saw Naruto fall onto the floor with the woman kneeling next to him. Naruto. The woman said with slight fear in her voice, Naruto, please stay with me. A woman with auburn hair looked at Naruto as she with sudden realization as she said, he's in a state of cardiac arrest. Someone call an ambulance now. Some of the people struggled to get their cell phones out as the woman let out a sneer. Damn it. The woman cursed under her breath, I don't have my equipment. Seeing the distraught look in the eyes of the woman next to her, the auburn-haired woman said, I'm Dr. Rita Jones, an expert cardiologist and well-known pediatrician. We need to get his heart started again, but we'll have to perform CPR as I'm not sure how long it will take for a defibrillator to get here. We don't need to wait, said the woman as she removed her hood to reveal that she was Livewire. I'm a walking defib whatever and I also happen to be his girlfriend. Now let's get to saving my boyfriend's life. Shaking a few thoughts out of her head, Dr. Jones was about to perform chest compressions when Livewire said, please be careful with the compressions as he broke his sternum a couple years ago. The doctor nodded as she said, get ready to give him breaths on my mark. Kushina took a few steps forwards and said, please let me help, I'm his mother. Stay away from him, Livewire yelled as she sent a venomous glare at the red-haired woman with an electrified fist ready to strike, you and your family did this to him. Everyone, save for Minato and the three women near the downed Naruto, backed away in complete fear from the villainess's threat with whispers being passed back and forth. Ms. Livewire. Dr. Jones scolded, grabbing Livewire's attention, I need those breaths. Livewire gave one last sharp glare towards Minato and Kushina before locking her lips onto Naruto's and giving the fallen blonde her breaths. After a few attempts, Dr. Jones cursed again as she said, we need to jumpstart his heart. The doctor took a small knife from her purse and sliced Naruto's shirt open to reveal his toned chest before removing the watch on the blonde's wrist. Ms. Livewire, I need you to place your hands here and here. Dr. Jones ordered as she pointed to Naruto's right pectoral and left side just underneath the left pectoral. You just need to give him a small, non-lethal shock so that we can jumpstart his heart. The villainess complied as she hid her blush from touching Naruto's bare chest under an absolute serious tone on her face. Clear, Livewire said as Naruto's body jumped from the small jolt. Seeing no response, Liverwire charged up once more and said, clear. Kushina and Minato watched in horror as their long-lost son's body jumped again from the shock. Minato couldn't keep his eyes off of his near-dying son as the former Hokage had never had those moments he had dreamed of after Naruto's disappearance and felt ashamed of how Arashi had turned out. Where did I go wrong? Minato thought as Naruto's body jumped once more. Kushina fell to her knees with tears falling from her face as her baby boy was laying on the cold floor dying. She held him and Arashi inside of herself for almost a year before holding them in her arms during the years after their birth and before Arashi had met the Kyuubi. Kami, Kushina silently prayed as she couldn't see the two women going back to performing CPR, please let Naruto live. A loud gasp was heard from Naruto before a series of coughs erupted from his throat. Naruto, Livewire cried in joy as she wrapped the blonde before her in a hug, thank God you're alive. The sound of sirens was heard outside as two men rushed in carrying a stretcher and ordered the crowd to move out of their way. Livewire and Dr. Jones stood up as the two men loaded Naruto onto the stretcher as the doctor said, thank you for helping me save Mr. Wilson's life. The villainess guiltily looked away as she said, I just didn't want to lose the one guy who helped me with my life. It's not easy trying to be with him without drawing attention to myself. You got that right, said a voice as everyone looked to see Superman approaching Livewire with an aura of authority, you're coming with me, Livewire. The villainess gave the Man of Steel an annoyed look as she said, I'm not in the mood for our usual banter and battle, Soup, so get out of my way. Superman held his ground until Dr. Jones took a couple of steps towards him and said, believe it or not, Livewire here did help stop some of the more serious damages that Mr. Wilson might have suffered without her aid and everyone here can testify to it. Now please get out of our way so that we can get Mr. Wilson to the hospital. But what if she tries something? Superman asked, despite getting a few looks from the civilians watching, I can't risk that, I'm going while my colleagues arrive to deal with her. Angered, Livewire charged up her fist as she said, sorry Soup, But this is a personal matter that neither you nor your friends can get involved with. Get out of my way or so help me Leslie-chan, Naruto weakly said from the ambulance, causing Livewire to let the charged attack fade away. Don't do it. He's not worth it. The villainess gave Superman venomous glare before jumping into the ambulance next to Naruto with Dr. Jones following her. Superman stood in the market, listening to some of the whispers about what had transpired, before leaving the place and following the ambulance from the air. Just what is going on? The Man of Steel thought as he used his X-ray vision to look inside the ambulance to keep an eye on Livewire while the villainess flipped him off through a feeling she had. Hope Bruce is having better luck than I am. In the Watchtower, Robin walked through the halls as it has been a few days since he and his team had ran into Reaper. The boy wonder couldn't get the images of Reaper taking his team down so easily and effective while aiding Livewire with stealing the T-car. Raven, Beast Boy, and Cyborg had gotten off easy as they were knocked unconscious while Robin had some cracked bones and a few broken ribs and Starfire had to wait a while until she got movement again along with getting all of those cactus needles out of her skin. Damn it. Robin swore in anger as he punched the metal wall. Could things get any worse? Dude. Beast Boy's voice echoed from the nearby room where the rest of the Titans were at. You have to see this. Robin ran inside to see what was going on as the changeling pointed towards the television. A supposed family reunion through the aid of multimillionaire Bruce Wayne led into an ugly altercation between Naruto Wilson, actor and former MMA fighter, and the alleged family members, said the anchorwoman as an amateur video of Naruto easily taking down a red-haired teen before running off with a woman wearing a hooded sweatshirt that hid her face. The alleged brother of young Mr. Wilson then began to destroy a small portion of the diner that Mr. Wilson and the woman were visiting while the alleged parents chased after the actor and former MMA fighter until reaching a local market where Mr. Wilson had surprisingly suffered from a small heart attack. Each of the Titans' hearts froze for a second about what had happened before the image then showed an anchorman at the very market where Naruto had his heart attack. Thank you, Kathy, said the anchorman as a few officers were on scene taking notes from witnesses. I'm here at the location where Naruto Wilson had suffered from his heart attack after being chased by a couple who have claimed to be his parents. The many witnesses had reported that through the efforts of local Dr. Rita Jones, and Mr. Wilson's girlfriend, Leslie Willis aka Livewire, the actor was revived and taken to the hospital where Mr. Wilson will recover from the attack. Now if I'm mistaken, Sam, said Kathy as the television was showing the two reporters side by side in separate windows, you said that Livewire, one of Superman's villains, is Mr. Wilson's girlfriend? Sam nodded as he said, yes, and many of the witnesses here can acclaim that Livewire had revealed that she is indeed Mr. Wilson's girlfriend. Superman had arrived at the scene to apprehend Livewire and prevent her from reaching the hospital where Mr. Wilson was taken to, but eventually relented before being seen following the ambulance. The Titans were shocked. A celebrity like Naruto Wilson was dating a villainess while most celebrities would rather run away from the League's enemies. Local authorities are now looking for the couple that claimed to be Mr. Wilson's parents to bring in for questioning, Sam said as a picture of Minato and Kushina was being shown on the screen. Bruce Wayne will also be questioned about bringing the alleged family of Mr. Wilson while paying for the damages done by the red-haired teen along with Mr. Wilson's hospital bills in hopes of showing that Mr. Wayne had no ill intentions for everything that had happened. Robin let out an annoyed sigh about his mentor/guardian having to try and dodge the public even more now. We'll have more information later this evening, said Kathy before the boy wonder turned off the television. Seems like there's more to Mr. Fox and his family than anyone knows, said Cyborg as he leaned back on the chair he was sitting on. Why would Naruto not be happy to see his family after 12 years? Starfire asked as she still had some bandages on her body. Minato said that Naruto ran away after feeling neglected while Arashi abused him, Raven stated as she looked up from her book. Who wouldn't run away? The empath made a point as Beast Boy and Starfire shifted uncomfortably at the statement, understanding Naruto's point of view about family. Speaking of Arashi, said the changeling as he looked around really carefully, has anyone felt this scary aura about him? Robin noticed Raven giving Beast Boy a hidden look of shock as Cyborg said, well, Arashi is from that shinobi world just like his parents and apparently Naruto as well. He's pretty skilled from what I've heard, so he probably has a scary reputation like Minato and Kushina. Beast Boy shook his head and said, no, it's not that. I mean, sure he probably has killed before during that invasion back in his home world, but this aura, it's scary, Trigon scary. Everyone froze at the mere mentioning of the demonic being as memories of facing Raven's father reappeared in their minds. It was quiet until Raven suddenly said, I thought that my powers were acting up after Reaper took us down. Now that Beast Boy felt it too, most likely from his animalistic senses. I think there's more to Arashi than we know. Care to elaborate? Cyborg asked as he never thought about the redhead other than that the guy was extremely grouchy. Well, Raven began as she closed her book and set it aside. While Arashi has the same powers as Minato and Kushina, albeit not as strong or as skilled, he has something far more powerful inside of him, something dangerous. I don't know what it is, but my powers are somehow reacting to Arashi's aura and it's unsettling. Robin brought a hand to his chin as he began to think on what was revealed to him. What was Arashi hiding, and does Minato and Kushina know about it? Does it involve Naruto in a way? Robin would have to ask Bruce for more information once the man returns from visiting Naruto in the hospital. Something is going on here, Robin thought as he was soon lost in his thoughts while the others left the room and headed towards the mess hall. But what is it? Back on Earth, Bruce was walking through the halls of the hospital in hopes of finding Naruto's room. He eventually found it, thanks to a reluctant nurse giving him the right directions. Bruce stood at the doorway to see Naruto and Livewire kissing with the blonde sporting a black eye on his face. Bruce knocked on the open door before he felt two glares pointed towards him from the couple before him. "Did you bring them here as well, Mr. Wayne?" Naruto said with agitation in his voice. No, said Bruce as he held his hands up for verbal defense, "it's just me and me alone." "Why did you bring them?" Naruto then asked as he still held his glare on the multimillionaire. "Better yet, how did they even get here?" Bruce professionally feigned innocence as he said, "I heard about a couple searching for their runaway child and I flew them here from Japan so that I could help them." "Bullshit," Naruto yelled loudly, knowing that he startled some nearby nurses and patients. "I know how they really got here. They recreated the very same incident that brought me here. I'm not sure if they had help or just pure dumb luck that they arrived here, but I'm only going to say this once." Bruce could hear the distinct sound of hospital shoes as he saw Naruto's eyes narrowing. "Send them back," the blonde plainly demanded, "and don't think that I don't know about your connection to the Justice League. I'm not sure how, but I do know that the Justice League wasn't given that little space station of theirs, as such an advanced station could have easily sent a small country far down into the red that not even any deity of wealth could possibly bail them out." "Excuse me," said a doctor as he entered the room, "is there a problem here?" Naruto kept his sights on Bruce while he said, "No problem here, Doc. Mr. Wayne here was just leaving after telling me that he will pay for my hospital bill since he was the one that brought those people here." Bruce nodded as he bid the group a farewell before beginning retreating with a slightly faster speed than he had when he arrived, all the while thinking about how Naruto knew about his connection to the League. It couldn't have been a small bout of paranoia, but then again, the celebrity could have said it to shake him up since Bruce was the one that brought Naruto's family to him. "Now I'm paying for damages to a restaurant and Naruto's hospital bill for that heart attack," Bruce thought as he knew that he would be targeted for negative attention for his actions. "At least I'm not going to be the only one under fire since Naruto Wilson is dating a known criminal." "Hey Bruce," said a familiar voice as the multimillionaire looked to see Clark Kent with a small notepad in his hand. "I was wondering where I could find Naruto as I heard that he was involved with a slight altercation and that he was dating one of Superman's enemies. Know which way his room is?" Bruce pointed down the way he just came from as he whispered, "Watch yourself, Clark. He knows about how his family arrived here." Clark smiled and said, "Thanks Bruce. I hope that Mr. Wilson will be feeling more hospitable while I talk to him." Bruce nodded as he and his colleague went their separate ways for the moment. Minato and Kushina were going through the halls under the guise of a genjutsu to avoid getting attention as they walked past Naruto's room again. "I can't believe how much Naruto has changed," Minato said as he looked around while helping his wife keep their genjutsu up. "I knew that Naruto wouldn't be as welcoming because of what we did, but this is actually quite more drastic than I had originally thought." Kushina nodded as she said, "I know. He was able to take Arashi down with his taijutsu skills. What are we going to do now?" Minato looked at a nearby television to see their pictures before he said, "I'm not sure, but we'll have to avoid the public eye for a while until we can think of something. Maybe we could join the Justice League and protect Naruto from afar." Kushina hummed as she did like the idea of protecting their rogue son, although it might be difficult as they couldn't risk making the same mistake as the consequences could be more dire than before. That might work, Kushina thought as she desperately wanted to make things right with Naruto. We would be able to watch over him like we should have from the beginning. In his room, Naruto saw the same blonde nurse wheeling the same raven-haired man through the hall for the fourth time and knew that they weren't what they were. Genjutsu, Naruto thought as he kept feigning sleep. Of course they would stick to their shinobi tactics of staying out of sight by hiding in plain sight. The blonde moved his back a bit as he was now beginning to plan on how to counter whatever both the League and his parents would do. That fight only showed a touch of my physical prowess, Naruto thought as he saw the same nurse and patient pass by again. You will be quite surprised with what the Reaper is capable of. An alarm at one of Gotham's banks blared as a few of Two-Face's goons were holding the tellers at gunpoint while a few other goons were greedily stuffing the money bags with as much money as their rough hands could grab. Gotta thank the boss's informant about bats not being in Gotham tonight, said one of the goons as he adjusted the cigar in his mouth. Hitting banks and jewelry stores should be much easier with him too far to stop us. Too bad you didn't think about him having others watch over while he's gone, said a mysterious voice as a goon was somehow carried away by chains. The goons heard their comrade getting beaten before hearing the sound of crashing metal and fighting just outside the building. Who's there? One goon asked as he pointed the Tommy gun around in hopes of finding the voice's owner. Show yourself. A bright yellow flash shone before fading away with two more goons falling to the ground unconscious. The leader of the goons scanned the area with his Tommy gun ready to fire when he saw a man with spiky blonde hair wearing a headband with a metal plate, a face mask that hid the lower part of his face, blue pants, a matching blue shirt with a dark green vest over it, and a large white coat with red flames designed on the bottom holding a fist into his hand. "Who are you?" said the leading goon before firing a few bursts from his machine gun, but missed as the man disappeared in a bright flash of light. "Where my family and I are from, it's customary for you to introduce yourself first," said the man as he was suddenly behind the goon. "I think I'll just go ahead and tell you my name since you and your friends could spread the word. I am Hiraishi." The lead goon then saw a woman with red hair wearing black pants, a black shirt under the same green vest as Hiraishi, and the same headband as Hiraishi on her head with a similar face mask as well. "That's my lovely wife, Shinobi," said Hiraishi as a young man wearing blood-red ninja garbs, a long red sash that hung from behind him like a tail, a porcelain mask in the form of a fox, and a red headband with a metal plate similar to the man and woman wrapped around his right bicep entered dragging two goons that were beaten black and blue. "That is my son, QB. We're new here so if you don't mind." Hiraishi gave the goon a quick knockout chop as QB tossed the two beaten goons between him and his parents. "Tell me again why we're here instead of with the others at Metropolis?" QB asked as he crossed his arms in annoyance. "I'd rather fight some of the more powerful villains there than these rabble." Hiraishi sighed before he said, "Because Batman wanted to see how we handle things here in this world, son. I know that these criminals are not much of a challenge for our skills, but we cannot just go off fighting some of the major criminals." Shinobi placed a few goons that she tied up with regular rope in the pile as she added, "Do not forget that even though Bat Senpai had given us these translators so that people here can understand us and vice versa, we are still unfamiliar with this world. We don't know about their laws and technologies." The sound of clapping alerted the trio to a cloaked figure standing on the top of the door to the bank safe. "I wouldn't expect Bat Team to have people babysit his stomping grounds," the figure coolly said before jumping down to the floor as everyone saw his skull-like mask. "You three took Two-Face's goons down like him, but Bat Team wouldn't be as flashy as you three were, nor would he rip a car in half if he could." Shinobi drew her sword and glared towards the figure while Hiraishi and QB got into their fighting stances as she said, "Reaper. What brings you here?" "Just going for a small stroll," Reaper stated without much concern. "I have always enjoyed a nightly stroll through the city as it makes me feel like a ninja at times." QB quickly charged into a tackle towards the assassin, ignoring his parents' warnings, but somehow passed through Reaper. "As QB here has revealed," Reaper said knowingly, "I'm not really here as this is just a hologram projected by one of the many robots given to me by one of my associates. Even if I were here, you wouldn't be able to touch me anyway as I wouldn't let such a barbaric tactic get even 5 feet before tossing QB like an empty water bottle." Hiraishi got out of his stance but still remained alert as he then asked, "Then why reveal yourself to us, Reaper?" "Just playing a game of chess, Hiraishi," said Reaper as his image sat in mid-air. "I believe it's your turn, but know that even if I should lose a few pawns, I'm already thinking of my counterattacks. Plan wisely." The image of Reaper blinked away as a small robot that was floating in the air then grew metal appendages and began to attack QB. "Hey! Get off of me, you piece of shit!" The red ninja growled before blasting the small robot with a burst of wind from his palm. The robot shattered into tiny pieces after coming into contact with one of the polished marble columns. "That coward," QB said as he took a glance at the destroyed robot on the floor. "If I ever see him in the flesh, I'll QB." "That's enough," said Hiraishi with authority in his voice. "Let's get these criminals to jail and tell the League about this." Reaper had obviously planned this to probably see what the Justice League would have done. "Now let's go." As the heroes took the criminals away, none of them noticing Reaper watching them from the roof. "Like I said, Hiraishi," Reaper said as he continued to observe the scene below, "I have already thought up of a few counterattacks to what you and the League have done." Naruto walked through the parking lot of the prison after visiting Livewire, who had been turned in by Superman while the woman was taking the T-car out for a little joyride. It was a week after his little attack when he had stopped his heart and he watched Bruce try and dodge reporters left and right as he did bring his family. Naruto had to admit that it was fun to watch Batman squirm while the Caped Crusader had to spend barely a fraction to pay for the hospital bill. "Hope the Titans like the little gift I had left for them," Naruto thought as he chuckled as he could already imagine Cyborg's look after viewing the gift that was left behind. Even though the Teen Titans were teens, he wanted them to be exposed to something more adult. He had a victory chuckle as he thought that he and Talia had broken the suspension from the little video shoot they had. Naruto's humor quickly vanished as he saw Kushina waiting for him by his car. "How can I help you, Mrs. Namikaze?" Naruto asked defensively as he sent an unwelcoming glare towards the woman. "Can a mother check up on her son?" Kushina answered as gently as possible so that she could avoid an incident like the one just 4 days ago. "How's your heart, dear?" "All right," Naruto said as he continued to stare down his former mother. "Docs told me to take it easy with some of my activities, no heavy exercises or having fun with my girlfriend for a while until they give me the all clear." Of course, stopping my own heart did buy me time to plan, Naruto thought as he mentally smirked at causing that little public scare. "How could you even go that far with a criminal like Livewire?" Kushina asked with slight disappointment. "Minato-kun and I raise you better than that." "Okay, first off," Naruto said as he crossed his arm in annoyance, "the two of you hardly raised me as the two of you doted all of your time with that abusive brother of mine. Secondly, the two of us had only been dating for about a couple of weeks, and even though we have slept in the same bed and have our little messages, we haven't gone that far, yet. Finally, I don't believe her as the criminal that everyone paints her to be, as it was that bastard, Superman, that turned her into what she had become." "That's not true," Kushina tried to counter. "Superman was trying to stop her from endangering people that were at her concert when her accident had happened. He pushed her away when she was about to be struck by lightning from her mistake." "Oh, so it's her fault that she was turned into an outcast?" Naruto swiftly countered with slight anger in his voice. "Leslie wanted to be turned into a monstrosity from her one little mistake, while the so-called Man of Steel is allowed to make many mistakes and cause thousands of dollars in damages and not get into all that trouble during a fight with any of his adversaries? I've seen articles where Superman had bruises, bleeding badly, and even buried by a building that he smashed into after some of his more troublesome fights, all the while one person who doesn't like the bastard get into deep shit for just trying to find a little bit of justice in their lives." "Wait, please," said Kushina as she wanted to avoid causing a further rift between her and Naruto. "I'm sorry for what had happened that day, and your father is too. Just come back to us and we can be a family again." Naruto shook his head as he said, "As I've already said, Kushina, you and your family lost that chance years ago when I wanted to become a ninja like you guys. I still can't believe that I used to look up to the two of you before being abandoned by you both because I couldn't mold chakra. I was just dead weight in your eyes." The blonde had to keep himself of having a small victory smirk as he had actually made one of Konoha's most feared kunoichi cringe painfully from the statement alone. "We're sorry about that too," Kushina said as she was reminded of Lee. "We were foolish to not provide training for you in taijutsu and kenjutsu. We had a ninja who couldn't mold chakra just like you, but he showed us that he didn't need to use ninjutsu or genjutsu as he was extremely powerful thanks to his training in taijutsu alone. He reminded us of you and showed us what could have been if we had trained you along with your brother. So that could allow him to abuse me while making it look like training accidents," Naruto thought as he stole a glance at his watch and saw that he had to be at the studio as he had to go meet his agent with the upcoming parade he was supposed to be in and talk about possible roles in a few movies. "Now if you don't mind," Naruto said as he walked past Kushina, "I need to meet up with my agent." The blonde was about to open the door of his car when the sound of thunder echoed from the sky. "Before you meet with your agent," Kushina asked with a slight begging tone, "could you take me to Denny's so that I could meet up with your father?" Letting out a small sigh, Naruto remembered that the rain was going to be heavy and said, "Sure, just don't mess with my things." Happy that her son agreed to take her to where she was to meet Minato, Kushina quickly got in the passenger's side as Naruto started up the car and drove out of the parking lot. Things were quiet in the car as Kushina felt the dense atmosphere between her and Naruto. "So?" Kushina asked as she tried to break the tension, "How's Livewire?" The blonde turned down into the street to his right and said, "Leslie Chan's alright considering that her cell's specifically designed to contain her. Most likely thanks to Mr. Wayne and Superman." Hearing the disgusted tone in Naruto's voice when he mentioned Bruce, Kushina asked, "Why don't you like Mr. Wayne? He was only trying to help us become a family again. What do you think?" Naruto challenged Kushina as he stopped at a red light as the rain pounded on the car's windshield. Feeling the tension returning, Kushina then said, I saw a few of your movies along with your father and Arashi. You're really quite the actor in your movies." Naruto had to admit that he couldn't hold the smirk as he said, "Not one to brag, but I do have a few Grammys and other awards under my belt. I've even hosted a few award shows myself, even gone to a few roasts, and even had one of my own." Pulling up to the Denny's, Naruto saw Minato waiting inside the restaurant and pulled out an umbrella. "Here," Naruto said as he handed Kushina the umbrella, "I may not like you for what you've done, but I'm not going to be cruel." Go ahead and keep it as I have another one. Kushina opened the door as she stepped out with the umbrella over her head and said, "Thank you, Naruto. It's good to see that you still care for us." Naruto scowled harshly as he said, "Don't push it." Kushina watched as Naruto shut the passenger side door and sped away before she stepped inside where her husband was waiting for her. "I must thank Wayne-san for that tracking device," Kushina thought as she folded the umbrella and thought back to the hidden tracking device attached to the underside of the bumper of Naruto's car. "I hate to spy on my little boy, but a mother must be there for her child." Naruto drove his car as he had a feeling that the escort that he had done was a setup by Batman to keep tabs on him after that little incident at the restaurant that Arashi had destroyed. "You are such a coward," Naruto thought as he began to plan his next move. "I am actually going to hate myself for sacrificing my knight, but sometimes the knights are at times upon themselves." Livewire was sitting in the lounge area with the other female inmates with the television going on. Apparently, the Justice League had just inducted 4 new heroes into their ranks by the names of Hiraishin, Shinobi, Kyubi, and Mokuzai. She already had guesses on who 3 of them were, but Mokuzai had confused her as he was wearing black pants, a black sleeveless shirt under a silver-gray vest, black gloves with arm guards, a mask in the shape of some sort of animal, and had a sword strapped to his back. Seems like Foxy's going to have his hands full with these new members, Livewire thought as she noted how some of the other inmates were reacting to the new members. Hope he has a plan for this since his family's with the League now. Night had fallen as Naruto was stepping out of a fancy restaurant after attending yet another roast. 2003 Honda Civic, Naruto said as he tossed the valet his car keys before he shot a glare at the teen. "If I see one tiny little scratch on my car, I will personally make your life a living hell and make your family change their names just to avoid being associated with you." The teen dashed away, frightened by the threat, as Naruto chuckled at the teen's reaction. "They always fall for that," Naruto said with a laughing smirk as he waved to the other guest stars. "When will they learn that I'm just joshing them?" Boom! The parking lot shook violently from the explosion as Naruto and a few celebrities fell to the ground from the shock. The blonde felt something hit his head and saw the arm of the valet before him with a puddle of blood forming under it. "Holy fuck!" Naruto yelped in fright as he felt the blood soaking his now stained hair and backed away from the severed limb. "Dude," said one of the nearby actors, "I think that was your car." Naruto shot the man a sharp glare as a fire was forming right where he parked the car and shouted, "You think?" A few hours had passed as cops and detectives were observing the crime scene. "Great. Just fucking great," Naruto said as he held the cup of coffee that the police had brought him in hopes of calming his nerves. "I go to a harmless little roast and my car was set up with a damn bomb." Batman soon showed up and observed the remains of what used to be Naruto's car while a few other members of the Justice League were keeping an eye on the scene and taking notes from a few witnesses. "Naruto Wilson," said a familiar voice as the actor looked up to see Superman before him. "What do you want?" Naruto asked venomously as he saw Kyubi and an Anbu standing next to him. "You've caused enough problems by throwing Leslie Chan in jail." The Man of Steel wanted to remind Naruto that his girlfriend was a criminal, but refrained from voicing it as he said, "My colleague has examined what was left of your car and saw that it was the work of Toyman. Apparently he had used one of his many toys to be rigged to explode the moment you started your car." Naruto took a quick sip of the coffee before he said, "Guess that bastard owes me a new car then." "I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that's going to have to wait," said Batman as he suddenly appeared next to Naruto, "because I'm going to place you under the watch of the Teen Titans as there is a possibility of another attack." "I'll get you're seriously placing me in the hands of those brats?" Naruto asked defiantly, considering that their leader was once your partner. "I just know I'm going to feel safe now." Batman shot the blonde a glare before he said, "I'll have someone waiting to take you to Jump City since you are going to be showing up at the parade next week." Naruto angrily sighed as he then said, "Just let me visit my girl before I leave and get my things packed." Batman watched Naruto get up and leave the scene as he pulled out his communicator so that he could tell the Titans of their mission. Naruto walked through the streets until he saw a cab driving by and called out to it. The blonde stepped in after the cab stopped and told the driver where to drop him off before his cell phone pulsed in his shirt pocket. Looking at the screen of his phone, Naruto saw that he got a text message from a Mr. Nick Claus. "I heard what happened," the message read as another popped up. "Are you okay?" Naruto texted back that he was okay, but his car and the valet weren't. A new message popped up as it now read, "OMG." The blonde sent another text saying that Toyman had rigged his car to explode and that the bastard owed him a new car. It was a few more seconds when a new message appeared and its contents caused Naruto to smirk a bit before shutting off the phone. "Who was that?" the cab driver asked, trying to strike up a conversation. "Insurance company," said Naruto, always trying to soften the blow of accidents with their cheap attempts and little reminders of my coverage. What had really transpired was that Naruto was talking to Toyman and thanking him for creating a duplicate of his car and placing Batman's tracking beacon on the decoy. Now that that favor has been repaid, Naruto thought as he decided to stare out the window while the driver continued heading towards the specified location. At Titan's Tower, Cyborg was busy trying to clean and replace the inside of his car after finding a little gift that Reaper just happened to give him. I still can't believe that asshole had the nerve of defiling my baby like that. The robotic teen roared as he took out the last seat from inside that he was going to throw into the furnace later. The gift that was left for the Teen Titans was a video of Reaper having sex over and over again with some blonde chick for what was revealed to be hours. That image and feeling will never leave me, Cyborg thought as he was also working on replacing the electrical systems of his car as they were completely fried. I'm afraid not even erasing the memory of that will keep the feeling away. The garage door opened to reveal Raven walking in and eyeing the car seats that were sitting in a pile. I hope you plan on burning those, Raven said as she and the others just had to watch that video Reaper had left for them, either that or just send the whole car to the junkyard and build another one, again. Cyborg wiped the sweat and grease from his forehead as he had contemplated the idea, but his car had too many added features to just scrap it out in the open. Can't say the idea hadn't crossed my mind, the metallic teen said as he looked at Raven. So what's up? Robin got a message from Batman that we will be acting as bodyguards for Naruto Wilson, Raven answered. Apparently Toyman didn't like the car Naruto had and blew it up along with a valet. Cyborg looked at Raven as if the girl had just changed clothes right before him and grew another head as he then said, "You mean we're going to be bodyguards for the fantastic Mr. Fox?" Cyborg seemed to have forgotten about Reaper having sex in his car as he kept going on about Naruto's time as a MMA fighter, with Raven rolling her eyes while she was jumping for joy about getting a chance of getting an autograph by the actor. Robin was looking at a small frame he had extracted from the little gift Reaper had given Cyborg as the frame was focused on the face of the woman. He tried to ignore the feeling as he examined the woman's face from the different frame shots that he extracted. Robin's eyes narrowed as he knew who this woman was and hid his surprise about her as he whispered her name. Talia. At the prison, Naruto was at one of the booths at the visitor center of the prison as Livewire sat on the other side of the glass. "Hey babe," the blonde started with a small playful smirk on his face. "Hey Foxy," Livewire said as she sent a playful smirk of her own. "How's life on the other side?" Naruto let out a sigh as he said, "Well, apparently Toyman tried to kill me for some reason and everyone seems to be talking about the Justice League getting some new heroes." The villainess nodded as she said, "Yeah, and apparently one of them looks exactly like you and that guy from a week ago. Maybe that's why Toyman decided to blow up my car," Naruto said with slight anger in his voice. "I should probably have the Justice League make that new hero of theirs change their look so that I'm not going to be targeted for assassinations." The blonde crossed his arms as he then added, "Batman is also sending me to Jump City so that I could be protected by the Teen Titans." "What?" Livewire asked with shock. "You mean to tell me that those bastards are separating us further apart?" Naruto sighed as he said, "I actually wouldn't be surprised if that was also the reason. You are dating a celebrity while most would just run away, no thanks to those jerks." Naruto then placed a hand on the protective glass as Livewire done the same as the blonde said, "But much like the works of Shakespeare, our love shall know no boundaries, and shall the League continue with keeping us apart, they will only end up performing one of William's more tragic love stories." "You were always such a poet," Livewire said with a chuckle. "I guess I'll give you a little gift before you leave." The villainess lifted up her shirt and flashed her boyfriend her pale BC-sized breasts, surprising the blonde and Shinobi who was watching from behind a genjutsu. Livewire covered herself back up as Naruto then chuckled and said, "Damn. Hope I can see more later, Sparky, or perhaps have a small little bonus once you're out." "Mr. Wilson," said Shinobi as she removed the genjutsu, "I think it would be best if we get you into the custody of the Teen Titans as soon as possible. You will still be able to communicate to your girlfriend." Naruto shot the heroine a venomous glare as he said, "Sure, whatever you say, Mom. Can't I have some privacy as well, or did you learn how to be as pervert like either Superman or Wonder Woman? Hell, I'm pretty sure that Fire is a closet exhibitionist considering how she's butt naked when she uses her powers with only small flames covering her delicates." Naruto then looked back at Livewire and said, "Guess I won't be able to see you as much, Sparky." The blonde brought a couple fingers up to his lips and kissed them before placing them on the glass. Livewire then brought two of her own fingers onto the glass parallel to Naruto's before placing them on her lips. "I love you, Foxy," said Livewire with a loving smirk. "I love you too, Sparky," said Naruto as he sent his own loving smirk before getting up and leaving the visitor's center with Shinobi following him. "I can't wait to see what you have in store for later," Livewire whispered as she left the room with the guards escorting her to her specialized room. Especially for the League, Robin was in the main room talking to Batman about what he had seen on Reaper's little gift. So you think Talia might still be alive? Batman asked as he observed the freeze frame of the woman's face. I saw her get shot in the back by Joker and she was gone by the time I returned to check on her body. I don't doubt that Talia may still be alive, but it is possible for just coincidence as I have never seen Reaper during the Gotham incident. Robin brought a hand to his chin as his mentor had a point, as even though Talia could be alive, chances are is that she would be badly crippled or had died sometime after leaving Gotham. I'll keep looking into it though, said Batman with a stern voice that hid his caution. If Talia is still alive and involved with Reaper, then Reaper may be more powerful or influential than he appears. Now, I believe you will be having a guest soon. Watchtower, out. Robin shut off the link before heading towards the garage where the other Titans were waiting. I can't believe we are going to be bodyguards to the Naruto Wilson. Beast Boy cheered with fanboy giddy. I have all of his movies. My favorite was in the film adaptation of MGR, Revengeance, where he played that monsoon dude. He was completely kick-ass. Cyborg chuckled as he said, my favorite was the remake of Psycho with his role as that creepy Bates dude, especially when he did that monologue with all of those stuffed birds in the room. Raven smirked as she said, I kind of liked his part in the rendition of Midsummer's Night Dream as Oberon. You just wanted to see him in those tights? Cyborg joked as he remembered seeing Raven ogle at the actor when they had seen the film. You also wanted to see what was under those tights. I did not like any of the parts where Naruto was the bad guy, Starfire admitted with a rare small scowl on her face. He was cruel and manipulative and he did not care for those whom he had tricked. He had even made the honorable hero, Beowulf, into a villainous murderer and braggart. Focus, Titans. Robin spoke with authority in his voice, we are not here to admire Mr. Wilson for his films. We are to protect him as he was recently targeted by one of the villains of the Justice League. Cyborg shook his head and said, sheesh, take it easy man. True, he was targeted by Toyman, but he's dating Livewire. If anyone should be mad, it should be her, since Toyman did try to kill Naruto. I'd actually have to say that she's pretty pissed about this whole ordeal, said a voice as the Teen Titans looked to see Naruto and Shinobi, especially since the League is putting me in the care of you brats. Please Wilson-san, said Shinobi as she tried to reason with the actor, we are only trying to protect you, as Toyman is a serious threat since he had tried to kill you. It is only a coincidence that you are scheduled to appear at a parade here in Jump City. Naruto scoffed before deciding to walk around the garage as Shinobi looked at the teens and said, please forgive him, he had just gotten off with his insurance company after paying a visit to his girlfriend. Livewire wasn't too pleased with the ordeal as well. Robin nodded and said, we'll make sure that he's protected whenever he leaves the tower, Shinobi. We'll contact the League if anything comes up. The Kunoichi nodded before she leaned towards Robin and whispered, I also asked Bat Senpai to have Kyuubi and Mokuzai here as a little insurance should Reaper make his appearance. Robin nodded before seeing Shinobi vanish through the Zeta tube that was installed in Titan's tower to stay connected to the Justice League. So, said Robin as he approached Naruto, how about we show you to your room? Naruto shrugged as he watched Raven teleport his belongings to the room he would be staying at. The blonde followed the group as they gave him a small tour of the tower before leading him to his room. After the Titans had left his room to give him privacy, Naruto sat on the bed where his suitcases and bags were and pulled out a picture of Livewire wearing a navy blue one-piece swimsuit that hugged her body in all the right places. I just got here and I'm already missing you, Sparky, Naruto said as he easily remembered the villainess's gift to him. Too bad we won't be able to see each other in our conversations. The blonde gave the picture a loving kiss before placing it inside his suitcase as he was already missing his spark plug. A few hours had passed as Naruto was in the training room wearing gray sweatpants and black boxing tape over his hands. The Titans nearby watched the former MMA fighter unleash a fury of punches and kicks as each strike showed the power behind them, with Riot from 3 Days Grace blaring from the stereo. Damn, Cyborg spoke over the stereo, dude's fast. The others had to agree that the only person in their group who could match the blonde without superpowers would be Robin. His nickname was Flash Demon. Back during his career as an MMA fighter, Robin responded as the blaring music kept pounding in his ears. Having enough of the offensive music, Starfire walked towards the stereo and shut it off to save her friends from the loud assault. Hey, Naruto yelled as he approached the red-haired girl, that was my workout music. I am sorry, Starfire said as she placed her hand on her hips and faced the blonde, but your music of working out was obviously too loud for anyone to tolerate, and the words spoken by those musicians spoke nothing but destruction that wouldn't benefit anyone. Naruto shoved by her to turn the stereo back on but was blocked by Starfire. If you want to listen to music while doing the working out, the Tamaranian girl offered, then either turn down the booming sounds or change the song. Giving the girl a sneer, Naruto turned the stereo back on and changed the song with Guile's theme blaring even more loudly than the previous song. Starfire shut the stereo off as the blonde looked at her and said, hey, You said to either turn down the volume or change the song, you never said anything about both. Getting closer to Naruto, Starfire looked at the blonde and said, you did not have to be a smart butt about the offer. Beast Boy and Cyborg both paled as one knows to never threaten a guy when he was working out, especially if the guy you are threatening happens to be a former MMA fighter. Naruto narrowed his eyes before a smirk formed on his face as he said, alright, how about this Red, you and your friends go on a one-on-one fight with me. Nothing beyond extra strength. If I win 3 of those fights, I'll listen to my tunes however I like it. Starfire looked at Naruto and said, but if we win, we will listen to whatever music we choose for the working out. Even the Japanese songs Beast Boy that Cyborg calls cheesy listens to. The blonde nodded before placing a hand under Starfire's short skirt and flipped it, exposing her rear for the other titans to see as he then said, challenge accepted. Robin was about to apprehend Naruto for flipping Starfire's skirt, but the girl placed a hand to stop the boy wonder. What are you doing, Star? Robin asked as he kept himself from looking. That's sexual assault. On your planet it is, said Starfire as she used her free hand to flip the skirt back down to cover her modesty, but on Tamaran, it is a challenge to the highest degree should one's rear be exposed to friends by the challenger in such a manner. To refuse would bring the utmost shame that the one challenged is to be exiled from Tamaran until the challenged faces the challenger by challenging them in the same manner. Robin paled as he saw the deadly look on Starfire's eyes and knew that this was a serious matter to her. I'll deal with him after the fight, said Robin before the girl gave him a small glare. It would be unwise to confront him with ill intentions or to imprison him in my honor, Starfire said as she watched an 8-sided ring appeared from the floor. Such an action from one who would be associated with the one who had been challenged would bring dishonor and shame to them. Seeing Naruto pull off his sweatpants to reveal black and white shorts and enter the cage, Starfire tightened her knuckles and said, true that this is Earth and not Tamaran, Naruto challenged me through Tamaranian customs and I have no choice but to either accept his challenge or face the undeniable shame of not accepting his challenge. I must accept his challenge as I am one of royal blood, or bring shame onto my family. Robin let out a sigh as he said, all right, but I'm not going to let what he did slide. I will talk to him about this. Starfire said nothing as she approached the ring with the other titans following her quietly. Who's up first? Naruto asked as he put his mouth guard that he had in the shorts pocket as he saw Robin enter the ring. Just remember the rules, pretty boy, no fancy gadgets or weapons, just good old-fashioned hands and feet. Robin nodded as he tossed his utility belt, hidden weapons, and his cape over the ring for them to land outside of the ring. Robin got into his fighting stance as Naruto brought his fists up into a boxing stance. Say Star, Cyborg asked as he couldn't get the image of the girl's skirt flipping upwards out of his head, why aren't you fighting him first considering, you know? Starfire kept her gaze on the 2 fighters in the ring as she said, true that I was the one challenged in that manner, he initially challenged all of us to a fight. The member of the group that was challenged must be courteous and allow others that were challenged beforehand go before them. Beast Boy looked at Starfire and said, but he might already win the bet before he even reaches you. It is best 3 out of 5. The Tamaranian girl narrowed her eyes and said, of course. But even so, I cannot deny his challenge no matter the circumstances, the both of us must fight. At the start of the bell, Robin quickly dashed towards Naruto with a kick flying but missed when the blonde ducked and dashed in for the assault. The boy wonder was avoiding each of Naruto's punches until he got caught in the gut before getting a kick that sent him crashing into the cage. Quickly getting onto his feet, Robin jumped to the side before diving towards Naruto with a tackle. The blonde sidestepped before having to block a kick as Robin twisted his body in a handstand. With another twist, Robin was able to knock the blonde off his feet before seeing Naruto use his hand to flip back onto his feet before starting to dance. Why is he dancing? Starfire asked as she continued to watch Naruto dance around Robin as the boy wonder was also blocking and avoiding Naruto's attacks. It's his style, said Cyborg as he had seen all of Flash Demon's fights. Naruto's body structure is more suited to martial art styles that focuses on speed, movement, and agility such as capoeira or Zui Quan, or Drunken Fist, as his constant movement and agility allows him to throw his opponents off balance with flashy moves while his speed would allow Naruto to deliver quick jabs instead of powerful haymakers like a brawler would normally do. Cyborg watched as Naruto used the chain fence of the cage to flip over Robin and delivered a series of quick jabs to the boy wonder's back around the shoulder blades and said, it's almost like watching a school of piranhas at times, quick, confusing, and brutal. That is how he earned the name of Flash Demon. Inside the cage, Robin was breathing hard from having to avoid the onslaught of punches and kicks while trying to get close to the blonde. Robin had to admit that Naruto was fast and ruthless with his attacks and his movements were hard to track as 1 minute he would be dancing then staggering around like a drunk. I know Bruce had me go through some intense training, Robin thought as Naruto continued to dance around the area, but this guy's brutal. Robin then saw the blonde going for a head kick and went to block it, but he wasn't expecting the blonde to purposely miss him and use the momentum for a powerful punch that sent the boy wonder into one of the corners of the ring. Naruto watched as Robin was fighting to stay conscious, but smirked as the boy wonder slump over as that signaled Robin's defeat. 1-0, said the blonde as Robin was carried out of the ring before Cyborg entered. I've always wanted to go toe-to-toe with the legendary Flash Demon. The cybernetic teen said with a small smile. Naruto rolled his shoulders as he said, always nice to meet a fan of mine. The bell sounded as the two fighters charged in to begin their match. Up in the watchtower, Minato and Kushina were watching the fights with Batman when Wildcat entered. What's going on? The aging boxer asked as he viewed the screens, is that Naruto fighting the Teen Titans? Minato nodded and said, yeah. Naruto is pretty good in the taijutsu department, really good. His movements are similar to the taijutsu style the Hyuga clan uses. Seeing how Cyborg was fighting Naruto, Wildcat chuckled a bit and then said, I've not only seen Naruto's fights but I've even faced him in the underground fights. Trust me when I say this, but Naruto is fucking brutal when nothing's held back. Kids broke more arms, ribs, legs, and even faces than his own injuries. There is a reason he's called the Flash Demon. Kushina kept watching as Naruto was now spinning around Cyborg with such agility that it was frighteningly beautiful. She remembered Rock Lee at how his skills in taijutsu were so amazing that Lee was fighting with the ferocity of a great lion. But when Lee and Arashi met in the finals of the Chunin exams where the taijutsu expert was easily getting through Arashi's defenses, at least until her son taped into the Kyuubi's chakra and not only completely scorched Lee's chakra system, but also gave the teen third-degree burns on almost all of the teen's body. Lee's skin was completely burned off while his insides were being boiled by his own blood. Tsunade said that Lee was lucky enough to be lucky to have survived such destruction done to his body. After the invasion, Kushina and Minato were under fire for what Arashi had done to Lee and Hinata. The two of them had lost so many friends because they were ashamed to have known them and were wary of Arashi as even though his chakra was sealed, the Jinchuriki was still trained to fight and the teen was a complete monster during the fights. Monster, Kushina thought as Naruto was now fighting Beast Boy as he allowed the changeling to turn into a bear. I never would have thought of my own child as a monster. We had showered Arashi with affection and praise while we left Naruto behind unloved. Naruto had just finished his fight with Beast Boy as he was now fighting Raven while Kushina kept on lamenting. Now Minato and I are wanting Naruto's love but he doesn't want us now, Kushina thought as Raven had quickly forfeited when she was easily cornered. Arashi had brought us shame because of our mistakes while you have brought honor through your own 2 feet. Kushina walked out of the room with a tear rolling down her cheek as she wanted to be on her own. Please forgive me, Naruto. In Titan's Tower, Raven had stepped out of the arena as Starfire entered while Naruto smirked. Just you and me now, Red, said Naruto as he rolled his neck, even though I've already won the bet, I believe that I should at least give you a chance. How about this, no rules about illegal hits as the only rules are no killing and nothing above having a strength boost. Starfire nodded as she tightened her knuckles, ready to restore her honor. Ding! Starfire quickly rushed Naruto and threw a powerful haymaker, but missed as the blonde moved to the side and countered with a throw to the fence. Getting back to her feet, the Tamarinian quickly went on the defense as she was dodging and weaving around Naruto's attack. The blonde then flipped behind Starfire and got the girl in a chokehold before the girl jumped onto the mat with Naruto taking the full brunt of the fall. Starfire was about to try and roll out of the hold, but felt Naruto wrap in legs around the girl's waist, so she had to resort to using elbow jabs to try and get herself free. I must stay strong. Starfire thought as her vision was starting to blur, I cannot let him beat me. The Tamarinian was able to roll herself over and slowly got to her feet, Naruto still hanging on as the girl was trying to shake the blonde off. Naruto had jumped off as he lost his grip and flipped onto his feet and began dancing. Starfire had to move quickly to avoid Naruto's attack before going in for a kick to the head, but the blonde had caught her ankle with one hand. A piece of advice for any of your future fights, Naruto said with a devilish smirk, wear some protective gear and some panties. The blonde used his free hand to punch Starfire between her legs before giving the girl a shoulder toss right into the cage. The Tamarinian girl bounced of the chain links and landed on the mat before she slowly got to her feet as she held herself. Starfire didn't have time to think as Naruto soon rushed towards her in a fury of flashy movements that hid the punches and kicks the blonde threw towards her. She swayed, ducked, and blocked whatever attacks were thrown at her while trying to land some hits on Naruto until she found an opening. Time for a taste of your own medicine. Starfire roared as she punched the blonde between the legs, causing Cyborg and Beast Boy to cringe while covering themselves. The Tamarinian smirked a bit but paled as she saw that Naruto was unfazed before seeing a flash of darkness when the blonde gave her a powerful headbutt. The other Titans watched in complete shock as Naruto was now spinning around Starfire while delivering quick jabs before tripping the disoriented girl to the mat and pinning her. Starfire opened her eyes to see Naruto applying pressure to her throat while have a fist cocked back. The Tamarinian stole a quick glance before she said, "I submit, you are the victor." The blonde smirked as he released his grip and stood on his feet before reaching down the front of his shorts. The Titan saw the former MMA fighter pull out an athletic cup that was completely dented from Starfire's punch and were shocked that the blonde was still walking without a limp. If he can take a punch like that, everyone thought as Naruto gathered his belongings and left the gym, just how much pain tolerance does he have? In a warehouse in Jump City, Yamato and Arashi had just finished watching the fights through the hidden spy cam that was given to them by Batman. Naruto's taijutsu skills is actually quite amazing, Yamato said through his Anbu mask. He could probably put Guy to shame. The redhead scoffed as he said, "Doesn't matter just how good his taijutsu skill is, he'll never be as great as me. He just got lucky with that cheap shot when I insulted that slut he's with." Yamato shook his head as he was wondering why, aside from acting as a leash, he was paired with the temperamental Jinan. The Jump City parade is just a few days away, so we must be on our guard should there be a threat that the Titans cannot handle, Yamato said as he needed to remind Arashi of their mission. "Your mother also wanted us to keep an eye on your brother and help the Titans in keeping him safe." "Whatever," Arashi scoffed as he leaned out the window to view the citizens oblivious to the genjutsu on the window. "That fucking waste of space will never be my brother." In one of his many hideouts, Deadshot heard his cell phone ring and answered it. "Hello," said the assassin as he held a cup of coffee. "Deadshot here. Another job?" "Sure, who's the poor sap?" The assassin took a sip of his coffee before suddenly spitting out and said, "You want me to kill WHO? So he's connected to the Justice League? All right, and how much were you paying?" "Wow, that's a lot of zeros. I'll take the job. Make sure you have that check ready." Deadshot shut off the phone and chuckled as the amount of money he would be receiving would actually be worth killing this guy, and of course there was a bonus in it for him if the guy's death was seen by the public. The assassin chuckled as he then said, "Road trip." Night had fallen upon Titan's tower and not a sound was heard as a figure in black traveled through the halls. The figure silently ran through the hall, all the while hugging the shadowed wall before rolling to the other side before traversing the hall again. The shadowed figure soon reached the living area and approached the computer to begin his work. His fingers flew across the keyboard as the screen shone brightly against the night. "Who's there?" said a familiar voice as the figure turned to see Starfire. "Robin?" "Yeah, it's me, Star," said Robin as he lightly turned towards the girl, "just checking the databases and doing a few updates. I'll be a while as I also need to update the backup files so you can head back to bed. You'll need your rest since who knows who could be targeting Naruto aside from Toyman." Starfire groggily nodded as she floated towards Robin and gave him a kiss of the cheek as she said, "Good night." Once the Tamarinian girl was gone, Robin smirked under his mask as he continued his work on the collection of files. "Good night, Starfire," said the figure as the computer was alerting him about a virus within the system. "Have pleasant dreams." Morning had arrived as Naruto was in the living area getting a movie ready as Beast Boy was preparing some popcorn. "Too bad the others are trying to hunt down the person who hacked into their systems," said Naruto as he was looking at one of the films he had starred in. "Still, I wonder how that person got into such a highly secured system?" "Well, he did destroy a lot of stuff on the computers," said Beast Boy as he got a couple of empty bowls out. "The records we have on some criminals, a few blueprints of the tower, the backup files, and even all of my high scores." Before the two could register what had happened, the window had shattered as the new HIV-5 busted through the window. "All right, snot face," Gizmo ordered as he hovered in the air, "give us pretty boy over there and we won't hurt you as much." "You didn't say please, Gizzy," said the newest member of the HIV-5 with a childlike voice. "You can get a lot of things if you say please." The new member was actually a grown woman with fluffy blonde hair wearing a flashy school uniform and a porcelain mask in the shape of a child's face. The new member happily skipped towards Beast Boy and held out a hand, much to the confusion of the changeling and the chagrin of the other members of the HIV-5. "I'm Lottie," the woman introduced herself with a cute giggle in her voice. "I'm here with Mr. Reaper's friends because he says I need to be with other people my age." "You're really cute as you remind me of my pet lizard." "Lottie," Gizmo scolded as the woman's attitude, "you're not our age as we were told by our sources that you're just a 10-year-old girl trapped inside of an adult's body. Now flash him." "You're mean," Lottie said as she faced the engineer. "Mr. Reaper told me that I'm old enough to be with you guys since Jinxie left and you didn't say please." A vein on the small boy's scalp pulsed as Gizmo then said, "Please flash Beast Boy." The woman giggled as she said, "See Mr. Grumpy. I doesn't hurt to say please." I'll flash him now. Lottie turned towards Beast Boy and ripped open her shirt to reveal her C-cupped breasts, making the changeling fall back from the nosebleed he was given. I don't think Gizmo was meaning that kind of flash, said Mammoth as he held a flashbang grenade. Oopsie, said Lottie as she giggled before buttoning up her shirt, now let's take Blondie to Mr. Reaper. Not on our watch, said a voice as the HIV-5 turned to see the other members of the Teen Titans as Robin then looked at Gizmo. I take it that you hacked into our systems, Gizmo. Gizmo chuckled as he said, for once bird brain you're wrong, as it was Slade who hacked into the systems. We're here to bring Naruto here to a friend of ours. Yeah, said Lottie as she skipped towards Naruto and placed her hands on the actor's shoulders. Mr. Reaper and Blondie here will be great friends. Gizmo's eye twitched as he and the others looked at the childish woman with a disappointed look. Oopsie, Lottie innocently said as she tapped her fingers together, guess that was to be our little secret. Titans, go. Robin ordered as he and the others rushed towards the HIV-5 with Raven going towards the fallen Beast Boy. Beast Boy, what happened? Raven spoke as she tried to wake the changeling. What did they do to you? I just showed him my boobies, said Lottie as she approached the empath. He's silly. Raven looked at the woman with a small blush on her cheeks as she said, you did what? Lottie giggled as she saw the black aura surrounding Raven's hand and said, ooh magic, yay. You gonna to pull a bunny out of your bikini? The empath sneered a bit before launching dark energy towards Lottie, but the woman was somehow dodging the attacks while giggling like a little girl. Cool. Lottie cheered as she weaved her hands into intricate patterns. My turn. Shui la ma te miu ovri ko go ma la. Raven flinched back as a flash of light from a flashbang shone brightly into her eyes before feeling a sharp kick launching her into the counter. Robin saw Raven on the floor unconscious as he turned his attention towards the childish woman. After knocking Billy Numerous out with a flashbang, the boy wonder then charged towards Lottie into a tackle but missed as the woman leapt over him. Yay, leapfrog. The woman cheered before she saw Robin get to his feet. Mr. Reaper told me about you, Robin. Reaper, Robin said as he was now on the defensive. What has he told you about me? He told me that you were a bully, Lottie answered as she ignored Starfire and Cyborg fighting Gizmo and Mammoth. You learned how to be a bully from another bully. Mr. Reaper told me about Batman and that man is nothing but a bully and a boogeyman. That's not true. Robin countered as he went on to the offense while Lottie was casually weaving around Robin's attacks. Mr. Reaper also told me that I shouldn't trust bullies like you, the woman said as she continued to evade and deflect the boy wonder's attacks. You bullies say you help everyone but really you are hippo, crates that just bully people for attention. Besides. Lottie placed a hand on Robin's shoulder before leaning towards his ear and with a sultry and mature voice said, how can you trust your own mentor and the new members while they withhold information about QB and the demon sealed inside of him? Can you really trust someone with his kind of attitude with the power of a demon? You have already had to face Trigon when he was released, but how will you and your little team handle the power of the real QB? Do you really think that you will be informed about an actual demon that could destroy mountains and islands with the swipe of one of its 9 tails? Lottie quickly punched Robin in the gut and fled towards the broken window and with her childlike voice said, we need to get back to Mr. Reaper. We've been here too long and I'm not looking forwards into getting a spanking from those bullies from the Justice League. What about Naruto? Oh yeah, said Lottie as she launched a wire that wrapped itself around Naruto and pulled the celebrity towards the villainous. Now we can go see Mr. Reaper. Before the Teen Titans could act, Lottie set off some flashbangs and blinded them before she and the other members of the HIV-5 made their escape. Cough cough, where are they? Cyborg said as he tried to clear the cobwebs out of his vision while Robin staggered up to his feet and walked towards the broken window. They got away, Robin said as he saw that the villains were long gone. We need to go after them. But how will we find them? Starfire asked as she held Raven on her shoulder before seeing Robin pull out his communicator. I have my ways, the boy wonder said as he saw the small blip on the screen. However, I'm also calling in some backup since we may end up dealing with Reaper. We're already here, said a voice as the conscious Titans looked and saw Mokuzai and Kyubi walking through the destruction. I believe we should act immediately. Robin, you and Starfire are with me and Kyubi while Cyborg will stay behind and help Beast Boy and Raven. The group nodded as Mokuzai, Kyubi, Robin, and Starfire left through the window while Cyborg took Raven and Beast Boy to the med room. At a random hideout, the members of the HIV-5, save for Lottie, were waiting outside a room as only Lottie was allowed to take Naruto inside to meet with Reaper. I wonder what they're doing in there? Mammoth asked as he, Seymour, Billy Numerous, and Kid Wykid were playing cards. I mean, why would Reaper only want to meet with Lottie? I don't know. Gizmo growled towards the hulking teen, probably playing favorites since Lottie was personally trained by him. Curiosity then took over the group as they leaned their ears against the door and heard muffled voices. "Please, Mr. Reaper. I'll be a good girl," said Lottie's voice with fear, "anything but that." "I'm sorry, Lottie, but this hurts me more than you." Reaper's voice said calmly, "Being late makes you a bad girl and bad girls must be dealt with, now drop them." "The hell are they doing?" Seymour asked before. "Smack. Smack. Smack." "Is she?" Billy said as the sound continued. "Is Lottie getting spanked?" Kid Wykid brought his cloak against the door and carefully leaned his face into the dark fabric before pulling out and nodded. "Sucks to be her then," said Mammoth as he decided to walk away from the door. "I've heard that Reaper is pretty fucking brutal. I've even heard that he killed a group that was sent in to kill him while banging some chick. Anyone who can do that is brutal." The other guys decided to get back to what they were doing as to avoid Reaper's wrath as he may turn his attention towards them next. Inside the room, Lottie had just pulled her skirt back up as Reaper went to examine Naruto. "Now what have we learned, young lady?" Reaper asked as Lottie was rubbing her sore rear. "Never be late for a meeting," the woman said as she noticed a large crate. "What's that, Mr. Reaper?" "Oh, this thing?" Reaper said as he patted the box and smirked under his mask. "Just a little gift from our robotics expert. Got it just in time for the Jump City parade too." "Ooh, a parade," Lottie said as she forgot about being spanked. "Can I go? Can I go? Please, please, please. I promise to be a good little girl this time." Reaper approached the woman and placed a hand on her shoulder as he said, "You can go, Lottie, but you must remember your promise to be a good girl, my little ghost." Lottie chuckled as with her mature voice, she said, "Of course I'll be a good girl, Grim." Robin was standing next to his cycle in pondering thought. It had only been a few days since he and Starfire had gotten Naruto back from the HIV-5 with the help of Mokuzai and Kyuubi, but something was deeply bothering him. Flashback: Robin, Starfire, Mokuzai, and Kyuubi were outside a warehouse that the group had tracked Naruto at, thanks to the tracking device Robin had placed in Naruto's watch. "What's the plan, Robin?" Mokuzai asked, getting a shocked look from the boy wonder. "Jump City is under the protection of the Teen Titans while Kyuubi and I are just here to help aid you should Reaper make his appearance." "Why plan when we can just storm in there and kick all of their asses into next week?" Kyuubi said as his mask hid his devilish smirk. "Those weaklings won't know what hit them." "No," said Robin as he saw Mokuzai give Kyuubi a look. "Naruto is still in there and we can't afford to go in there recklessly. We need to extract Naruto out of there safely before handling with the HIV-5. The boy wonder heard Kyuubi growl and mumble under his breath and couldn't help but think about what Lottie had told him. Could Kyuubi be more powerful than even the strongest members of the Justice League? Was Batman hiding more information about the young man? What is it about Kyuubi that is making Beast Boy and Raven wary of him? And what did Lottie mean about the real Kyuubi? After ridding those thoughts from his mind, Robin looked at the group and said, "Starfire, you and Kyuubi provide a distraction and lure out any of their members while Mokuzai and I will try and extract Naruto out of there. I think it would be best if Starfire and I switch places," Mokuzai said before Kyuubi placed a hand on the man's shoulder. "Didn't you say that this is their place, Mokuzai?" Kyuubi challengingly asked. "We must listen to Robin's orders. Besides, I can handle myself against these thugs." Kyuubi grabbed Starfire's wrist and jumped away before Mokuzai could protest as Robin led him towards the other side of the building. The two were waiting outside a window as they both carefully looked to see only 4 of the HIV-5 members there. "Where's Lottie?" Robin thought to himself, and before he could get his answer, a loud crash had echoed through the air. Seeing that Mammoth and Billy Numerous had left to investigate the noise, Mokuzai placed a finger under the window before the window itself began to raise up from a small block of wood growing from the man's finger. "Okay," Robin thought as he and Mokuzai quickly and quietly jumped inside and slowly closed the window. "That is pretty cool." The boy wonder gave Mokuzai a few hand signals before the two separated, with the man silently jumping down onto the floor below. Robin jumped down onto the floor behind a stack of crates that were a few meters away from Gizmo. Robin looked to see Mokuzai positioned behind Kid Wykid, ready to strike on his command. The boy wonder took out one of his customized electro-birdarangs that were specifically designed to disable any electrical device that had struck and threw it, hitting Gizmo's pack. "What the hell?" Gizmo said in shock as he and Kid Wykid were suddenly bound by trees that somehow grew from right underneath them. Kid Wykid tried to escape but found that he couldn't as the binding trees were somehow preventing him. "Capture completed," said Mokuzai as he had his hands clasped together. "They shouldn't be a problem at the moment. I'll check on Starfire and Kyuubi while you tend to Wilson-san." Robin nodded as he went to help Naruto get out of the bindings. Flashback: "And we're ready to go," said a man, snapping Robin out of his thoughts. "You're going to be following me, correct?" "Yeah," said Robin as he got on his cycle and put his helmet on. "We need to make sure that Naruto remains safe." "Should I pass you?" You are to get Naruto inside the car and get him to the safe house no matter what. The man nodded as he got into the car while Naruto was sitting on the roof with his legs hanging from the open sunroof. Normally I'd be riding in a limo during parades like this, said Naruto as he heard the car's engine start up. This is going to feel weird to not have a martini after the parade. I'm just taking extra precaution, Mr. Wilson, said Robin with a professional tone in his voice. Even though the HIV-5 is now down a member thanks to QB, you are still in danger. Whatever, Naruto said as the car began to move, signaling the start of the parade. At the Metropolis Women's Prison, Livewire was watching the Jump City parade with a few other female convicts. So Leslie, asked a prisoner with a spiked mohawk, what's it like dating a celebrity like Naruto Wilson? He's a pretty nice guy, Livewire said as the television showed the few parade floats and balloons, definitely not like the other celebs you see. So have you two done the deed? Asked another prisoner with the side of her head shaved in a bob cut, getting a small blush from the electric villainous. I'll admit we've had some fun, Livewire said as she tried to fight the small blush on her face, but we haven't done any of the more active stuff yet. But once you get out of here, said another prisoner with a tattoo on her exposed arm and letting the sentence hang with a smirk on her face. Once I get out of here, Livewire continued with a smirk of her own, we'll go to the hospital and see if Foxy has the okay for the more fun stuff. Ms. Willis, said a guard as he entered the room, your bail has been paid. You can go get your things. Can they wait until I see my boyfriend? Livewire asked, getting a confused look on the guard's face. He's supposed to be in this parade. The guard thought for a moment before he said, all right. The person who paid your bail won't be here till later anyway. I'll just watch the parade with you. My son's going to Jump City Tech and he and a few of his fraternity friends have a float that I'd like to see since he and his friends sounded pretty damn proud about it. He was so secretive about it over the phone. Livewire and the few convicted shrugged their shoulders before offering the man a seat. It wasn't like anything bad was going to happen, right? At Jump City, Starfire was floating next to a parade balloon that was shaped like a clown laughing. I do not feel the joy that the parade is giving today, the Tamarinian girl admitted as memories of that mission she and Robin had with Mokuzai and QB. Flashback Starfire and QB had landed in an alleyway that was across from the entrance to the warehouse. How are we to lure them out? The Tamarinian girl asked as QB then looked at her. Easy, like this. The young man said as he grabbed a trash can and tossed it towards the warehouse, creating a loud crash as metal crashed against brick. The two waited until Mammoth and Billy Numerous stormed out of the door and looked around for what caused the noise. Before anyone could act, QB rushed from his and Starfire's hiding spot and began to attack the two villains in a ruthless fashion. Seeing Billy create more clones of himself, Starfire rushed in to help QB by throwing a few starbolts at each of the Billy clones' feet. We'll take Red over here, said one of the Billy clones before he pointed towards QB and Mammoth. You guys help Mammoth with the other Red. I don't think so, said QB as he brought his hands together with his fingers forming a cross sign, multi-shadow clone jutsu. Plumes of smoke erupted around the young man as clones of QB soon charged out of the smoke and began to attack the Billy clones. Give them no mercy. QB then ordered with an ominous glint in the eye hole of the fox-shaped mask, go wild. Starfire watched as many of the QB clones began to either pummel or use blasts of wind against the increasing army of Billy clones. Some of the QB clones had disappeared in plumes of smoke, but the Billy clones were also melding into other clones. Starfire decided to join the fight, but one of the QB clones pulled her hair. Get out of the way, bitch, said the QB clone as he and a few other QB clones tossed Starfire to the side. The Tamarinian was able to correct herself to keep herself from hitting the warehouse's brick wall until she saw a small group of 4 Billy clones surround her. You're not going anywhere, said one of the Billies with a smirk on his face. Fox boy over there might have the same power as us, said another Billy clone. But he can't handle all of us, said another Billy clone as QB was starting to get buried by the sheer number of Billies. You have forgotten that my friends and I have taken you down before, Starfire said as she got into a fighting stance, and we can take you down again. Before Starfire could move, a sudden feeling of dread had pierced her body and the girl looked around until she saw that the ominous feeling was coming from the pile of Billies as she had saw the hidden look of tension was on Mammoth's face. Raven had taught Starfire how to read expressions on a person's face as each twitch of facial muscle indicates a different emotion. The Tamarinian could see that Mammoth was hiding his fear as his eyes showed fear and defiance while his mouth was structured to accompany his defiance that also accompanied by both anger and fear. Mammoth's whole body was in the time-stopping fight or flight mode as the teen almost looked more like a statue frozen in place. A pulse of power caused all the Billy clones to somehow be blow off of QB who now had an aura of pure bloodlust and rage. It was as if QB was something that death itself would fear. The other QB clones had vanished in plumes of smoke before the real QB went in for the attack. It was a sickening sight as QB went from one Billy clone to the other, slashing with his hands as they were now sharp and deadly claws causing blood to fly around like ribbons. Mammoth finally decided to go into fight mode and tackled QB into a binding hug, but it was futile as the masked ninja just glared at the larger teen and somehow had scared him into letting go. "Just what in Sam hell are you?" the original Billy asked in fear as he felt pain coursing into his body from his destroyed and mutilated clones merging back into him. QB looked at the villain from a slouched position as a dark and ominous chuckle escaped from his mask. "I am QB." The masked ninja roared with a distorted voice before he had Billy in his grasp quicker than anyone could blink. Hey man, I surrender." The villain nervously said as he held his hands up to both show his surrender and for protection. "PP please have mercy." "The fuck's mercy?" QB asked, and if anyone could see through his mask, they would see his crazed and demonic smirk. "Mercy's not a part of my vocabulary." Both Starfire and Mammoth watched in pure horror as QB slammed Billy Numerous into the ground, violently shaking the very street itself, before ruthlessly beating the villain with earth-shaking punch after punch. "Fucking hell," Mammoth thought as he watched the one-sided beating with horrified awe, "just what the fuck is he?" Starfire had to keep herself from vomiting as QB suddenly stopped before lifting a heavily beaten, heavily bruised, and bleeding Billy up into the air before tossing him into a nearby building, creating a large gaping hole as the sheer force within the throw was powerful enough to go straight through two buildings. Looking at QB again, Starfire then saw a small red shroud of oozing energy in the shape of a fox enveloping the masked ninja as he menacingly cackled in the air. The sound scuffling feet alerted everyone to a now fleeing mammoth that was tripping on his feet. "So you're my next victim," QB said with a sickening tone of joy that would even give the Joker chills. "I'm gonna have fun with you." Starfire blinked before seeing the masked ninja going after Mammoth, before finding herself in front of the teen and feeling a burning pain being slashed onto her back. The sound of an anguished howl echoed through her ears before the world had gone dark. "Flashback end, are you alright?" Raven asked as her voice snapped the Tamaranian out of her thoughts. "If your back is still bothering you, I can take you back to the tower and heal some of the lingering pain." "I am alright," Starfire answered as she tugged on her shirt that covered her upper body that hid the bandages she wore, "but I thank you for the offer." It was a few days after the fight that Starfire had woken up to find not only the other Titans but Mammoth at her bedside in the tower's infirmary, and she was wearing a teal dress that she had seen at the hospitals. She was told by Robin about how QB had gone out of control and injured her and Billy Numerous before Mokuzai had stopped him. The Tamaranian girl soon found out about how badly she was injured as when she moved, her back painfully flared up and caused the girl to puke a few buckets of clear liquid. But she learned that she had gotten lucky. Billy Numerous's injuries were beyond what Starfire had as the young villain was placed on life support after being sent into a coma from the damages on his body. Both of Billy's arms and legs were broken in 3 different places on all limbs, 6 ribs were broken with the remaining ribs and sternum badly cracked, multiple concussions, his jaw had to be replaced with a prosthetic jaw, his nose was shattered, and his back was broken. Even the doctors had admitted to the Titans that they thought that Billy wasn't going to make it with both the number of injuries and the amount of blood loss the young man had gone through. The doctors then said that even if he manages to live after all the damage he had suffered, Billy would never the same person he was before. Starfire was surprised to see Mammoth in the infirmary, let alone Titan's tower, as the others said that the hulking teen was grateful that Starfire had saved his life and was incredibly sorry for trying to run away. The teen had even admitted that he had tried to ask for a small boat, even if it was a small swan boat, so he could try and visit Starfire, and he was even tempted to just swim after the 3rd time he was refused service. Mammoth soon began to berate himself for being a coward when he tried to run away after what QB had done to Billy and how it was his fault that Starfire was hurt how she was. It kept going as the hulking teen had fear-driven tears falling from his face before the Tamaranian girl, to the surprise of her friends and against the searing pain in her back, got out of her bed and hugged the teen while whispering words of comfort in his ears. Mammoth was even allowed to carefully hug Starfire back as he sobbed into the girl's gown. "I wonder how Mammoth is doing?" Starfire couldn't help but wonder before the sound of the marching band signaled the start of the parade. Watching the parade from atop a nearby building, Mokuzai was holding QB with a leash made of wood while another ninja similar to Mokuzai with a different mask looked down at the passing parade. "How's the parade, senpai?" Mokuzai asked as music filled his ears. "Have you spotted Naruto yet?" "Not yet," said the silver-haired ninja as he saw the balloons pass by, "but I do have to say that the balloons, floats, and the amount of people here could make this difficult. I haven't heard anything from the Titans or from Flash Senpai." Seeing QB struggling to get the wooden collar off, the silver-haired ninja turned to the redhead and said, "You know that you wouldn't be in that situation if you had kept yourself under control." Haven't you caused enough problems already, Arashi? Oh please, Kakashi-sensei, Kyuubi countered as he stopped pulling at the collar. Why should we hold back if we're dealing with those criminals? I was doing the Titans a favor. By sending a young man to the hospital barely alive? Kakashi stated with disappointment. Haven't you learned from that time after the Chunin exams when you robbed Lee and Hinata the ability to have chakra? I thought you would have learned to control yourself in combat. How do you think the public will react to how the Justice League has a hero who nearly kills their villains? Fuck the public, Kyuubi said as he went back to trying to remove his collar. Fuck the lot of them. The two masked ninjas sighed at Kyuubi's attempt of removing his collar and wondered just what went wrong. Inu, said a voice over the radio as Kakashi brought a hand to his ear. Inu speaking, Kakashi answered as he went back to looking at the parade below. Mokuzai, Kyuubi, and I are in position and watching over the parade. How are you at your end, Flash Senpai? Everything's cool on my end, Flash said through the radio. So far I haven't seen anything suspicious at the. Wait a minute, I'll call you back later, just keep an eye on the parade and Naruto. Will do. Inu, out, Kakashi said as he killed the radio on his end and looked closely at the parading vehicles and floats until he spots Naruto behind the Jump City Tech float that was the upper half of a person with the right side wearing a knight's armor while the other half was dressed in a police uniform with a flag that said to protect the people, to serve the kingdom hanging in front of the vehicle. Not a bad philosophy, Kakashi thought as he watched Naruto wave to the people out on the sidewalk. To say Lex Luthor was having a bad day was the biggest understatement in his life. He was for once actually wanting to see Superman stop any office diabolical schemes, but alas he had nothing as Reaper had struck a deal with him that he would not only capture a member of the Justice League, but kill one of them and all Luthor had to do was babysit. Lexi! Cheered a voice as said villain held in a sigh as Lottie skipped towards him. What is it, Lottie? Luthor asked as he dreaded the question. Could you get me that, please? Lottie asked as she pointed to a stand that was selling stuffed animals. But sweetie, Luthor tried to counter as his arms were full of many different stuffed animals. I've already bought you 15 plushy friends, why not get some ice cream instead? No, Lottie said with a stamp of her foot. Mr. Reaper told me that I can have anything I want as long as I'm a good girl. Do I have to tell him that you were being mean to me? Luthor held his tongue at the childish woman's threat. While he didn't exactly fear Reaper, he was not foolish to lose a potential business partner like the assassin, that is if he can deliver. An assassin that can kick the Teen Titans around and steal one of their little toys as flawlessly as that is worth having around. Okay, you win, Luthor said as he could almost hear his wallet crying. I'll get you a new friend. How about the two of you settle for me, said Flash as he zoomed in front of them. Never knew you had a girlfriend, Luthor. Believe it or not, I'm babysitting. The villain said as he couldn't reach for his hidden blaster since the last time he dropped one of Lottie's plushy friends. The woman threw a screaming fit until she was satisfied with another plushie and some ice cream. Lottie, meet Flash. Flash, meet Lottie. Hiya, Lottie said with a cheerful voice. Mr. Reaper told me about how you work with Batman. Is it true? Of course, Flash said with a smirk. Me and him have taken down a few baddies and we haw. Flash fell to his knees as he held himself after Lottie had kicked him between the legs. Batman is a bully, Lottie said as she put her fists to her hips. If you work with him, then that make you a bully too. Luthor saw the masked woman splash a small bottle of clear liquid into Flash's face before a smoke pellet hit the hero's face and released a noxious gas that knocked Flash out. That was chloroform and knockout gas, Luthor said as Lottie lifted Flash onto her shoulder in a piggyback style. And I just thought you were a sweet little girl. I'm always a good little girl, Lottie said with a mature and seductive voice, and Mr. Reaper has always loved his good little girls. Luthor watched as Lottie suddenly went back to her childish voice and personality and was now beginning to question his potential business partner and his methods. Bang! A loud gunshot echoed through the cheerful music before screams of horror replaced the joyous music while a multitude of voices screamed out what had happened. Naruto's been shot. Oh my god, he's dead. Sniper. Luthor was surprised to see that what he had heard was true as after Robin zoomed by, the car that was escorting the celebrity had abruptly stopped as Naruto Wilson was now laying behind the car with a puddle of blood gushing from his obliterated head. From one of the buildings, Deadshot held his sniper rifle as he smirked at a job well done. Can't believe that the Naruto Wilson was Hiraishin. The assassin chuckled as he stood up. Seems like the Justice League's rookies aren't up to snuff. I know, said a voice behind Deadshot as the assassin turned to see the barrel end of a shotgun. Too bad you were misinformed. Blam. Reaper unimpressively watched as bits of skull and brain matter flew about before Deadshot's body fell off of the building. A sickening splat echoed in Reaper's ears as he looked over to see more civilians running in panic and away from the bloody mess on the concrete. No one steals one of Death's kills, Reaper said as he heard the sound of footsteps behind him. Too bad Death will have to take a rain check after today, said Mokuzai as he tightened his grip on the small wooden leash that was connected to Kyubi's collar. You're coming with us. Are you behind the death of Naruto Wilson? Inu asked as he knew both Minato and Kushina would be upset about their son's death. Believe it or not, no, Reaper said as he let the top of the barrel rest on his shoulder. I, along with other assassins, were hired to kill Naruto Wilson, aka Hiraishin, and apparently someone had beaten me to the kill. Too bad for him because I can be quite a sore loser. Still, said Inu as he drew his sword while Mokuzai got into a quick battle stance, you are coming with us for questioning and we won't take no for an answer. Inu rushed towards Reaper as the assassin used his shotgun to block the sword strike while hitting the ninja with an open palmed attack. The ninja saw the attack coming and jumped away to avoid the attack while a few shuriken from Mokuzai flew towards Reaper, but they missed as the assassin rolled to the side. After quickly recovering from the roll, Reaper threw his own set of throwing knives towards Mokuzai. You're going to have to do better than that to take us down, Mokuzai said as he created a block of wood from the leash to block the attack. We've been trained for years to handle assassins such as you. Then we have something in common, Reaper said as he used his shotgun to block another sword attack from Inu before drawing his own red-bladed sword and slamming the pommel into the masked ninja's gut. Inu quickly jumped away to avoid a slash from Reaper's blade before holding his stomach where the assassin had hit him. From there Inu and Reaper went into a sword battle while the assassin used his shotgun to deflect the shuriken coming from Mokuzai and Kyubi. The cloaked assassin quickly jumped over Inu with a quick twist of his body and slashed the ninja's back with the red-bladed sword. Inu! Mokuzai called out as his colleague stumbled forward with his back bleeding before he made a few hand seals, wood clone jutsu. As the Teen Titans appeared, they saw another Mokuzai grow from the masked ninja before the original Mokuzai handed the other the wooden leash. That's freaky, Cyborg said as his mind couldn't process what he saw. So cool. Beast Boy cheered before seeing that the one Mokuzai holding a wooden leash that was attached to a collar around Kyubi's neck. What's he doing here? We'll figure that out later, Robin said as he saw that Inu and the original Mokuzai were fighting Reaper. Titans, go. Getting the signal, the other Titans rushed towards Reaper with Starfire tackling Reaper after the assassin jumped in the air. Noticing that he was in the Tamarnian's grip, Reaper pulled out a small knife from his left sleeve and stabbed the girl in the back where one of the scars were. Jia! Starfire screamed as the pain was enough to cause her to loosen her grip, allowing Reaper to slam his elbow into the side of her head, knocking her out. Starfire! Robin called out as he rushed to catch the Tamarnian girl while Raven went to capture the falling assassin with her magic. Azeroth Metrian Zen Boom. A flashbang had gone off above her, badly disorienting her as she held her ringing head and fell onto her rear. Raven! Beast Boy called out as he was able to avoid the flashbang before changing into a pterodactyl and flew towards Reaper. The changeling was able to catch the assassin in his talons and was about to throw him towards the others on the ground before Reaper slammed a small pellet into Beast Boy's chest. Freezing pain shot through Beast Boy's body, causing him to let go of Reaper and change back into his regular form with ice clinging onto his chest. Reaper was able to land into a roll and jump to his feet as Inu quickly caught the changeling and gently placed him on the roof. Are you alright? Inu asked as the young boy was shivering. So, CC cold. Beast Boy said before the masked ninja used a weak fire jutsu to safely melt the ice. Reaper stood on his feet to see Cyborg, Robin, Mokuzai, and a now focused Raven surrounding him and chuckled. What's so funny? Cyborg asked as he cracked his metallic knuckles, finally seeing that you're about to get your ass whooped? Nope, Reaper said as the sunlight gleamed on his blood-red sword. I haven't faced 4 opponents at the same time in quite a while. Hope you're ready for jail, Robin said with determination in his voice before jumping in for a tackle. Seeing the attack, Reaper quickly stepped to the side, grabbed Robin's wrist, and tossed him towards a charging Cyborg before ducking a punch from Raven and giving her a powerful uppercut before giving the girl a roundhouse kick that sent her a couple of meters from the combat. Seeing Mokuzai run towards him during his spin, Reaper quickly slid around the masked ninja while pumping another round in his shotgun. Mokuzai quickly turned around and blam. The 3 Titans watched in horror as blood, small bits of bone and porcelain, and pieces of brain matter rains onto the roof with a few pieces of brain matter and specks of blood landing on their faces. Tenzo! No, Inu roared out as Mokuzai's headless body soon turned into a tree that was rooted to the roof while the wood clone was also turned into a tree, allowing Kyubi to break himself free. Finally, said Kyubi as he rolled his neck with his mask hiding his demonic smirk, now for the real hero to join the fray. Kyubi jumped towards Reaper in an attempt to tackle the assassin but Reaper lazily stepped to the side, causing the masked ninja to crash into Raven. Hold still. QB growled as he turned to face the assassin while Reaper just merely chuckled before jumping to the side to avoid a flying kick from Inu and jumping off the roof. Everyone rushed towards the edge to see Reaper sliding to the building's side before the assassin pushed himself off the side when he was close to the ground and rolled onto his feet at the pavement. "Neat trick, right QB?" Reaper said with a taunting tone. "Can you top that?" "Oh, I'll top that, you fucking bastard," QB roared before feeling a hand on his shoulder. "Calm down," Raven said with slight authority in her stoic tone. "He's just goading you so that he can have an advantage." "Shut up," QB roared violently before tightly grabbing the girl's wrist and leapt off the edge of the roof towards the ground with Reaper looking at him. Reaper jumped away as the pavement cracked when QB landed with a powerful stomp before the masked ninja swung Raven towards the assassin like a flail. Seeing no chance to dodge the attack, Reaper braced himself as he crossed his arms just in time for the girl-turned flail to smack right into his body and sending him into a tumble. The assassin jumped onto his feet and looked at QB, who still had Raven tight in his grip. "Using your own colleague as a weapon like that?" Reaper asked as he saw some of the more braver civilians taking out their cell phones, if any wouldn't do something that dishonorable. "Shut up." QB growled as he tightened his grip, causing Raven's wrist to break while the people around were talking. "What is he doing? He needs to let go of her. Why is he using Raven like that? Is he seriously with the Justice League?" "Shut up," QB roared towards the crowd as he could still hear everyone talking. "Shut up. All of you." "QB, that's enough," roared a new voice as everyone looked to see Hiraishin and Shinobi. "What the?" Reaper said as he looked back at the car that had Naruto's headless body before returning his attention onto Hiraishin. "How are you still alive, Hiraishin?" "What do you mean?" Hiraishin asked as he had to hold back his tears as he saw his son's corpse near the car. "What is all this about?" "Oh, you don't know?" Reaper said as he saw the people with their phones still out. Someone placed a hit on a Mr. Naruto Wilson as it was revealed that the celebrity is actually the Justice League's newest recruit, Hiraishin, aka you. The assassin sheathed his sword and holstered the shotgun before pulling out a picture of both Hiraishin and Naruto and held them side by side. "See," Reaper said as he saw the shocked look on Hiraishin and Shinobi's eyes, "both you and Naruto have bright blonde hair and bright blue eyes, and if you place your picture over Mr. Naruto's, he looks exactly like you." "No."
Minato thought his realization had hit him harder than a speeding train. I got Naruto killed.
"I was the cause of my own son's death." "Perfect." Naruto thought as he saw the tears falling from Hiraishin's eyes. "With everyone witnessing my death and the reason behind it, the Justice League will have much more trouble now." "I have you now," QB roared as he charged towards Reaper with Raven still in his grip. "Now you die." The assassin dropped the pictures and before anyone could blink, Reaper had drew his sword and slashed at QB. Both Reaper and QB stood a few feet away from each other and turned to face each other. "Nice try, Reaper," the masked ninja said with a taunting tone, "but you missed me." "I wasn't aiming at you," Reaper said as he sheathed his sword with a click before blood flew from Raven's now detached forearm. Raven screamed in pain before removing her cloak and wrapped it around the wound as her hand and wrist were completely severed from her arm in a swift and clean cut. "Clever bastard," said QB as he was about to charge towards the assassin, but somehow found himself wrapped in golden chains. "QB, that's enough," Shinobi said as tears were pouring from her face. "We will talk about this later." "Looks like my job's done," Reaper said as he reached into one of his side pockets. "I'll meet you sometime in the future." "Sayonara." The assassin tossed a smoke bomb onto the pavement and vanished into a cloud of smoke as Robin and Inu jumped in to try and capture them. When the smoke cleared, Reaper was nowhere to be found as the duo had only collided into each other. Seeing Shinobi run towards Raven in hopes of helping the girl with her wound, Inu rushed towards Hiraishin as the man had fell onto his knees with tears rolling down his eyes. "Sensei," Inu said as he slid to the blonde man said, "Sensei, talk to me. We need to go after Reaper." "I killed my son," Hiraishin said as he looked at the bright sky. "I killed Naruto. I killed my own son." Watching from a limo that was on the adjacent street, Reaper slightly chuckled before he entered the vehicle where Luther and Lottie, along with the many stuffed animals Luther had bought her, were waiting. "So Naruto died a needless death," Luther said as he watched Hiraishin pound the street with his fist, and all because someone thought that he was Hiraishin. "What's worse than a parent seeing that they had been the cause of their own child's death?" Reaper asked as Lottie was hugging a large winged unicorn with a happy giggle. "Wait, you mean to say that?" Luther said with a surprised tone before he let out a small, dark chuckle. "You are a cruel bastard." "While I wanted to be the one to kill him," Reaper said as he saw Lottie set a stuffed fox away from the other stuffed animals, "I still got our agreement done as Mokuzai is no more and I understand that we have one extra person with us." "Of course," Luther said as he and Lottie stuffed Flash in the trunk. I'm honestly surprised with how your apprentice has easily taken him down despite her childlike mentality. Sometimes, Mr. Luther, Reaper said as a smile formed under his mask, you have to look underneath the underneath. Kushina walked through the halls of the Watchtower and past the many other heroes of the Justice League who had given her their condolences. It had been a whole week since Naruto's death and the woman could only remember bits and pieces of what had happened. The press conference at the revelation of why Naruto had died, Kyuubi's behavior and actions, Livewire's meltdown at the prison, consoling Minato, secretly attending Naruto's funeral, and talking to the other members of the League on just what to do with Kyuubi. Kushina walked until she approached the door that led to the Watchtower's brig used for certain villains that couldn't be easily contained even with special modifications to their prison cells. She entered and traveled until she reached a cell where Livewire was being held as she was wearing a special rubber straitjacket and bound to a hand truck. She stood before the villainess with the glass wall/door keeping the two women separate should emotions get too high. Livewire looked up and saw Kushina as she narrowed her eyes with a growl coming from her throat. You bitch, Livewire said as she sneered at the woman, you and your husband are responsible for Naruto's death. I should have fucking fried you when I had the chance. Kushina said nothing as she didn't even bother putting on her disguise, nor had she wanted to. All because of a few similarities, Livewire said with tears slowly running down her cheeks, my boyfriend just had to die because that asshole you call a husband couldn't hide that damned mop of hair of his. He took Naruto away from me. That prick took away my sunshine. We had never planned for this. Kushina finally said with a cracked voice as a few tears rolled from her cheeks, we had only wanted our little baby boy to come back home to us so that we can fix all the wrongs we have done to him. Well congratulations, Livewire said as anger was building up, now you won't have to worry about it because he's fucking dead you child abandoning slut. We would never abandon Naruto, Kushina cried out as the tears were flowing freely from her eyes, Minato-kun and I both love our children very much. That's fucking bullshit. Livewire countered as she jerked forward, only for her bindings to prevent her from going further. If you really loved him, then he wouldn't have gone through so much fucking shit because of you, your husband, and that fucking monster that you dare call a son. We had to focus on Arashi because, Kushina said before she held herself back to avoid spilling the secret about her red-headed son. Don't bother hiding Arashi's little secret from me, Livewire said with a venomous look in her eyes, because Naruto has told me about how Arashi holds an actual demon inside of him. Arashi has the real Kyuubi sealed inside of him. Naruto told you that? Kushina said in shock as the villainess slowly nodded her head. He told me everything, Livewire said with venom in his voice. He told me of the times that you and your husband wouldn't have him train in anything that doesn't require any of that chakra crap, or how Arashi uses him for target practice for any jutsu that he learns, and even how you never seem to even fucking notice him at all. I may be a villainess, but even I would be a better mother than you. Kushina honestly wanted to go in the room and slap the villainess hard enough to give her a concussion, but she instead fell to her knees as her tears fell onto her hands. She's right. Kushina thought as she let out a pained sob, I should have been there for Naruto. I should have trained him in Kenjutsu or even Taijutsu, but all I did was push him away and never notice any of his injuries. It was only half an hour later when Kushina was able to calm herself down and push herself onto her feet. It was painful and tiring for her as she knew that all of this could have been avoided if she was a better parent. If you have nothing left to say, Livewire said as she slowly lowered her head, then just fucking leave me to mourn. Kushina carefully placed a hand on the glass before resting her head on the barrier and closed her eyes. If it's any consolation. The woman said as she let just one last tear fall from her face, Minato and I are truly sorry about everything that has happened and we would have supported your relationship with him seeing how much you love him. Kushina received no answer as she stepped away and traveled deeper into the brig while composing herself. She had one more prisoner to visit. In the Watchtower's infirmary, Raven was sitting in one of the beds looking at her remaining hand and the bandaged stump where her other hand once was. Her hand couldn't be saved as the damage done was too much as the wrist was completely shattered with piece of bone cutting into not just some of the smaller veins but the major arteries around the wrist. Knock, knock, said a familiar voice as Raven looked to see Beast Boy with a small black rose in his hands. I'm not in the mood for any of your stupid jokes, Raven said bluntly as she looked away as of all people to visit her it had to be Beast Boy. Wasn't planning on joking around this time. The changeling said as he approached the girl's bedside and sat in the nearby chair, just thought I'd visit you and see how you're doing. How do you think I'm doing? Raven asked with slight anger, I only have one hand now because they couldn't save the hand Reaper had cut off. Okay, just chill. Beast Boy said as he held his hands up, I just want to see how you're feeling. Sorry, Raven said as she reeled in her emotions, I haven't seen anyone this past week as aside from John, you're the only one who had visited me. Really? Beast Boy asked with surprise, but what about Starfire? I thought she was your closest friend. She's having her scars checked at by Minato and his teacher, Raven said with slight venom as she mentioned Minato's teacher, if he does anything to Starfire. I'm with you there. Beast Boy said as he had to agree after seeing how Minato's teacher had acted around Wonder Woman. What about Cyborg? John told me that Cyborg was letting me have some space for a little while. Raven answered as she slightly missed her brother figure, and last I heard, Robin was talking with Batman about what to do with QB. Beast Boy slightly sneered at the mentioning of the redhead as there just had to be something done with QB. If I had a say in anything, Beast Boy said with a serious and angered tone, I would have let the beast giving him a thrashing that he'll never forget. Really? Raven asked in surprise, I mean, I know that you probably would have liked to step on a few bad guys as a T-Rex, but unleashing the beast on someone with the intent of teaching them a lesson? The changeling chuckled as he said, I know that it's surprising coming from me of all people, but with what QB has done, he sent a guy to the hospital, badly scarred one of our closest friends, used you like a weapon, and practically destroyed your hand. I honestly have to thank Reaper for cutting your hand off if it means for you to get away from that monster. Kind of a low blow with that last part, Raven said as she looked at her stump, but I honestly have to agree with you there as QB, I don't think he's human anymore as that power had corrupted him to the point of no return. Beast Boy nodded as there was a fine line between being human and an animal, he had to fight that line with every transformation including the beast. Thanks, Raven said with a small genuine smile on her face. No problem. Beast Boy said with a small smile of his own before he presented the rose, gotcha something. Raven took the rose in her lone hand and gently twirled it before laying it on her lap. Thank you, Raven said as her smile remained on her face as a small blush formed, Garfield. Anytime Rachel. Beast Boy said with a faint blush on his face before the two of them began to talk about memorable moments while Beast Boy had informed Raven about the recent changes, neither one of them noticing a figure listening on their conversation from outside the hall. Booyah, Cyborg said with a smirk on his face before he walked down the hall before he decided to visit Raven. In an unknown building, Flash was slowly regaining consciousness as all he could see was darkness with the exception of white underneath him. Where? The Speedster said as his vision was correcting itself, where am I? You in one of my lovely homes, said a familiar distorted voice as Flash's vision quickly corrected itself to reveal Reaper standing before the hero. Dark and gruesome, Flash joked with a smirk, just like you. Nice one, Reaper said as he adjusted his stance, but I have a better joke, how do you torture a man who can't sit still? Taking a couple of steps towards Flash, Reaper said, you make him under the threat of death. Oh ha ha. Flash sarcastically said from his seat, why bother binding me to this chair if I can just vibrate my way out? That wouldn't be wise, Reaper said as he guided Flash's eyes to a small red string that was attached to the hero's costume. As you see, there are tiny red strings delicately attached to your suit and they are all attached to something else. But only one of them is attached to the gun pointed at the back of your skull. Using a mirror from his pocket, the assassin revealed that there was a revolver pointed at the back of Flash's head with the hammer cocked all the way back and a red string connected to the trigger. Go ahead and move your left pinky, Reaper said calmly, I promise it won't kill you. Although skeptical, the Speedster moved his left pinky to only hear a loud crash of what could have been a ceramic jar or vase. That is the only freebie you're getting, so you better get comfortable, Reaper said with a slightly confident tone. So what do you want from me? Flash asked, clearly I have something you want or you wouldn't even keep me alive. That's only half of the reason, Reaper said as he turned away and began to walk into the darkness, but mostly I just want to send Bat Team a little message. What kind of message? Flash asked once more, but Reaper never answered as he vanished into the darkness. A bright flash shone in front of the bound hero to reveal a television screen that was set on the recent news. What the? Flash said as he watched the news play out to reveal what all had happened in the past week. So Naruto's dead and it was because of mistaken identity? Indeed. Reaper's voice echoed from the darkness. The Justice League faced a lot of trouble as Hiraition mourned over causing the death of an innocent person, more importantly his own son. But of course that wasn't just it, Reaper said as the television screen changed to reveal QB swinging Raven around like a club. Your other new recruit had used his own colleague as a weapon before I severed her hand. But that's impossible. The Speedster said as the screen changed to reveal Raven with her hand severed after Reaper had slashed towards QB. How can that happen as Raven's half-demon blood would keep that from happening? It's all thanks to my personal blade, War, said Reaper as the television revealed a screenshot of the blood-red blade. Through forging my own sword, seeing a few connections, and making a deal or two, I was able to have a powerful sword similar to that held by one of the riders. The riders? The hero asked with slight wonder in his voice and face. As in the Angels of the Apocalypse. Reaper answered calmly, although it's not the real thing, the blade possessed by the Red Rider can supposedly cut down even the very gods themselves, which is why they only entrusted such a blade to a being that brings forth ultimate destruction along with other objects of pure destruction. Though war is but a cheap replica, it is still powerful enough to cut down demons such as Trigon. The television was soon shut off after revealing a small bit of Naruto's funeral as Reaper then said, "Oh, how much chaos can be done through a simple case of mistaken identity? What do you want?" Flash asked as he wanted to get out of the chair and find the assassin, but with how close the gun was, he really wasn't fast enough to dodge a bullet that close. As I've mentioned before, Reaper answered with his voice echoing around the Speedster, "I just want you to send Bat Team a message. Talk to you later." Flash looked around to see all of the red strings connected to him with only one of them was connected to the gun. Maybe if I move carefully, the hero thought as he tried to trace the strings and look through the darkness, I can figure out just which one of these would spell my doom without blasting my brains out. Carefully moving his left ring finger, Flash watched the string closely while listening for anything behind him. Crash! The sound of wooden blocks crashing onto the floor had startled the Speedster, but he was able to keep himself from visibly flinching by tensing his body. Impatient already? Reaper's voice echoed from the darkness, "Consider yourself lucky that all you did was knock over a Jenga tower or else the fun would already be over." "Oh, I'm just having a blast," Flash said as he was really wanting to give the cur a piece of his mind. "You should join in on the fun." "Maybe later as right now," Reaper said with slight joy in his voice, "I need to go make a few calls. Sayonara." As silence echoed around Flash, the hero sighed as he was able to free another finger. One down, the hero thought with slight confidence as he saw the many more red strings surrounding him, just a crap ton left. In an adjacent room, Naruto had finished pouring himself some wine as Slade was nearby with his own glass. "Ah, good old-fashioned torture," the older assassin said with a small smile, "I've taught you well. I wonder just how long it will take for him to realize the gun is fake." "Who said the gun's fake?" Naruto said as he took a sip of wine, "I'm wondering just how long it would take for his heart to completely stop." Slade's smile just widened a little as he said, "That's my boy. So what are you going to do now that you're dead?" "Dunno," Naruto said with a devilish smirk as he swirled the wine in his glass. "Might steal something from the Teen Titans, kill another Justice League member, I might even just go see a play." "I'd love to join you," Slade said after placing his empty glass and putting on his mask, "but I have other plans at the moment." "Enjoy your day, son," Naruto chuckled as he said, "I will, father, I will." In Metropolis, Superman was flying through the air patrolling for any criminal activity and to try and get his mind off of things. The Justice League was under some heavy fire in the past couple of weeks after everything that had happened at the Jump City parade and Flash's sudden disappearance. "Can't believe that this is happening all over again," the Man of Steel said to himself as he felt a case of déjà vu, "but only this time it's much worse." "Of course it's much worse," said a familiar voice as Superman stopped to see Reaper just casually leaning against a clothesline, "considering that a very famous and well-known celebrity was killed and how one of your new recruits just used one of your younger colleagues like a club on your watch, who wouldn't make a fuss?" "Reaper?" Superman asked as he was ready to fight the assassin, "Why are you here?" "Just taking a stroll," Reaper said as he stepped closer to the edge away from Superman. "I've done no harm, yet." Superman saw Reaper take a step over the side and chased after the villain in hopes of keeping the assassin from getting killed, but to his surprise Reaper was standing on the side of the building like it was the roof he was standing on before. "How are you?" Superman asked as Reaper drew his red-bladed sword as the assassin began to hum a tune. A quick slash snapped the Man of Steel out of his stupor as he saw that his uniform was cut and the skin underneath was slowly oozing blood. "How did you do that?" Superman asked as he quickly backed away from the side of the building to avoid another attack. "How did you cut me?" "You may be a Man of Steel," said Reaper as he carefully turned the red blade as the sunlight gleamed from it, "but even steel is vulnerable to magic." "War here was just an ordinary blade," Reaper continued as he watched the Man of Steel hold his injury, "but after soaking it in a mixture of virgin's blood and demon blood, I possess a blade that can cut the very gods themselves. Raven is proof as I was able to slice off a half-demon's hand like a hot knife through butter. This is but one of my specially made weapons that I have appropriately named, the Blades of the End." Reaper sheathed war before pulling out a small envelope and held it towards Superman. "I'd like you to deliver this to Bat Team and tell him that I will be waiting for his response." The assassin said with a professional tone, "Don't worry, it's just a letter and a couple of tickets. I don't plan on killing him with something as cheap as biowarfare. Sayonara." A smoke pellet in the face caused the Man of Steel to reel back and wave the smoke away, allowing Reaper to vanish. Seeing that Reaper was gone once more, Superman brought a hand to his ear and said, "Superman to Watchtower." "Watchtower," said John's voice from the communicator, "is everything all right?" "Yeah, Just had a run-in with Reaper, Superman said as he used his X-ray vision to peek at the contents of the envelope but found that the inside had aluminum foil. I got cut by that sword of his before he gave me a letter that's to be given to Batman. I'll explain later when I get to the Watchtower. Superman out. After cutting of the communicator, Superman looked out towards the city and said, "Just who are you, Reaper?" At the Watchtower's brig, Kushina stood before a cell where Arashi was being held in during the past week. Arashi was wearing nothing but black briefs as his body was covered in many different seals and markings to prevent him from even twitching without alerting someone. He was also bound to an X-shaped post that kept him from moving around as a secondary measure of keeping the young man still. "Nice of you to finally visit Mother," Arashi said with visible anger on his face. "The only ones who would visit me was Kakashi-sensei, that fucking pervert, and that bat creep, Wayne." "Why, Arashi?" Kushina asked with a mixture of sadness and disappointment. "Why are you like this?" "I'm like this because I'm the hero," Arashi answered as he jerked forward. "The village once treated me like a god, and after that no good waste of space and air vanished. Everything's gone to fucking shit. Don't you dare talk about your brother like that." Kushina countered with venom in her voice. "Yes. Minato and I have made a grave mistake of neglecting Naruto because I needed to learn how to control the Kyuubi," Arashi roared. "I overheard you both talking about giving that piece of shit everything that's rightfully mine. I can use and mold chakra while he can't. Why waste your time on a piece of failure like him?" "Because we had to make it up to him," Kushina said as she tightened her fist. "Tsunade told us about what's been going on with Naruto that we haven't been seeing. All the countless beatings from the villagers and the other shinobi. It took just looking at Naruto's own little filing cabinet that was full of each medical report done on him alone." Arashi mumbled something under his breath before a reverberating pound was heard as his mother slammed a fist into the barrier. "What was that?" Kushina shouted as she had a feeling that her little strike was registered in the system. "I said that fucking bitch," the red-haired man roared out. "Tsunade was always patching up that piece of shit after I have gone through with him." Kushina paled as she couldn't help but ask, "Wah, what do you mean? You mean to tell me that?" "Yes," Arashi said with a sickening smile, "I've used everything you and father have taught me on Naruto as what could make better target practice? But on your own brother." Kushina screamed out in pure disbelief, "How could you?" "I was showing that shit stain about just who is the top dog in our family," Arashi said with a pure demonic smile, "and thanks to the power of the Kyuubi, I can do just that." "Not for long," said a voice as Kushina looked to see Minato as he now had midnight black hair and dark purple eyes thanks to hair dye and colored contacts. "Once the preparations are done, the Kyuubi will be extracted from you before your execution back at the village." "So what are you going to do with the Kyuubi after you rip it away from me?" Arashi asked with a challenging smirk. "Without Yamato around, how are you going to keep it contained?" "Dr. Fate has agreed to throw the Kyuubi in a small pocket dimension that he calls the Void, an empty dimension where nothing exists, not even time itself." Minato answered as his new violet eyes narrowed towards his red-haired son. "How could you do this to us?" "Because I can and I have the power to do so," Arashi answered as he then added, "After getting a taste of the infinite power I have, I knew that I can do anything thanks to the Kyuubi." "So the Kyuubi had corrupted you?" Minato sadly admitted before Arashi began to chuckle. "You seriously think that Kyuubi's doing this?" the young man asked maniacally. "That weak mutt only wanted to be left alone after meeting Madara, and it was thanks to the Shodaime that Kyuubi became the weapon he is now. So many people thinking that it's a creature of pure hatred, but the feared Kyuubi is nothing but a pushover. This is all me." Clung. Even after shutting the emergency lockdown hatch, Arashi's maniacal laughter could still be heard through the thick door. "Minato," Kushina said she was wondering just what had gone wrong in her life. "I know, Kushina," Minato said as he still carried that haunted look on his face. "I just want this to be some horrible nightmare." "You better fucking hope you wake up soon," said a new voice as the couple looked to see Tsunade standing before them with a look of pure anger on her face. "Kakashi had told me everything that has happened and I couldn't believe it myself, but after talking to Ms. Willis and overhearing what had happened I am very disappointed in the both of you." The couple lowered their heads as Tsunade then said, "Once I return to Konoha, I am stepping down as Hokage and coming back here to begin a new life." "What?" "Tsunade, you can't," Minato said. Both he and Kushina were devastatingly shocked at the revelation. A chakra-enhanced punch to the face caused Minato to collide into the wall and leaving a large indent from the impact. "Listen here, because I am not repeating myself," Tsunade said as she tightly gripped Minato's shirt. "I only came back to Konoha because I believed that there was a chance of getting my little godson I loved so much back. You were able to convince me to give Konoha just one more chance because you and the pervert preached so much about how you both would do whatever it takes to get Naruto back. Now that he's dead, Konohagakure could burn to the ground for all I care now, and if you ever try to find me again, I will end both of your lines by turning you into a vegetable and making it to where Kushina could never have children again because killing either of you would be too good for you and Naruto wouldn't want that. Tsunade turned away from the couple, ignoring their calls and walked away from them as tears rolled from her face. Naruto, Tsunade thought as she passed Livewire on her journey back to Konoha, I wish that I could have seen you just one last time. At one of his bases, Naruto was looking over his collection of guns and other weapons when he sneezed suddenly. Someone must be thinking about me. The blonde said as he pulled out a handkerchief and cleaned his nose. After placing the cloth tissue back in his pocket, Naruto walked past the many weapons on the wall until he reached 3 weapons that were on display, a snow-white shotgun, a black double-headed flail, and a pale gray sword that was curved like a combination between a scimitar and a sickle that gave it both a beautiful and an ominous look to it. Naruto then placed war on the empty display that was between the shotgun and flail before stepping back to view the 4 weapons. Pestilence. War. Famine. Death, Naruto said as he named each of the weapon in the order they were displayed. These 4 are always a constant in life as pestilence can destroy life and cause the diseased crops to wither and die. This soon brings forth both war and famine as people fight for was edible food that could eat, and once those 2 have played their parts. Naruto delicately picked up the sickle sword, Death, and gave it a quick twirl before looking at his pale reflection as he then said, Death shall arrive to bring forth the end. While I am not going to bring forth the actual end, Naruto said as he put Death back on its pedestal, I only want to show the Justice League just what they are dealing with. At the Watchtower, the key members of the Justice League were in the meeting room with one seat empty due to the absent and missing Flash. All right, said Batman as he stood at the head of the table, it's time to start this meeting. Where's Flash? Black Canary asked as she and a few other members noted the absent founder. Flash isn't here because he was captured during the Jump City parade a week ago, Batman stoically answered, getting a few shocked looks, which brings us to a few topics because of the event. Starting off with a few of us needing to have changes to our work uniforms. A hologram projected a picture of Naruto Wilson and a picture of Hiraishi before his change next to each other as Batman continued, with the revelation Reaper had brought forth and Naruto's assassination. It has come to my attention that our disguises are not completely foolproof. Because of someone believing Naruto to be Hiraishi, we now have a dead celebrity due to similar traits. We all know that Minato Namikaze is Naruto Wilson's birth father, Red Tornado pointed out. The fact is that their similarity has led to Mr. Wilson's death. If anyone could point out this kind of similarity, it could be possible to connect the dots between other members of the League such as Superman or Wonder Woman, said Founder's eyes slightly widened at the question as they hardly had anything that said no connection. With their personas. All someone had to do was connect the dots or just mess around with one of their pictures and their identities could be revealed. That is why I'm going to ask some of the members to change how they look so that another incident like this wouldn't happen, Batman said as the hologram soon changed to a picture of Kyuubi/Arashi. Now on to the next topic, Kyuubi. Arashi Uzumaki Namikaze has proven himself to be a danger to everyone. I agree. Wonder Woman said as she crossed her arms, he is too reckless with his power as he had sent a young man to the hospital with chances of him being in a coma for Hera knows how long, attacked Starfire, used Raven as a club and destroyed her hand in the process, and if I'm not mistaken, he had caused thousands of dollars to a small restaurant even before becoming a member of the Justice League. We need to do something about it. We're already working on it, Batman said as he motioned towards the entrance of the room as Jiraiya entered, causing the female members present to glare at the man. Minato, Dr. Fate, and I are preparing everything to take care of Arashi as we are planning on taking the Kyuubi out and placing it inside a place that Dr. Fate calls the Void. The Toad Sage said with a serious tone, it'll take some time, but once the Kyuubi is free from him, Arashi will be sent back to our world where he will be executed for his treasonous actions. That's kind of harsh for a bully like him. Captain Marvel said as he didn't like the thought of killing someone. Sound idea for me, Hawkgirl said casually, by your world standards, he interfered with a highly important mission, attacked your allies, and had attacked your own people from what Kushina had revealed to me. When will the preparations be done? Superman asked as he wanted Kyuubi taken care of as soon as possible, hopefully without getting the young man killed. We're ready to go once the daimyo gives us the okay, Jiraiya said. Tsunade had sent a messenger to the daimyo about all that had happened before she announced to the village that she's stepping down from her position as Hokage. I've never seen the village in more of an uproar since after the Chunin exams with what Arashi had already done. Where is Tsunade right now? John asked as he saw the woman's medical skills and was really impressed. She's visiting Naruto's grave. Batman bluntly said, she wanted to see him just one last time before finding a new life here. I have created the legal documents necessary for her to get settled. On to the next topic. The picture on the hologram then changed to a picture of Flash as Batman said, "We have learned that Luthor and Lottie had captured Flash during the Jump City parade. How is that possible?" Captain Marvel asked with concern. "He's like the fastest guy in the league." "Most likely Lottie had quickly used what Reaper had taught her to take him down without a problem," Batman said as he remained serious. "Flash's location is unknown with the exception of him being in Reaper's clutches. We are working on how to find him." Now to the main topic. The hologram then changed to pictures of Reaper with his cloak both opened and closed. "Reaper," Wonder Woman said with narrowed eyes, "I still owe him for that night. Stay focused." Batman stoically ordered, "We really don't know just what Reaper is capable of, as all we could gather is that he is an expert assassin, what with him being taught by Deathstroke, has the ability to cling to surfaces with his feet, and is in possession of possibly dangerous magical artifacts." Superman instinctively placed a hand on his chest where Reaper had cut him. He could only wonder what the other Blades of the End were like. "We have also learned that he somehow has a grudge against you more than the League itself," John mentioned as he sneered a bit at the memory of meeting the assassin. "Reaper's a cunning and ruthless son of a bitch. We need to keep an eye on him and take him down quickly. We also must bring our attention to his sword, War, along with what the other weapons he has for the Blades of the End," Batman said as he brought up a still photo of Reaper cutting off Raven's hand. Superman had mentioned that the sword was soaked in the blood of a virgin and the blood of a demon. Who's to say that the other blades weren't as well? I have also looked into them and saw that War and the other blades are somehow connected to the angels of the apocalypse. Each of those angels are a representation of what is to be brought with them, Dr. Fate said as everyone looked at him. Plagues, hunger, endless violence, and finally the death of humanity. I find it disturbing that any mortal would try and mimic any of those meant to bring forth the end of humanity. We must exercise the utmost caution should he have the other blades with him. Batman nodded as he then revealed the envelope that Superman had delivered and said, "We have a chance of learning more about Reaper as he invited me to see a play with him." "Really?" Wonder Woman said as she and everyone were completely shocked with what the Dark Knight had revealed. "We are talking about what could be the most dangerous person in the world and he just invited you to go see a play? This has to be a trap." "That is why I'm going," Batman said without missing a beat. "If he has a problem against me, then I will show him that I'm not one that is easily intimidated nor foolish enough to be caught completely off guard. I'm going and that's that." This didn't sit well with everyone, but they knew with how Batman worked, Batman is just Batman. He took down crime bosses, took down a group of villains that banded together with Lex Luthor, beaten a powerful psychic in a mind battle, and even outwitted the most brilliant of villains. How do you take a guy like that down? "If nothing else is to be added," Batman said as he looked to see if anyone would talk, "then this meeting is adjourned." Batman soon exited the room with Wonder Woman quickly following him with a slight limp in her step. "Are you really going to sit through a play with an assassin like Reaper?" Wonder Woman asked as she finally caught up to the Caped Crusader. "Of course I am." Batman bluntly said, "Reaper is not only the League's problem, but my problem as he is challenging me. He's trying to tear us down by targeting only me. If he wants to fight me, then I'll fight him." Wonder Woman sighed as she then said, "Just be careful around him, Bruce, as who knows what that bastard has planned." At a cemetery, Tsunade stood in front of a grave with tears in her eyes as this was Naruto's grave. So many questions were running through her mind. Why didn't she do more? How could she look at Naruto now? Why did this have to happen to her favorite godchild? "I'm sorry, Naruto," Tsunade said as she hung her head. "I wish I could have done something more to prevent this. I should have made them see what Arashi was becoming and what was happening to you. When I had heard that you vanished, I was devastated. I had lost my brother and my beloved, but I didn't want to lose you. I had even given up drinking and gambling as I knew that you craved so much attention, and what did I do after you vanished? I went back to drinking and gambling my problems away. I had even allowed myself to become the Hokage after those two dumbasses had promised to do everything in their power to get you back and fix everything," Tsunade said as her knees began to feel weak. "And look where it had gotten me. I'm standing before the grave of my beloved godson." The woman soon fell onto her knees and began crying as all this could have been prevented. She had lost her favorite godson twice in one lifetime and it was all Konoha's fault. She lost her brother and boyfriend to the war in that foolish dream, her godson had literally disappeared because of neglect and abuse, and now after finding him he dies because of a case of mistaken identity. "Are you all right, madam?" asked a voice as Tsunade looked to see a man with graying black hair wearing an eye patch and a suit. "No," Tsunade admitted through her choked sobs. "Would you be, if you were standing in front of your godchild's grave knowing that such a fate could have easily been avoided?" "Of course not, and it is much worse as he was my adoptive son," the man said as kneeled towards the grave and clasped his hands together. Forgive me, Mr. Wilson, I didn't know," Tsunade said as she knew who she was talking to. "It's all right, the man said as he stood on his feet and held a hand towards the woman, "And please, call me Slade." "Tsunade Senju," Tsunade said as she let Slade help her to her feet. "I was Naruto's godmother. My apologies, as I can see you still love him as much as he has told me," Slade said, getting a shocked look from the woman. "Naruto has told you about me?" Tsunade asked as the man before her chuckled. "He has told me about everything you have done for him," Slade said with a smile, "healing him, protecting him, loving him. You were actually more of a mother to him than his real mother ever would be. Don't you dare talk about her," Tsunade threatened with pure venom laced in her voice. "Very well," Slade said with a nod, as Kushina would be a touchy subject at the moment. "I was planning on dealing with some of the contracts he had agreed to with the many films he was supposed to be in, but I'm going to reschedule those meetings so that I could help a loving woman deal with the loss of a loved one, considering that both she and I share the same loved one." Thinking everything over, Tsunade looked at Slade and said, "I would welcome it since we both could use some comforting. I actually have nothing better to do anyway." Tsunade followed Slade to his car in hopes of possibly finding some comfort and maybe more, as she secretly admitted in her mind that the man was quite a charming character. Slade hid his smirk as he had a few surprises for not just Tsunade, but Naruto as well. Flash wasn't having a good time as he was itching badly with the urge to move, but he knew that one twitch could kill him. He had already taken a couple chances and only freed all but his thumb on his left hand. What made his experience worse is that he was starting to feel an itch on his back. "I can't even move my back without possibly killing myself," Flash said as that itch was starting to bother him when he saw the door open. The sound of footsteps echoed as Flash looked to see Lottie walking in with a stack of DVDs and a large bag in her hands. "Hiya," Lottie said with a joyful tune. "Mr. Reaper told me that you will be watching over me while he goes out to go see a play. So are you going to let me go?" Flash asked with a smirk as he wouldn't be outwitted by the childlike woman again. "Sorry, but Mr. Reaper told me that you need to stay there," Lottie said as she slightly fidgeted a bit. "I'm not looking forward to being a bad girl and having Mr. Reaper spank me." "He spanks you?" Flash asked with slight confusion. "Isn't that illegal with your case?" "No, but it feels weird when he spanks me," Lottie admitted sadly. "I know it's supposed to hurt and it does, but I like it. Mr. Reaper said it might have been because that I was a very bossy woman who secretly likes being punished without even knowing it. But he told me that he only spanks me because he cares for me." Reaper being a parent? Flash thought at the idea of the assassin being a father. Not in a million years. Flash then noticed Lottie placing the bag down and put something in the DVD player before turning the television on. "So what are you doing?" Flash asked as he wondered if Reaper had sent the woman to torture him. "We are going to watch my favorite TV show," Lottie said with a giggle as she revealed the front of the case, "My Little Pony. She's a highly trained assassin and she's watching a kid's show, My Little Pony no less." Flash had to mentally ask him as the masked woman delicately placed the stuffed versions of the characters on him without tripping any of the strings attached to him. "There," Lottie said as she placed the pink pony on top of the Speedster's head, "now you're ready to be a brony." "But what if I don't want to watch the show with you?" Flash asked as he really didn't want to go through the stack of DVDs. "Then I'll tell Mr. Reaper that you weren't being a good babysitter," said Lottie as she then took a few steps towards one of the threads attached to Flash. "Or I could be a bad little girl and play with all of this string like a harp," Lottie then said with a seductive voice that sent a chill down the hero's back as he wasn't sure if it was from how quick Lottie's personality had changed or if the woman knew exactly just which string could spell his doom. "What's a few episodes going to hurt?" Flash asked nervously. "I've got nothing better to do." "Yay!" Lottie cheered with her childlike voice as she jumped in the air before laying on the floor before the TV. "It's friendship time." "Just what the hell did I just get myself into?" Flash mentally asked himself as the cheerful theme song played through his head. At the Gotham Theater of the Performing Arts, Batman swooped down in front of the entrance, getting a surprised reaction out of the surrounding bystanders and theater goers. "Look, it's Batman. What's he doing here? Hopefully not get another celebrity killed. I wonder what the Justice League did with that QB character? Should we even trust a guy like him? You sure know how to make an entrance," said a familiar voice as the sound of heels clicking echoed behind Batman. "Got the same invitation?" "Unless you got it from Reaper," the Caped Crusader said as he turned to see the woman who once directed Project Cadmus, Amanda Waller, wearing an elegant gold white dress and pearl necklace. "Then yes." "Mr. Batman and Ms. Waller," said one of the theater employees, "Mr. Reaper had already went on ahead to your designated seats and is waiting for you. Please enjoy the show." Batman looked at Waller as the woman said, "Well, don't want to keep the guy waiting since he paid for this trip." The duo walked in and traveled towards their seats on the upper levels, ignoring the looks and whispers. "It's not every day that Batman is seen going to a play like an ordinary person," Waller said as she climbed the stairs to the level their seats were, "but then again, You're not much of a social person. I have no time to be social with my enemies, Batman said as stoically approached the door that led to the seats, especially with those who want to kill me. The two opened the door to reveal Reaper occupying one of the 3 chairs reserved for him and his guests. I'm glad you both could join me, Reaper said as he motioned to a bucket of ice that also held a bottle of wine. I spared no expenses as I thought that we could use some time away from the accursed demon that goes by the name of paperwork. What do you want? Batman asked with a tone that he wasn't in a joking mood. Sheesh, I offer a moment to get away from work-related stress and this is how you decide to act? Reaper said with an insulted tone. This actually proves just how much of a jerk you can be, Bat Team. You'll have to forgive him, Mr. Reaper, Waller said as she did appreciate some time away from her desk. He's just not the social type. Indeed, Ms. Waller, Reaper said as he handed the woman a red rose corsage. A rose for such a wonderful woman? Waller accepted the gift and placed the corsage on her dress while the Caped Crusader glared at him. What? Reaper said as if insulted again. Can't I be the gentleman that I am? It's not like I'm hitting on her like some prude pervert. Or do you like her like that? Batman growled a bit as he knew that Reaper was just baiting him and decided to just sit down on the left side of Waller while Reaper was on her right. Too far for his own taste. I do hope you enjoy the play, Reaper said with a polite and professional tone. The Merchant of Venice is one of my favorites out of William Shakespeare's plays. My favorite character has always been Shylock the Jew as he is the most human-like character than the other characters and I always loved his most famous speech that he practically preaches out that even with his beliefs and ideals, he is as much a human as everyone else. Batman kept his focus on the assassin as the lights began to dim as the curtains lifted up to reveal the brightened stage. Just remember one thing, Reaper quietly said as the actors began their performance with Antonio sitting on one of the stairs with a depressed and solemn look on his face. Even Buddha loses patience when insulted a third time. A small gleam of light showed Batman that Reaper had a weapon in his hand, but it wasn't an ordinary weapon, it was one of Batman's own Bataran. The tip was cleverly pointed at the base of Waller's spine above her hip. He set me up. Batman thought as he realized why he and Waller were invited. Reaper had to have gotten a hold of one of Batman's Bataran and through the use of the theater's darkness, Reaper could stab Waller, a high-ranking government agent, and make it look like Batman was responsible. Another thing is that Batman has thrown so many of his Bataran that it would be inevitable that someone had to have gotten a hold of at least 1 or 2 of them. Even if everyone in the theater saw Reaper stabbing Waller, Batman would be held responsible as it was one of his gadgets that was used against a government agent. I'll play your little game for the moment, Reaper, Batman thought as he watched the actors brilliantly performing the play before the audience, but once this is over, I will stop you. Robin was standing before his team as he needed to discuss the mission Batman had given his team. All right, Robin began as he saw Raven holding a hand over her bandaged stump. Batman has given us a mission. I thought we were our own team? Beast Boy asked with confusion. We are. Robin answered, however, the situation calls for us to work with the Justice League since we have a common enemy, Reaper. The young boy handed each of the other Titans a piece of paper as he continued. Reaper's partner, Lottie, had captured Flash and now he's being held prisoner by Reaper. So where do we start? Starfire asked as she was wearing a purple leotard similar to Raven's without sleeves to hide the scars on her back. I can find him with a dowsing spell, Raven said as Robin looked at her. I just need something that belongs to him so I can get a good reading of his aura. I could also track him through the bioscans, Cyborg said with a serious tone in his face, but the only problem isn't just getting to Flash, but just who is there as it could be Reaper, Lottie, or even some sort of monster that Reaper had gotten his hands on. That's why I'm calling in some backup, Robin said before he then said, however Reaper isn't going to be there as he invited Batman to go see a play, but even though he isn't there, we can't be too sure if he hadn't planned on someone going after Flash. You calling Titan East? Beast Boy asked as he was wondering how some of their teammates were doing. Actually I'm calling in a couple of old friends, Robin said as he got a couple of wondering looks from his friends. I worked with them before I left Gotham and we could use the extra help. I already told them about the situation and they'll join us shortly, but we need to work fast as who knows what Reaper has planned for Flash. Everyone nodded as they needed to save Flash and possibly learn more about their opponent if possible. The Titans left the room so that they could begin the search and rescue mission given to them. Back at the theater, the third act had just started after the intermission and the 2 actors were performing their parts as Reaper, Waller, and Batman watched them. What is he planning? Batman thought to himself as he tried to find Reaper during the intermission and talk to him, but the assassin had simply vanished before reappearing just minutes before intermission had ended. He knew the Teen Titans could find Flash and possibly rescue him considering that he had trained the leader himself. The Dark Knight knew that Reaper had something planned for Flash and he needed to know. Batman was about to ask, but the assassin held up a hand as a means to be quiet as the man who was playing Shylock looked at the two actors before him. To bait fish withal, if it will feed nothing else, it will feed my revenge. The actor began passionately, he hath disgraced me, and hindered me 500,000, laughed at my loses, mocked at my gains, scorned my nation, thwarted my bargains, cooled my friends, heated mine enemies, and what is his reason? I am a Jew. The actor portraying Shylock then looked at the audience with angered resolve and passion as he continued, hath not a Jew eyes? Hath not a Jew hands, organs, dimensions, senses, affections, passions? Fed with the same food, hurt by the same weapons, subject to the same diseases, healed by the same means, warmed and cooled by the same winter and summer, as a Christian is? If you prick us, do we not bleed? If you tickle us, do we not laugh? If you poison us, do we not die? And if you wrong us, do we not revenge? If we are like you in the rest, we will resemble you in that. If a Jew wrong a Christian, what is his humility? Revenge. If a Christian wrong a Jew, what should his sufferance be by Christian example? Why, revenge. The villainy you teach me I will execute, and it will go hard but I will better with instruction. I've always loved that speech as it rings so true. Reaper quietly said with a hint of joy and pride at how well the speech had gone. What are you talking about? Waller asked as she was pondering about the assassin's ideals. It's really simple, Waller-san, Reaper began as he watched the actors continue their performance. Shylock speaks about the injustice done on not only to himself, but his people because they are considered different and turned into monsters by the people of Shakespeare's time. Would it not be the same for any of the people you call villains when the real villains are your everyday people? Batman raised an eyebrow at the assassin's words as Reaper continued. While it is true that some turn to villainy for their own gains, most times, some do not have a choice or are even given that role without proper reason aside from the fact that they are different. Everyone seems to forget the key moments in history that are supposed to end hatred as they express their hatred towards those who are different either secretly or even out in the open. The assassin then looked at the two next to him and asked, do you remember the incidents at Dakota that involved a chemical explosion which brought out individuals labeled as bang babies? Of course, Waller said as she looked from the corner of her eyes, everyone knows of those two incidents. I had even looked into those two incidents and those related to them myself. What are you getting at? Batman asked as he remembered working with Static Shock, one of the bang babies that the public calls those who gain some sort of power or mutation from the chemicals. Well, you see, Bat Team, Reaper began as he turned his attention to the performers on the stage. The youths who have been exposed to the chemical and mutated due to their bodies' reactions to said chemical were already given a label by the public and were even scorned for not being able to control their new powers or just appearing as a monster due to any form of physical mutation. Those with weaker will or without means of getting treatment join the life of crime as a means of survival or even for revenge against those who wrongfully scorned them. Reaper stole a glance towards Waller as he then asked, I am also sure that some form of agencies, such as those behind the Cadmus project, had even saw the mutated youths as weapons against their enemies. Am I right, Waller-san? Can't say I haven't heard a few things, Waller admitted as she has heard a few rumors about bang babies, but these are just children with lives instead of artificial beings that can be programmed. While that is true, Reaper said as he slowly blinked, it is possible to erase any form of humanity within those who are easily influenced, such as teens and the younger population, and turn them into mere puppets who will obey any command you give them. Who would do such a thing? Batman asked as he was disgusted by the very thought of turning troubled teenagers, let alone children, into mindless weapons. Oh, don't act so disgusted. Reaper countered as he narrowed his eyes towards the dark night. Ideas of turning children into soldiers have always existed since the dawn of time when man learned how to fight and kill for survival before passing down their skills and knowledge onto their students and children. Even if those skills were meant for survival, the cycle of violence never ends as long as there are at least two people on this world, or any world. Someone is going to want someone dead. Now if you don't mind, Reaper said as he leaned forward to get a better view of the play, I would love to see the rest of this play as this is one of my favorites, so do be quiet for the rest of the show, it's disrespectful. Batman narrowed his eyes as he decided to finish watching the play while keeping an eye on the assassin as he knew that Reaper was planning something big. A lone Konoha shinobi ran through the trees as the now former Hokage had given him a message to deliver to the daimyo. Even though it was just a simple mission to deliver a message to the daimyo, the shinobi's mind was running a mile a minute. What the hell has been going on? The shinobi said to himself as the wind danced off his face while his thoughts had drifted off to what Tsunade had told him. It was just crazy as Tsunade was Hokage for about 6 years and everything seemed to be going great. But then she goes with Jiraiya and returns to announce that she's stepping down with reddened eyes. Tsunade looked as if she saw a loved one being buried right before her eyes and even had witnessed that loved one's death right in front of her. The shinobi didn't have time to have another thought as he suddenly fell to the ground with blood pooling underneath him. A new masked shinobi stood next to the slain ninja before kneeling next to the fresh corpse and pulled the envelope from the body. The masked shinobi burned both the envelope and the body before using a transformation jutsu to appear as the once deceased man. "I need to deliver that message to the daimyo," the man said as he ran through the forest in order to carry out his mission. "I wonder who Tsunade had chosen for her successor? Danzo is the only possible candidate for the position of Rakudaime, as I can't think of another person suitable for the position." The shinobi continued to run through the forest as he had a mission to complete by the order of the Hokage. At the watchtower, Robin was looking over the changes to his costume. His cape now had a hood on it and he wore a robin-shaped mask that only covered the top of his face. It was definitely warmer than his usual mask as the mask also covered his hair, but he would manage as he couldn't take any risks. It also felt odd as he almost looked like a smaller and more colorful version of his mentor. It was actually odd that he would be the only one of the founding members of the Teen Titans to change the look of his persona. Cyborg's friends left him while the teen himself didn't want anything to do with his father. Raven's mother was in another dimension, Starfire's caretaker is on another planet, and Beast Boy only had Rita and the others from the Doom Patrol, but even then the young boy didn't have a lot of people save Terra. The only thing Robin had as Richard Grayson was his own identity and Bruce Wayne, Batman, his mentor and father. His parents died and Barbara could handle her own, but against Reaper? His communicator beeped as Cyborg's voice said, "Yo Robin, your friends are here." "Alright." Robin answered stoically, "I'll be there shortly." The boy wonder shut off the link and walked out on his room and through the halls until he saw his teammates and two others that he remembers. "Been a while Robin," said a young teenaged girl with long red hair wearing a suit similar to Batman's. "Never would have thought you'd wear a mask like that." "Didn't you get the memo?" asked a teenaged African-American boy wearing a navy blue coat with the hood covering his hair. A lot of Justice League members had to undergo some costume changes. If anyone could make that kind of connection with any of us, could still spell disaster. "Static's right," said a young boy wearing a green jumpsuit and a futuristic helmet that covered all but his mouth. "One of the greatest actors in the world died because of mistaken identity." "All right team," Robin began getting everyone's attention. "Our mission is to find out where Reaper had hidden Flash and rescue him. We don't know what awaits us, but we can be sure that Reaper wouldn't leave his hostage unguarded. We also must be alert for whatever traps that Reaper has planned, as he has been known to be crafty and dangerous. The mission is to find Flash and get him out of there. I have also brought Batgirl, Static Shock, and Gear with us to aid us with the mission." Robin added as the trio nodded and waved. "Raven had located Flash to a warehouse located in Alaska. That is where we will be going. We must also be prepared as Reaper himself could be there waiting for us, so we should expect some difficulties. We only know that he also possesses a powerful sword that he calls War, one of his blades of the end, so we must exercise caution if he brings out any of the other blades." Raven instinctively placed a hand on the stump where her hand once was as she remembered it getting severed. "If there's any questions, then please ask them now," Robin said as he saw no one speaking. "Then meet me in the hangar within an hour. Get ready for anything." Everyone stayed silent as Robin left the room before leaving themselves to get prepared for anything. On the rooftops of Gotham, Reaper was casually walking when the sound of cackling stopped him in his tracks. "Greetings," said Reaper as he turned around to see the clown prince of crime with his queen next to him, "Joker, Harley-san. Word on the street was that you invited Batsy to go see a play a few days ago," Joker said with his usual tone of joy. "How come I wasn't invited? You getting cozy with him is actually making me jealous, considering that he appears to be giving you more attention than me." "Didn't mean to steal your boyfriend," Reaper said as Harley's makeup hid her small blush. "Just wanted to deliver a message to him myself. Told him about how man is the real monster, as it is man who creates them. Am I right, Red Hood?" "Haven't heard that name in years," Joker said as he let out a deranged laugh before continuing. "There's also word that you have Flash right in your pocket, and it was your little girl and Lexi who got him. So tell me." Joker leaned towards the assassin with a hand to his ear as he then said, "What's your secret?" Reaper remained silent before a small chuckle escaped his covered mouth. "The secret to my success in messing with Batman is a simple question," the assassin answered with a smile hidden by his mask. "What is the best way to take down your enemies? By death or by faith?" Before either Joker or Harley could think, Reaper used a smoke bomb and vanished into the night air. "So much for asking him if I could join his little group," Joker said with feigned disappointment. "Oh well. At least I still have Batsy in my little group. Come Harley." Joker then said with his usual smile, "Let's go out and have some real fun." "Sure thing, Mr. J," Harley said as she skipped alongside the clown prince of crime to cause more havoc within the chaos that is Gotham. At Reaper's hideout, Flash blinked slowly as Lottie had left in order to go to the bathroom and get more snacks. 3 seasons and 2 Christmas specials, Flash thought with fatigue on his mind. Why is this series so long? Getting his thoughts back together, Flash looked around to see that he was by himself, still with a gun pointed right at the back of his head, and who knows how long Lottie will be gone. Just need to be careful enough to not blast my brains out, the speedster thought to himself as he delicately moved the tip of his right boot to try and find out if his toes were safe to move. I just need to hear that certain sound. Reaper's an idiot for using a revolver. The door suddenly exploded open as Lottie appeared with a tray of chips and dip while Flash jumped, twisting his ankle enough to jerk the 2 strings attached to his boot. The sound of breaking glass and cans crashing echoed through the darkness of the room as a small can of tomato soup rolled towards the masked woman. Thank God the gun didn't go off, Flash thought as he tried to calm his racing heart. At least my ankle's safe. Lottie set the tray aside before she picked up the can and said, "If you wanted soup, you could have said so. Please let there be someone be coming for me," Flash thought to himself as Lottie started on another DVD, "and let them hurry up." In Metropolis, Reaper was traveling across the rooftops when he heard the sound of fighting and followed it to find Captain Marvel fighting a few thugs. The most naive member out of the Justice League, Reaper thought to himself as he carefully hid himself from the hero's sight. I wouldn't be surprised since he has a few fanboy moments. After taking down the last thug and tying the group for the police, Captain Marvel looked at his watch and said, "Oh man. I have to get back to the class or Ms. Jacobs will go into a really bad panic." This caught Reaper's attention. Why would a hero be worried about being late to meet up with a class of students due to taking care of criminals? School children absolutely eat that excuse up because this had just recently happened and it would be so cool for a hero to describe some of their battles. With his mask hiding a Cheshire smirk, Reaper decided to follow Captain Marvel from a safe and unnoticeable distance. The assassin continued to follow Captain Marvel until they both made it to a fast food restaurant where a group of children were playing on the play structure that was outside. From there, Reaper saw the hero fly towards a small area that was out of sight but still close enough to the restaurant. What is he up to? Reaper asked himself as he stealthily hid in the same area and got closer to the hero. And I still got time to spare. Captain Marvel said with a small chuckle. Shazam! Thunder roared as a flash of light shone bright enough for Reaper to shield his eyes, and in the spot where Captain Marvel once stood was a small little boy. The assassin had to hide his shock as he had just found himself some leverage. Better get back with the class, Billy said to himself as he carefully rushed out of the bushes and headed towards his class as they were getting on the bus. Just in time the young boy was interrupted by something grabbing him from behind and making him fall to the ground. Just in time for me to get some bait for Bat Team, said a voice as Billy turned to see Reaper standing above him. "Billy!" The teacher cried as she froze at who was there before finding the courage to save the child. "You leave him alone, you no good." Bang! Bang! The teacher fell onto the ground after Reaper had shot her before holstering the gun and placing a gag over Billy's mouth. "Enjoy the rest of your field trip, kiddies," Reaper said as he slammed a smoke bomb on the ground, making everyone shield their eyes from the smoke. After the smoke cleared, there was no sign of either Billy or Reaper and the teacher was slowly getting up. Ms. Jacobs slowly got into a sitting position and wondered why she wasn't dead. She took a look at her shaking legs to see why. One of her heels were broken and there was a hole in the front of her skirt that was nowhere near her legs or womanhood. She was the luckiest woman alive to have survived an encounter with that horrid assassin. Wait a minute. Where's Billy? Ms. Jacobs asked with panic in her voice. Seeing the frightened look on the children had confirmed her fears before she suddenly felt lightheaded with a couple of students rushing towards her. Damn my weak heart. Up in Alaska, Robin as his team had made it to a large warehouse near the docks that Raven's powers had pointed them to. "All right," Robin began quietly as he looked at the others, "everyone ready? We have no idea of what Reaper could have set up for us, so we need to be ready for anything." Everyone nodded before Robin said, "All right, here's how it goes. Static, you, Cyborg, and Gear enter from the other side of the building. Raven, you and Starfire go in through the roof. Batgirl, you and Beast Boy enter from the side of the building. I'll take the direct route. Now let's move because who knows what they're doing to Flash inside." With said hero, his eye was twitching as they had just finished season 4 of that cartoon pony show for what could be the second or third time, and he could already see himself in that one blue pony with the awesome rainbow hair. Oh no. Flash thought as his eyes widened at the revelation, I can't believe it. I'm actually liking this show. I shouldn't let myself get connected to one of the characters of a girl's cartoon show. Yay. Lottie cheered gleefully as she threw her arms in the air. We finished season 4. Now for season 5. There's a 5th season? Flash yelled out in panic, causing some of the strings attached to his shoulders and chest to be pulled. A lot of loud noises were heard around the Speedster, but none of them were gunshots, and Flash was still alive, although his heart might have actually stopped for real briefly. "You're silly," Lottie said as she giggled at the look on Flash's face. "No wonder Mr. Reaper wanted you to babysit me. I'm going to go look for the DVD and more candy." The woman got to her feet and playfully skipped out of the room, leaving Flash to deal with his tortured sanity. "Please let there be someone here to get me out of this hell." Flash frantically thought as he couldn't imagine having to sit through another season and possibly a few more specials that Lottie had planned. In a different area, Cyborg and his team had just made it inside and looked around the enshrouding darkness. "Nothing but a bunch of boxes," Cyborg said as he had turned on the night vision in his cybernetic eye. Going to one of the boxes, Gearhead Backpack scanned the inside of the box before he said, "There's robots in this one, along with all of the other boxes too." "'Bout time you snot-faced bastards got here," said a familiar voice as the lights turned on to reveal Gizmo using his backpack as a jetpack. "Had to deal with that irritating witch, Lottie. Don't understand just why Reaper had left her in charge when obviously she's probably playing with dollies instead of torturing Flash." "Reaper's here?" Cyborg asked as he, Static, and Gear were on guard. "Nah," Gizmo said as he continued to hover in the air. "That guy had to step out and said something about getting practice. Guy's just like Batman, he's here one moment, then he's gone the next. He did however leave these cool toys for me." Pressing a button on his watch, Gizmo had all of the boxes open up before a horde of robots jumped out and got into the same battle stance. "Robotic henchman," Gear said as he looked at the sheer number of the surrounding robots. "How original." Some of the robots looked at each other before huddling together and combining with one another to form a large metal dragon, with another handful forming the same metal dragon. "That's new," Static said as another group of robots got together and took each other apart and forming the parts into many different weapons such as swords, shields, and guns. "Cool," Gizmo said before he saw one box that wasn't open. "I'll let you three handle these guys while I go check on Sleeping Beauty over there." "Oh no you don't." Cyborg roared out as he went to charge after the small villain, but was intercepted by some of the robots that remained the same. The cybernetic team quickly began smashing his fists into the robots that were charging him, easily knocking some of them back. This continued on as Cyborg did manage to destroy a few of them, but the robots were soon avoiding the team's attacks while delivering many multiple attacks of their own. It didn't take long until Cyborg soon found himself on the defense as the robots had somehow managed to gain the upper hand in the battle. Static had managed to electrically weld some of the robots to each other until they began to combine with each other to form either much larger robots or mechanical animals. "Oh come on!" the teen hero yelled out in slight frustration. "No far using Transformers against us. What's next? Metal Gear? Helsing?" Some of the animal robots began to rush towards Static in hopes of catching the teen in their flesh-ripping claws, while the larger robots managed to get clubs made out of either stray metal beams or their own comrades. With Gizmo, the small villain approached the box and saw that it had a special security code before deciding to hack into it. "Out of all of the robots Reaper told me that I can use, you had to be defective." Gizmo grumbled out as he continued to hack the lock until something latched itself onto his backpack. Looking behind him, Gizmo saw a mechanical spider on his back as it was starting to tear and destroy his backpack. Seeing the miniature villain preoccupied with backpack, Gear decided to see what was hidden inside the box as he began to hack into its security system. "Yikes," Gear said as he managed to get through one security wall before getting into another security wall. "What Reaper has in here isn't too good if it has this many walls." The technological hero continued to hack the box's system while Backpack continued to handle Gizmo and some of the other robots, unaware of what was inside the box. With Raven and Starfire, the two had managed to stealthily enter the place thanks to Raven using her powers to remove the window with her powers. "All right," Raven said as she looked around the area, "let's try and find Flash as quickly as possible. Who knows what Reaper has planned?" "I think we would know," said a spunky new voice as the two heroines looked to find an African-American girl with purple hair and puffy pigtails wearing a light blue long-sleeve shirt, loose-fitting denim jeans, and white sneakers standing next to a large, purple man wearing a sleeveless black shirt and orange pants. "How about we show these bitches what they're up against, Puff?" the purple man said as she cracked his large knuckles. "You will regret challenging us." Starfire countered as both her hands and eyes glowed brightly. "Don't think you can beat me and Onyx so easily," Puff said as her lower legs turned into smoke, allowing her to fly into the air. "We're no pushovers." "Starfire," Raven said as she began to levitate into the air, "I'll handle Puff while you take care of Onyx." "But what of your injury?" the Tamaranian girl asked as she kept her eyes on the large purple man. "I'll be fine," Raven said as she sent a reassuring smirk to her closest friend. "I can still cast my magic." You just watch your back. Starfire nodded as the glow in her hands burned brightly, ready for the fight ahead. With Batgirl and Beast Boy, the duo had managed to get in and knock out a couple of the superpowered thugs without much difficulties. Too easy, Batgirl said as she dusted her hands after tying the thugs together. Beast Boy quickly took the form of a bloodhound and sniffed around until he started to run down a hall. "Hey, wait up!" Batgirl called as she chased the green dog down the hall, unaware of a set of eyes watching them from the shadows. "So," said a mixed voice from the shadows, "guess Static had made some friends with the Teen Titans. Time go check things out." Batgirl had followed Beast Boy until the changeling had stopped in front of a door and began scratching it. "He's in there?" Batgirl asked as she received a nod from the green dog before kicking the door open to find Flash strapped to a chair with many different red strings attached to his suit. "Thank God you're not Lottie," the hero said with desperation. "I've been stuck here watching a stupid kids show with a gun to my head." Beast Boy changed back into his human form and kept watch as Batgirl examined the gun pointed at the speedster's head. She untied the string connected to the trigger of the revolver, took the gun off the pedestal, and flipped the cylinder out to make a realization. The revolver wasn't even loaded, she said as she carefully examined the barrel to find no bullet inside. "What do you mean?" Flash asked as he turned his head around. Bang! The loud noise caused the trio to jump as Batgirl yanked the string to find a tape recorder flying out of the darkness. "All this time Reaper held me captive through scare tactics?" Flash asked as he then began to chuckle to himself until he began laughing hysterically before fainting in his spot. "Batgirl to Robin," Batgirl said as she pulled out her communicator. "Beast Boy and I have found Flash. He's unconscious, but safe. Where do you want us to rendezvous?" "I'm afraid that we're a bit tied up," Robin's voice said from the communicator as sounds of fighting can be heard in the background. "Reaper was expecting a rescue and had Lottie and members of both the Breed and HIV waiting for us. Get Flash out of here. We're not leaving you guys behind." Beast Boy yelled out defiantly. "There's no other option," Robin said as the sounds of fighting continued. "Get Flash out of here and contact the League." "Understood," Batgirl said before she shut the communicator off. "Be careful, Dick." Batgirl quickly got Flash loose from the chair as she looked at Beast Boy and said, "Let's get Flash out of here and call the League as the others might need help." "Too late for that," said a mixed voice from the darkness. "Little girl." In Gotham, Tsunade and Slade were walking out of one of the city's fancy restaurants. "Thanks for dinner, Slade," Tsunade said as she was wearing an elegant, forest green dress with a fur coat draped over her body. "You sure know how to treat a lady." "Well, I was married once," Slade said with a slight smile, "but let's just say that my ex and I didn't agree with how things have gone." "This fur coat is nice considering how many looks I was getting when I had it off," Tsunade said as she was tempted to knock some teeth out of a few people, waiters included, that were staring at her, more specifically at her endowment. "Well, you do have to consider that not many women are naturally that size," Slade commented as he remembered all those stares as well. "But you are just as beautiful, even if you didn't give Pamela Anderson competition." Tsunade chuckled a bit before a street thug approached them, wielding a knife that shone dangerously in the light of twilight. "Give me your money," the crook threatened as he then sought Tsunade's necklace. "I'll also take the pretty lady's necklace." "I'm not going to ask twice." Tsunade looked over the thug before she took off the fur coat and handed it over to Slade. "Hold this for me, would you?" the blonde asked, ignoring the crook's shocked look. "I'll give this guy just what he deserves." What are you doing?" the crook asked as he saw the woman hold a hand with her pointer finger behind her thumb. "Twick." Slade watched in surprise as the crook was suddenly tossed into a brick wall before falling into a dumpster underneath. "Hopefully that'll teach him a lesson," Tsunade said as she took her fur coat back and put it on. "Never mess with me." "Wow," Slade said as he blinked a few times, "you're just as strong as Superman." "That pushover?" Tsunade said with a chuckle in her voice. "He's just too much of a gentleman to arm wrestle me and he blushed every time I tried to talk to him." "You are full of surprises, Tsunade," Slade said with a chuckle of his own. "How about I take you to my place for a short while before you go back to the Watchtower?" "Actually," Tsunade said with a distant tone, "I don't plan on going back to that place, nor am I thinking of going back to my world. Both places have bad memories that I'd rather not talk about right now." "Very well," Slade said as he and Tsunade had made it to one of Slade's personal vehicles. "I'll try and make things comfortable for you." In a warehouse, the Alaska, Robin was still fighting Lottie after getting a call from Batgirl. "You look silly with that hood," Lottie giggled as she went for a roundhouse, but Robin had quickly dodged it. "Ever since the incident that caused Naruto's death, a new rule was added that none of our uniforms could reveal too much about us," Robin said as he threw a punch towards his opponent, but missed as Lottie somersaulted over him. The masked woman had landed a few punches on Robin's shoulders before the boy wonder spun around and deflected a few of the other punches from his opponent. "Hope your friends can handle Hydra," Lottie said cheerfully before her voice became sultry. "He's quite a handful in combat." "Who's Hydra?" Robin asked as he blocked a kick before grabbing Lottie's leg, keeping his opponent on one leg. "He's a grumpy pants that Reaper had found," Lottie said as she returned to her childlike personality. "He also kept talking about someone named Static and how they planned on showing him how much stronger they had gotten." Before Robin could ask more questions, Lottie quickly jumped on her free foot and went into a spin that allowed her to use her free leg to kick the side of Boy Wonder's head. The force of the attack had caused Robin to lose his grip on Lottie's other leg before being launched a few meters away. "Damn it," Robin thought as he quickly rolled away to avoid Lottie trying to stomp on him before jumping onto his feet. "She's fast." After rubbing the blood off the corner of his mouth and spitting some out on the floor, Robin quickly tightened his fists before charging towards Lottie, ready to take her down. Elsewhere, Cyborg and Static continued to fight the legion of robots while Gear hacked away at the box's security system. Last security system. Gear thought as sweat dripped from his forehead. "Still makes me wonder what is inside this thing." As the team continued to hack through the security, Gizmo was finally able to pry backpack off of him before turning his attention on Gear. "I don't think so, bar for brains," the micro-villain said as he rushed towards the taller opponent. Seeing Gizmo on the move, Cyborg quickly amped the power of his sonic cannon. "Hey Gear!" the cybernetic teen called out before aiming at the box and firing. "Get down!" Seeing the attack coming, Gear quickly dodged out of the way in time to the sonic blast to not only create a small explosion that knocked Gizmo back, but it also fried the security lock on the box. "That's one way to hack a lock," Gear joked as he saw the small villain on the ground unconscious. Rushing towards the downed villain, Gear quickly found the control to the robots Cyborg and Static were fighting destroyed. After a moment of thinking, the blonde genius called Backpack over and quickly repaired the controller to find a voice modulator. "These things respond to voice commands," Gear said to himself before moving a watch that he had on his wrist to his mouth. "Let's see if I can trick those robots." Static and Cyborg suddenly found themselves against each other's backs as the army of robots edged closer to them. "Not the way I expected to go out," Static said as the sheer number of robots were too much, even with the power of electricity. "Kinda thought I'd lose the rest of my human body before my death," Cyborg said as his battery was getting low. "Alright, listen up." Gizmo barked out as everyone looked to just see Gear, looking a bit nervous at the odd looks the robots were giving him. "I need you scuzzballs to shut down right now. Please work, please work, please work." The blonde thought to himself as he thought of something funny. "You know what," Gear said as he continued to speak into the watch, "I want all of you bolt for brains to do the entire dance routine for Thriller for 80 hours before shutting down." A few robots suddenly turned into stereos with Thriller playing loudly while all of the other robots going into a huge dance routine with a few of them had danced Michael Jackson's part of the dance. "Holy crap," Gear thought as he lowered his hands, "that actually worked." "Admire the dancing robots later," Static said as he and Cyborg flew up to where Gear was. "We still need to rescue Flash." "Yo Static," Cyborg said as he got the electrified teen's attention, "mind giving me a little boost?" Static nodded as he placed a hand on the cybernetic teen's back and gave him a non-lethal shock that fully charged Cyborg's battery. "Thanks, man," Cyborg said as he took a deep breath before noticing Gear looking inside the partially destroyed box. "What's up, Gear?" "I need to see something," as this box was heavily guarded by multiple firewalls and locks. Gear answered as he reached inside the box. Gizmo said that Reaper had let him use those robots, so that means, oh no. "What's wrong?" Static asked as he and Cyborg were now cautiously curious about the blonde's discovery. "You're not going to like this," Gear said as he pulled his arm out to reveal a snow-white shotgun. With Starfire and Raven, the two continued their battle against Puff and Onyx, with Puff and Raven fighting in the air while Starfire and Onyx were on the ground. "Azeroth, Metrian, Zenthos," Raven called out as she used her telekinesis to lift a couple of heavy crates and threw them towards her opponent. After completely turning her body into smoke, causing the boxes to harmlessly pass right through her, Puff smirked as she said, "Did you really think that I'd get hurt by some wooden boxes? Dumb bitch." Seeing the poisonous cloud that Puff had sent her way, Raven quickly encased herself with her magic as the clouds ate away as some of the nearby boxes and steel beams. On the ground, Starfire was punching Onyx with her hands covered with her energy while the behemoth used his thick arms to block them. "If that's the best you got," Onyx said with a smirk on his face before giving the Tamranian a massive punch to her stomach, "then you've got nothing on me." The force from the attack had launched Starfire into a wall before she fell onto the ground. The young girl had slowly picked herself onto her hands and knees before letting out the contents of a couple of her stomachs onto the floor. "Ah ha," Onyx said as he slightly flinched away, with a victorious smirk still on his face. "Nasty. Guess that's already a victory for me." After getting to her feet, Starfire wiped the bile off of her mouth with her knuckle and said, "Our battle has just begun." Letting out a Tamarnian battle cry, Starfire used her ability of flight to dash right through Onyx's and gave her opponent a powerful uppercut before following the attack with a massive haymaker to his jaw. The Titanic man tumbled onto his knees, but he still managed to keep himself up as blood began to ooze from his mouth. "Not bad," Onyx said before wiping the blood of his mouth with his own knuckles before spitting some out on the ground, "but let's see you do that again." The metahuman's battle fury was reignited as he rushed towards the Tamarnian girl with a massive haymaker ready to be delivered. Starfire quickly dodged the attack before infusing her knuckles with an energy bolt and giving her opponent a head-ringing strike. Taking advantage of her combined nimbleness and enhanced strength, Starfire used the immediate opening to grab the metahuman's arm and toss him towards Puff. The Misty Girl never saw her ally coming as the force from the impact caught her off guard before she was sandwiched between Onyx and a metal support beam. Before the two metahumans could recover, Raven used her telekinetic powers to bind them together with the very metal beam they had struck while also binding Puff's mouth shut through her magic. "That should hold them," Raven said as she landed next to Starfire. "How are you holding up?" "I am fine," Starfire said as she felt her back tingling with an occasional twitch. "My back is starting to act up a bit, though." Raven placed both of her now glowing hands gently on the Tamarnian girl's back and began to heal what irritation she could. "This injury is actually quite different than the others I have healed." The empath spoke as she studied the energy-infused scar. "QB was using demonic powers that's part of an even greater demon. It's actually living energy, and even though it's not enough to outright kill you, it still has an imprint on your body. While most of the women don't like him, we have to have Jiraiya look to see if he can do anything about this imprint, and soon." "And why is that?" Starfire asked as Konoha Seal Master had even given her the creeps. "Because this kind of power can easily overwhelm those who do not have a resistance to demonic energies or a demonic heritage." Raven explained as she could almost feel Starfire's scars breathing. "Eventually this power will try to corrupt you, at first making it seem like a blessing before ultimately changing you in a drastic way. I'm also thinking that your star bolts could also affect it, giving it the edge it needs, but that's only a theory until we know for sure." After finishing what healing she could provide, Raven then placed a comforting hand on Starfire's shoulder as she then said, "But don't worry, I'll always be here for you should anything happen. After all, we are close friends." Starfire looked to see Raven giving her a rare smile before smiling herself as she knew that the empath will be there for her, just like the other Titans. With Robin, the boy wonder was still fighting Lottie as neither of them giving up. "I need to keep my head in the game," Robin thought as the masked woman he was fighting kept giggling and laughing while delivering her attacks. "I can't underestimate her." The boy wonder then pulled out his retractable bow staff, right before blocking a flying kick from his opponent. "We're using weapons now?" Lottie said as she performed a series of backflips to avoid Robin's attacks before going into a fighting stance with knives in both hands. "Let's go." Lottie dashed towards her opponent before having to jump back as Robin swung his weapon around to give himself space. The boy wonder then dashed towards before pole vaulting himself into a flying kick that Lottie had blocked. Using the momentum from his jump, Robin then performed a spin and used his staff quickly give his opponent a series of jabs upon her shoulders and torso. A powerful jab to the center of her chest caused Lottie to get knocked back before she bounced onto her feet and tossed her knives towards her opponent. Seeing the attack, Robin quickly deflected them before seeing that Lottie had multiple knives hidden on her person. "Why aren't you catching them?" Lottie asked as she continued to throw knife after knife, each of them getting expertly deflected. "I thought we were playing catch?" Robin remained focused as Lottie tossed one last knife that was quickly deflected before she dashed towards her opponent. While still spinning his staff, the boy wonder twisted his body around before using the momentum to attack his charging opponent, until Lottie quickly slid underneath the attack. Using the momentum of her slide, Lottie quickly rose up onto her feet while using two of the knives she picked up to give her opponent cuts on the back of his legs, back, and shoulders. "Damn it!" Robin angrily thought as he rolled forward and jumped back onto his feet facing Lottie. "She purposely lured me into that trap, I should have seen it." Robin could feel a cool sensation on his back and legs as the blood from his fresh injuries stained his uniform. He had to think of something as it was only a matter of time until he'd end up passing out from blood loss as the number of them were making him bleed a lot. The boy wonder jumped into the air and threw a handful of smoke bombs that exploded as soon as they had made contact with the floor. Using a metal support beam to give himself an extra boost, Robin launched himself towards where Lottie was and went in for an attack. Clong! The sound of metal hitting concrete alerted Robin that he had missed, but he couldn't act in time as a flashbang had gone off close to his feet. Badly disoriented, The boy wonder then felt something grabbing him at the same time as something had knocked his feet out from under him. "I really am quite the knockout," said a familiar, sultry voice as Robin tried to focus his sight on the voice, "but you are kind of too young for my taste." Although feeling pressure on his chest, the boy wonder then felt something wet on his exposed cheek before hearing a chuckle. "You don't taste like my boyfriend, as I'm sure you still have some of that boyish charm you and your mentor tried to stamp out," Lottie said as Robin's sight soon cleared to reveal that his opponent was sitting right on top of him. "And don't bother lying about not enjoying my little taste of your face, your friend is thinking otherwise. But like I said, you're too young for my taste and I already have a boyfriend." Quickly acting after Lottie had let up a little, Robin quickly gave the masked woman a swift and powerful punch to her face. The strike was strong enough to not only knock Lottie off of the boy wonder, but also break the bottom part of her mask. Robin got to his feet as Lottie quickly did the same as her mouth was exposed to reveal a small trail of blood coming from the corner of her lip. "Impudent brat." The now semi-masked woman barked out as she sneered towards Robin. "I'm guessing that Batman taught you to always use brawn over brains when pinned down by a woman. I wouldn't be surprised if all that oaf did teach you was to never trust your own allies and keep backup plans should they ever cross you." After wiping the blood from her mouth and spitting some of it out of her mouth, Lottie then said, "I'd either kill you or horribly cripple you if not for Reaper's plan, but I guess we'll meet another time." The woman then quickly undid her skirt and tossed it towards Robin before pulling a string that was connected to gas pellets that were sewn to the underside of the skirt. The pellets released a wall of smoke in front of the boy wonder's face while the sound of footsteps echoed in his head. "Lottie!" Robin roared out as he quickly cleared his vision to only reveal that his opponent had vanished into thin air with only her skirt and the bottom half of her mask leaving evidence that she was there. "Damn it." After calming himself down, Robin pulled out his communicator and dialed one of the contacts he had listed. "Beast Boy, come in," Robin said as he got nothing but static. "Batgirl, come in. Do either of you hear me?" Seeing that he wasn't getting an answer, Robin tried a few other contacts as he then said, "Cyborg, static, Gear. Do either of you read me?" "Read you loud and clear, Rob," Cyborg said as his voice was heard from the communicator. "We took care of Gizmo and some of the robots that Reaper had let him borrow, and we also found something else." "We found a shotgun," Gear said as his voice was soon heard from the communicator, "and judging from the amount of security that was protecting the box it was in, it must be one of Reaper's more powerful weapons." "You mean the Blades of the End?" Robin asked as his team was briefed about when Reaper had managed to cut Superman with the same sword he used to sever Raven's hand. "Doesn't look like a blade." Static growled out due to his strong dislike of guns. "Whether or not it looks like a blade or not doesn't matter," Robin said as he could only imagine just what the shotgun Cyborg's team had recovered. "You need to exercise the utmost caution as who knows just what that weapon could do." "No problem," Cyborg said before he then asked, "Have you tried contacting the others?" "I tried to get a hold of Beast Boy and Batgirl, but all I'm getting is nothing but static." Robin answered as he had a feeling that something wasn't right. "I'm going to go check up on them since they had managed to get to Flash. You three are to meet up with Starfire and Raven and give them any assistance that they might need." "You be careful, man," Cyborg said as he soon cut off his end of the communicator before Robin put his away. "Hang in there you two," Robin said as he recovered his staff and dashed out of the room. "I'm on my way." Batgirl groaned a bit as she began to regain consciousness before looking around. "Wha the?" Batgirl asked as her vision began to correct itself. Where am I?" Looking to find Beast Boy and Flash tied together with chains in the middle of a circle of barrels. "Beast Boy. Flash," Batgirl said as a fireball flew by both barrels and the captives. "We suggest that you don't try anything," said a voice as Batgirl looked around to find its source until she saw a shadowy figure hidden in the darkness with eyes and mouth glowing with orange flames. "You might set off one hell of a bomb, even without this." The figure held up a clenched hand that revealed Batgirl's utility belt, much to Barbara's shock. "Oops," said the figure as he conjured black flames that destroyed the belt. "We're so sorry about that, Toots, we really don't have much control over our powers yet." "Who are you?" Batgirl asked with a growl in her voice as she glared at the figure venomously. "That's a good question," the figure said as he entered the lone lighted area to reveal that the shadowy figure's skin was matching the surrounding darkness despite the figure wearing baggy purple pants, black sneakers, and a black-red t-shirt under an ash-gray vest, and his hair was actually one massive black flame while smaller black flames were seen rolling off of this person's body. "Just who am we?" "Well, Toots, we decided to call ourselves Hydra considering one little, intended accident caused my two halves to fuse into what you see right here. Two people, one body, and yet we're rocking our new evolved power. I'm guessing that you're even more of a blowhard than both of your halves combined." Batgirl taunted after reading Hydra's posture and tone. "You're just a run-of-the-mill crook. You watch your bitch-ass mouth," Hydra roared out as the smaller flames became larger before becoming smaller as the fiery shadow calmed down. We can't help if we literally have two minds fused together. And just so we're clear on one thing. Hydra suddenly stepped back into the darkness and vanished completely out of sight before suddenly reappearing right behind Batgirl and clenched her mouth. Try anything funny and we'll have ourselves some barbecued bat, Hydra said before licking the side of the girl's face, sending chills down her spine. Feeling her mouth being set freed, Batgirl looked around for Hydra but couldn't find him while the man's hyena-like cackle echoed throughout the surrounding darkness. For once, Barbara Gordon had never felt so afraid of the dark in her entire life until now.